Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Edward, of course, wasn't in any real danger. He even asked Cynthia if she needed any help, but she clearly didn't. Team Galactic is causing trouble all over the Sinnoh region right now. "I'm busy trying to suppress the fighting," Cynthia said curtly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hung up. Edward looked out over Eterna City. At this point, he figured it was better not to add to the chaos. With the twin gods of time and space having appeared, Cyrus was probably ecstatic. He was likely dying to run up to them and present his grand plan. "Boss, I saw online that some people in other cities across Sinnoh have also spotted Dialga and Palkia," Zoroark reported as he walked beside Edward. Edward furrowed his brow slightly. It was clear now, the battle between Dialga and Palkia was spreading. Normally, these two legendaries rarely crossed paths, but now that they had, their clash was as intense as a collision between planets. Unfortunately, it was humanity that was paying the price. The Sinnoh League must be having a huge headache trying to manage this. "We have to find a way to stop their battle." Edward glanced at his phone. It had a signal again. The League's efficiency was impressive. Even their infrastructure repairs were happening fast. But even with their speed, the key issue was still unresolved: how to stop the battle. If they couldn't stop it, no amount of reconstruction would keep up with the destruction. Who knew if the next battlefield would engulf another city, just like in the Rise of Darkrai movie? In that film, the solution was to activate Oration, a powerful song that calmed the gods and even had healing effects. It clearly wasn't something just any piece of music could achieve. Edward couldn't help but suspect that the cathedral in the movie was some sort of advanced weapon, or at the very least, it housed a massive healing mechanism. "Boss, Mr. Steven just sent a message. He wants me to escort you back to the Hoenn region as soon as possible," Zoroark reported after checking her phone. The message had been sent earlier, but because Eterna's infrastructure was partially destroyed, the signal had been down. Now that the network was restored, the message finally came through. Edward didn't reply right away. He stared at the ruined city, deep in thought. Others might not know how to calm the twin gods, but Edward did. Though this wasn't how he'd expected things to unfold, he originally thought the gods would only appear after Ash reached Sinnoh. But Ash was still in Kanto, and things were already spiraling out of control. "Shizuka, help me find the fastest way to Twinleaf Town," Edward said, glancing at Zoroark with a determined look. Zoroark paused. She'd just been looking up flights back to Hoenn, and now Edward suddenly wanted to go to Twinleaf Town? Twinleaf Town? What kind of place was that? "It's in the Sinnoh region," Edward said quietly. Understanding his intent, Zoroark didn't hesitate and quickly found the best route there. One option was by hot air balloon, but the fastest was to ride a flying-type Pokémon. Since Twinleaf Town was just a small village, it didn't have an airport, so no direct flights. Without hesitation, Edward called out. A moment later, one of the League's bodyguards approached him. Though the bodyguard was confused by Edward's request, one look into Edward's eyes was enough. Without a word, the guard released a Dragonite, which would carry Edward and Zoroark straight to Twinleaf Town. As they soared through the air, Edward saw a forest below, completely destroyed. Every tree had fallen. Clearly, the residual shockwaves of the gods' battle weren't going to dissipate easily. "What's the current situation?" Edward asked the woman flying ahead of him. She was the League's assigned bodyguard for this mission. "Not great," she answered softly. "The Sinnoh League hasn't been able to pinpoint which areas Dialga and Palkia will appear in. Their battlefield spans almost the entire region." Edward rubbed his brow. It made sense. These two were beyond strong. Palkia, especially, could warp space and teleport at will. There was no telling where it might go next. Looking off into the distance, Edward saw a large group of flying Pokémon trailing behind them, his League security detail. But even with this kind of force, they weren't enough to stop the twin gods. Edward had only one option. By the time Dragonite arrived in Twinleaf Town, it was already the next day. Edward, now with dark circles under his eyes, leaned over the saddle and looked down at the sleepy village, his spirit still oddly energized. He had been exhausted, but anyone who's ever pulled an all-nighter knows that if you power through till morning, there's often a strange burst of energy, like you've had a full night's sleep. Of course, it's just an illusion. Still, Edward didn't care about that now. "Boss, we've arrived at Twinleaf Town," Zoroark said energetically. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Zoroark didn't need sleep. The League bodyguard put Dragonite back into its Pokeball, letting it rest. "Yeah." Edward stared at Twinleaf Town below. By now, news of Dialga and Palkia had spread everywhere. Even the people in this quiet little town had heard. They were panicking, stockpiling food, and praying the gods wouldn't show up in their village. But that was just wishful thinking. Edward remembered a legend passed down in Twinleaf Town. There was a prophecy, one that foretold the clash of Dialga and Palkia. The legend said they would come to Twinleaf Town and destroy it. But if the town was to be saved, then... Of course, prophecies were never direct. They always liked to turn everything into some kind of cryptic puzzle. It's like those parents who, before dying, tell their kid, "We've hidden a treasure that'll make you rich for life. It's hidden somewhere." Then leave behind a string of riddles without any concern for whether the kid can solve it or not, Edward muttered in frustration. Why couldn't they just speak plainly? If it were up to him, he'd have written out the entire process, photocopied it a few hundred times, and even carved a stone tablet or two just in case future generations were too dumb to read it. I remember reading something online while researching for a movie script. Someone mentioned a legend from Twinleaf Town. Edward said thoughtfully. After Edward finished recounting the legend he had read online, the two League bodyguards exchanged glances and made a phone call. Though no one could confirm whether the legend was true, it wouldn't hurt to verify. And since Edward had flown all the way here specifically for it, no one thought he was joking. There really is a legend like that in Twinleaf Town. Apparently, a woman named Alice even knows a bit more about the details. After making the call and asking around, the two bodyguards relayed what they had learned. However, they also explained that while the legend had existed for quite some time, the League had never taken it seriously. Their investigation showed that the woman named Alice only had a musical score with no other substantial leads. So, the League had always treated the story like a fairy tale. After all, almost every town had legends like these. Eterna City even had one claiming that Dialga and Palkia once shared a meal there, eating only an ancient dish. So the elders of Eterna passed the recipe down, and that's how the city supposedly got its name. With so many similar legends around, no one had taken Twinleaf's prophecy seriously, no matter how well it was packaged. In that case, Edward was about to ask the League to find a way to lure Palkia and Dialga to Twinleaf Town and activate the temple there, so the situation could be resolved. But just as he was about to act, a group of people suddenly stormed in from outside the town, immediately shifting the atmosphere into high alert. Edward's eyes widened when he saw the person leading them. Long white hair, black eyes, fair skin, and delicate features. Even though this was his first time seeing her in person since she'd grown up, Edward instantly recognized her from the League's photos. Shizuka. The League's guards immediately surrounded Edward, shielding him. Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy also rushed over. But what shocked Edward the most was another unassuming man in the group. Cyrus. Cyrus was here too? Why? Edward was confused. In the movie, Team Galactic didn't even show up. It was Team Rocket who had a subplot. But right now, Team Rocket was still in the Hoenn region, busy filming a TV show. Edward had high hopes for them and had even given them a dedicated episode. Yet now, Team Galactic had appeared instead, bringing along Edward's former childhood friend. When he saw Shizuka, Edward instinctively glanced at Zoroark. Zoroark seemed completely normal, showing no signs of recognition. It didn't appear to know Shizuka at all. Team Galactic. What are you doing here? One of the officer Jenny stepped forward and shouted sternly. Edward had already seen them calling for reinforcements. He knew this Jenny was stalling for time. But his mood was heavy. Because Cyrus wasn't pretending anymore. He was done hiding. Cyrus standing with Team Galactic in broad daylight made it impossible to cover up. Clearly, he was ready to be exposed. Edward could tell he had fully committed to revealing his true identity. Sure enough, more and more Team Galactic members emerged from outside the village, silently taking their places behind Cyrus. Shizuka gave Edward a glance, then respectfully stepped to stand beside Cyrus. Seeing Cyrus at the center, arms behind his back, expressionless, Officer Jenny's face turned grim. She knew what this meant. "Cyrus, are you being coerced?" she began, still trying to buy time. "This boring game ends now," Cyrus waved dismissively. Battle had begun. Edward stood at the rear. Due to his special status, the League was doing everything it could to keep him safe. In front of him, a full-scale battle broke out, engulfing all of Twinleaf Town. Different Pokémon roared, howled, and battled. A barrage of moves flew in every direction. The weather changed wildly, raining one moment, bright sun the next, then hail. In terms of elite combat strength, the League is okay, but the problem is, Team Galactic has way too many people, Edward muttered as he looked ahead. The number of Team Galactic members was insane. Among the chaos, he spotted Shizuka ruthlessly taking down opponent after opponent. Her Pokémon targeted trainers directly, which forced many to keep a Pokémon behind just to defend themselves. This was the brutal reality of Pokémon battles. No League rules applied here. Defeating the trainer was the simplest way to win. At this point, only 2 League bodyguards remained by Edward's side. The rest had joined the front lines. Everyone knew, until League reinforcements arrived, Officer Jenny's team must not fall. If they did, even Edward's bodyguards wouldn't be able to hold the line. What is Team Galactic doing here? Edward couldn't understand their goal, but what he cared more about right now was his Pokémon. Hugh and Fortune had already joined the battle. The 2 little guys were performing extremely well. Still, Edward stayed on alert, ready to recall them at the first sign of danger. The 2 bodyguards exchanged surprised glances. They had seen Edward's Pokémon in action. At first, they thought he was just some spoiled rich kid, probably useless in a real fight. But they were wrong. His 2 Pokémon were both incredibly strong. Most regular Team Galactic members' Pokémon couldn't even withstand a single hit. In fact, after taking down enough of them, enemies were starting to avoid them. Just a moment ago, they'd watched that Mimikyu use a dazzling gleam to wipe out a whole group. It was stronger than even some of the League's elite-trained Pokémon. Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet? Edward checked his phone. 15 minutes had passed, and still no sign of backup. A sense of unease grew in his chest. But before he could think further, a piercing cry rang out from above. Edward immediately covered his ears, frowning as he looked up. Dialga and Palkia had once again emerged from a spatial rift. They were still fighting. But now, the gem on Palkia's shoulder was cracked, and Dialga looked battered as well. The 2 legendary Pokémon were no longer holding back, they were in full combat mode. They've come. Just like the prophecy said, Edward exhaled deeply. Although this wasn't the same time the events of the movie were supposed to take place, and Ash hadn't even arrived yet, the twin gods of time and space had still appeared in Twinleaf Town, just as the prophecy foretold. With the arrival of the time-space duo, strange black distortions began to appear on the outskirts of Twinleaf Town. Edward narrowed his eyes. He knew these were manifestations of the legendary's power. The town would soon be completely isolated. Edward had originally thought that things in the movie unfolded at a slower pace, but now that everything was already happening, there was no time to dwell on that. If I want to resolve the issue with Dialga and Palkia. Edward turned his gaze to the temple in Twinleaf Town. This structure, modeled after a famous cathedral from his past life, was the key to solving everything. With that thought in mind, Edward quickly left the battlefield with his 2 bodyguards. Twinleaf Town was already sealed off. Even if the League's reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't be able to enter. In other words, the town had become a sealed room, an inescapable, isolated prison. If a murder happened now, that would really spice things up, Edward muttered as he hurried along. Maybe it was because he'd recently been writing a Sherlock Holmes script, but Edward found himself interpreting everything around him through a lens of mystery and deduction. "Mr. Edward, where are you going?" one of the League bodyguards asked as he followed closely. "Well, since we're trapped here anyway, instead of sitting around waiting to die, we might as well try to find a way out," Edward said calmly. This movie was one of the more unforgettable ones he'd watched. What left the deepest impression was the final moment when oration was played. It had been powerful and moving. Edward had always thought that if that scene had been animated with even more finesse, it could have become a true classic. It made him sincerely admire the power of music. The bodyguards exchanged glances, but said nothing. Edward was right. If they didn't break the seal and escape, nothing else would matter. Zoroark followed quietly, but for some reason, it had remained silent the entire time. When they arrived at the temple, Edward pushed open the door and walked in. The interior was empty. Everyone had fled to shelters after Team Galactic's sudden attack, and Officer Jenny had issued an evacuation order. "What are you doing here? Would you mind telling me?" a stranger's voice rang out. Edward and his companions turned around and saw 4 people standing behind them. Cyrus, Shizuka, and 2 Team Galactic members. Edward frowned. Why was Cyrus here? In the original game storyline, Cyrus had nothing to do with Twin Leaf Town. But looking at the cold expression on Shizuka's face, Edward fell silent. Maybe everything in this world had already started to change the moment he arrived. His presence had caused certain events to diverge, like the cliché butterfly effect. "If I said I came to take shelter, would you believe me?" Edward asked helplessly. Why had this guy come to Twin Leaf Town? This world was seriously getting ridiculous. "I don't believe it," Cyrus said flatly. The other Team Galactic members released their Pokémon in unison, each one glaring at Edward's group with hostility. Zoroark watched silently. Its gaze swept over Cyrus, then shifted to Shizuka. "There's a lot of them." The 2 bodyguards took a deep breath and summoned all their Pokémon, but even so, they didn't feel any relief. Cyrus hadn't even made a move yet. But as Team Galactic's leader, there was no way he was weak. The fact that he was holding back only made him even more dangerous. Edward was frustrated. He felt like things had completely slipped out of his control. His original plan had been solid: come here once Dialga and Palkia appeared, resolve their conflict, and leave. That would have made the trip worthwhile. But now, Team Galactic had shown up. "Edward, you're someone I find very interesting," Cyrus suddenly said, completely out of nowhere. Edward was stunned. He stared at Cyrus with a confused expression. What was this guy even talking about? He'd never heard of Cyrus having unusual preferences. The tense atmosphere instantly shattered. Everyone present gave them strange looks. Could it be that these 2? "Mr. Cyrus, I'm really not into men," Edward quickly clarified. He didn't want to be saddled with a weird reputation or become part of a strange ship with Cyrus. "That's not what I meant," Cyrus replied calmly, absent-mindedly turning the ring on his finger. Edward glanced at it. It was a cobalt blue gemstone ring, but oddly misshapen, not a perfect cut, almost crude in its form. "Come with me, Edward," Cyrus said. Edward's eyelid twitched. What was this guy's deal? Why was he so fixated on him? Wasn't he supposed to only care about Dialga and Palkia? Regardless, there was no way Edward was going to surrender quietly. He looked around. Right now, the only way to turn the tide was to break the dimensional barrier caused by the Legendary's battle. Otherwise, the League reinforcements would never get in, and he'd be left alone against all of Team Galactic. The 2 bodyguards rushed forward to intercept the enemies. Edward turned and fled without hesitation, with Zoroark immediately following him. Edward was in a hurry. He remembered clearly, the key item needed to activate everything was up there. Once it was activated using electricity, everything would be over. He didn't bother saying pointless things like "good luck" or "hold them off." He knew what mattered now was time. "Exactly the same," Cyrus murmured, watching Edward disappear up the stairs. Then he glanced at Shizuka beside him. "Shizuka, your turn," Cyrus said coldly. Shizuka nodded and joined the battle. Meanwhile, Cyrus stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Behind him, A Magnezone emerged, carrying Cyrus upward as it flew after Edward. "Cyrus," the two bodyguards shouted, trying to intercept him. They knew exactly what Edward was trying to do, and they couldn't let Cyrus stop him. But they were blocked. Shizuka and two of Team Galactic's senior executives stepped forward, launching a 3-on-2 attack. Even though the two guards were elite members of the League, they were completely tied up in battle and couldn't break away. They could only watch helplessly as Cyrus vanished into the stairwell. Watching him disappear, Shizuka turned to the two League bodyguards. "Now, it's your turn." "Boss, what do we do now?" Zoroark asked urgently, hastily following Edward. "Resolve the crisis with the twin gods, and then get rid of the threat from Team Galactic," Edward replied, walking quickly. He was visibly irritated. Reality wasn't like the anime. There were too many unexpected twists, and those had wasted his time. Still, he had finally found the key location to solve everything. Gears, massive gears. All that was needed was to get this place running and then. But Edward paused and turned around. He could already hear the sound of leather shoes striking the floor. Footsteps, steady, heavy, and composed. Before long, Cyrus appeared before him. Edward frowned. Several powerful Pokémon followed behind Cyrus. Edward didn't say a word. He had anticipated the bodyguards might not be able to stop Cyrus, but how did he catch up so fast? Cyrus glanced around, then looked straight at Edward. "Edward, I finally arrived. At this destined place," Cyrus said, eyes gleaming with cold intensity and an almost manic excitement. Edward stared back in silence for a few seconds. "Have we met before?" Edward asked, holding Q in his arms. Fortune was already prepared for battle. Zoroark stood protectively in front of Edward without a word. "I've seen you," Cyrus said with a slight smile, narrowing his eyes. He seemed pleased, as if the puzzle that had troubled him for so long had finally been solved. Then, before Edward could say anything, boom! Cyrus's Magnezone suddenly launched an attack, but the target wasn't who anyone expected. A cry of pain rang out. Shizuka clutched her arm, blood dripping from the wound, staring in confusion and pain at Cyrus. "Shizuka, you've endured a lot. Following the League's orders, you've been undercover by my side all this time," Cyrus said coldly. Shock filled Shizuka's eyes. Even Edward was stunned. "What kind of plot twist is this? Undercover agent drama?" "Boss, Shizuka started, looking like she wanted to explain, like she was wrongfully accused. "No need to say anything. I know what you were trying to do." Cyrus stepped to the side, eyeing both Shizuka and Edward warily. "You got close to me. You said you'd taken care of the League agents. Then you'd seize the chance to attack me, right?" Cyrus said in a calm, almost gentle tone. Shizuka's pupils contracted. Edward frowned. It seemed that was her plan. But how did Cyrus find out? Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Edward signaled with a wave of his hand. Q's dazzling gleam burst forth, lighting up the dim tower with blinding brilliance. Shizuka, catching on quickly, also launched an attack. The two attacks surged towards Cyrus simultaneously. "Now this is fun," Cyrus said with a trace of excitement in his eyes. A light screen instantly appeared beside him. Then, 6 Pokémon emerged, 3 charged at Edward, and the other 3 went for Shizuka. "Boss, what's happening?" Zoroark was dazed. Things had escalated way too fast. "Help me out, now." Edward didn't have time to explain. He considered letting Fortune use Make It Rain, but worried it might collapse the tower's structure, so he didn't dare take the risk. Instead, he used the opportunity to check the equipment quickly. Then, he discovered a critical problem. The disc. Without the disc, oration couldn't be activated, and the entire plan would fall apart. "Losing things like that's a bad habit, Edward," came Cyrus's mocking voice. Edward turned and saw Cyrus holding the disc in his hand. Worse, Edward's Pokémon were being tied down by Cyrus's own, and among them were the Lake Trio, all with glowing red eyes. "You're even more troublesome than I thought," Cyrus said, looking smug. In his hand was another strange item, and the combined powers of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf were suppressing Shizuka's Pokémon. Shizuka, overwhelmed by psychic power, was pinned helplessly at Cyrus's feet. Edward glanced at Q, who was desperately trying to break through the enemy's restraint, but to no avail. Fortune and Zoroark were in the same boat. With Cyrus's Pokémon and the Lake Trio working together, they couldn't gain any ground. How do you know all this? Edward growled. The fact that Cyrus had the disc baffled him. And Cyrus's behavior had been strange all along. Yeah, how do I know? Cyrus chuckled, watching Edward and Shizuka squirm. He toyed with the cobalt blue ring on his hand again. Finally, he'd shattered the illusion, diverted the story onto a new path. He had everything under control. Edward could tell from Cyrus's expression he had no intention of explaining anything. Edward took a deep breath. He was out of options. Q and Fortune were suppressed. If it were just Cyrus's team, there might still be a way out, but with the Lake Trio under his control too, this had become a serious problem. Screw it, I'm flipping the table. Cyrus. Edward gripped the luxury ball in his hand and hurled it forcefully. Too difficult? Then don't bother. Cyrus's eyes widened. But the luxury ball had already opened. The entire tower instantly became scorching hot. A massive Pokémon appeared. Its red body, enormous size, and sheer presence crushed the air around them. With its emergence, the skies over Twinleaf Town turned into harsh sunlight. What is that? Back at the town center, the entire battlefield froze. The sky cleared. Intense sunlight radiated across the area. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward the temple. Roar! A piercing cry echoed through the air. Dialga and Palkia, locked in fierce combat, suddenly halted. Their gazes turned toward the center of the temple. At the blazing Pokémon. As if it had sensed their presence too, the Pokémon slowly opened its eyes. Groudon. Cyrus's pupils contracted. His hands clenched involuntarily. He could feel it at this very moment. Everything was slipping out of his control. No. I've never seen this. I've never seen you use Groudon. What's going on? Cyrus roared in anger, and beneath his voice was a trace of panic. Roar! Groudon had fully awakened. Its eyes turned to Edward, then to Cyrus, and finally locked on to the twin gods of time and space. Edward stared at Cyrus in front of him. The man seemed unusually agitated, but why? Was it because he had thrown out Groudon? That didn't make sense. If Cyrus was already working with the people from Hoenn, then he should have known Edward had Groudon. So why was he so shocked? Suddenly, flashes of memory rushed through Edward's mind. Cyrus's strange words, his odd behavior, and the fact that he somehow knew Shizuka was a spy. You foresaw the scene, didn't you? Edward's eyes widened with disbelief as he questioned Cyrus. Hearing that, Cyrus immediately calmed down. He glanced at Edward, then at Groudon, who stood before them. He pursed his lips, but said nothing. Edward's face darkened. Cyrus can foresee the future? That was something he had no idea about. Roar! Groudon let out an earth-shaking roar. The ground of Twinleaf Town trembled violently, and searing magma surged like blades from beneath the earth, tearing through buildings and shooting toward Dialga in the sky. Dia! Dialga lifted both forelegs and swiftly dodged to the side. The massive precipice blades shot upward like jagged mountains. And with Groudon taking the lead in attacking, the battlefield erupted once again. The three legendary Pokémon let out deafening cries, and the sheer pressure they unleashed flattened all lesser Pokémon to the ground, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Only well-trained Pokémon could barely manage to remain standing. You've exceeded my expectations, Edward, Cyrus said, withdrawing his gaze. But with a Groudon you can't even command, what exactly can you do? Groudon had already leaped down from the temple. The building couldn't support its enormous size and blistering heat. As Groudon left, Edward once again found himself in a difficult position. What can I do? Edward murmured, looking at Groudon's towering form. Though he had indeed captured Groudon with a Pokeball, that didn't mean Groudon recognized him as its trainer. Its refusal to listen to orders had been expected. What Edward hadn't expected was how aggressive Groudon would be, launching a direct attack on Dialga right away. He had no idea what triggered it. Meanwhile, the lake trio slowly floated toward them. Despite their seemingly unimpressive appearance, their power was formidable. Both Zoroark and Shizuka were still being suppressed. "You're watching me, aren't you?" Edward whispered, placing a hand over his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Though he hadn't spoken to a certain legendary Pokémon that had been hiding in the distortion world, that Pokémon occasionally snuck some fear candies from him. Edward had never stopped it. Cyrus stopped as well. He lifted his head and looked at Edward, his gaze full of something indescribable. The lake trio pressed closer, and the psychic energy surrounding them materialized like walls, suffocating Edward with pressure. Damn it! What are these monsters? At the front lines, Officer Jenny's commanding officer was shell-shocked. She watched as Groudon stomped a house into molten lava and thrust its massive precipice blades into the sky like mountain peaks. Only when faced with a legendary tier Pokémon can one feel how insignificant and powerless humans truly are. Amp. Her Ampharos let out a low, warning growl. The subdued Team Galactic Pokémon had already fainted completely. Roar. Groudon raised its arms and unleashed a roar so powerful it tore through the earth, causing lava to explode skyward from deep underground. Evacuate. Initiate emergency evacuation protocol. Officer Jenny's captain screamed, panic flooding her voice. She watched in horror as a mini volcano suddenly erupted on the outskirts of Twinleaf Town, spewing extreme heat and scorching magma. Twinleaf Town? Can it even survive this? Outside the perimeter of the town, the League's main forces stood grim-faced, watching helplessly as the sealed-off town burned from within. A mysterious power had completely sealed off Twinleaf Town. No one could get in. All they could do was watch as the time-space gods destroyed everything, and as Groudon's precipice blades pierced the skies like mountain peaks. The three legendary Pokémon were just too strong. Edward is still inside. What do we do? Cynthia looked grim. She glanced at her phone. She had already messaged Stephen Stone to tell him that his younger brother was trapped in Twinleaf. Stephen had replied with just one character. And then, nothing. But Cynthia had already learned from the Sinnoh League president that Stephen, currently leading the assault on Team Aqua, had gone berserk, ruthlessly obliterating anything in his way. Meanwhile, the president of the Devon Corporation was already en route to Twinleaf with a research team. They were bringing along a top-secret ultimate weapon, known only to champions, a weapon powered by energy extracted from capturing Rayquaza. If Edward were to die in there. Cynthia took a deep breath. This would blow up into something huge. Edward, she muttered, anxious and helpless, as she stared at the sealed-off town. Wait, what is that? The Sinnoh League president suddenly exclaimed. He grabbed his binoculars, his expression shifting into shock. What is it? Cynthia immediately took the binoculars and looked toward the temple, the location where Edward and Cyrus were confronting each other. The space had torn open. A pair of dark golden claws emerged, ripping open the rift in the air. A sinister aura spilled out. The lake trio trembled all over. The red glow in their eyes flickered, but was soon forced back into submission as they continued floating toward Edward. The torn space revealed a bizarre world, waterfalls flowing from the ground into the sky, and at the center of that distorted world, a massive Pokémon stared intently into the normal world. Giratina. The divine pressure radiated outward. A strange force shattered the device controlling the lake trio. The three Pokémon instantly returned to normal. Shizuka, Q, Fortune, and Zoroark all broke free. In that moment, the tide of battle completely reversed. Ha 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 ha. But Cyrus suddenly burst into loud, exaggerated laughter. Edward frowned deeply, staring at him. What the hell is he laughing about now? I finally got you to take that step. Cyrus's voice was wild with glee. He looked at Edward like a madman. Edward's heart sank. So it was true. Cyrus really could see the future. Edward still didn't know how. As far as he remembered, none of the previous versions of Cyrus ever showed such an ability. Cyrus pulled something out of his pocket. A flute. Without hesitation, he brought it to his lips and began to play. As the ethereal notes echoed through the battlefield, a series of staircases descended from the sky, materializing beside him. Edward's pupils contracted. The azure flute. You've got to be kidding me. How the hell did Cyrus get his hands on something like that? And wasn't the azure flute supposed to only work on Spear Pillar? When used there, it would summon a hidden realm where one could challenge and capture Arceus. And even then, you couldn't catch it with a Master Ball. It had to be something like an Ultra Ball. So why did Cyrus have one? As the melody of the flute played, Dialga and Palkia halted their battle. Only Groudon continued rampaging. The gaze of the time-space duo now locked onto Cyrus, or more precisely, the azure flute in his hands. Even Giratina seemed restless. Its relationship with Arceus was complicated. Cyrus lowered the flute. The staircase remained, hanging there silently. But he didn't ascend. He simply stood, smiling smugly at Edward, clearly expecting this exact scenario, as if Edward calling on Giratina had played right into his plan. "Boss, what's going on?" Zoroark asked cautiously, standing at Edward's side as he stared at the bizarre scene. The battlefield had fallen into a strange silence. Groudon continued to roar and attack, but the time-space duo had turned their full attention to Edward's group, more specifically, to Giratina, who had not yet fully entered this world. "I don't know either." Edward glanced from Giratina to Cyrus. The latter was wearing a smug smile. Everything was unfolding just as he wanted. Could it be that calling Giratina was exactly what Cyrus had been hoping for? Edward's eyes narrowed, falling onto the ring Cyrus wore. He'd always felt something was off about that ring, but couldn't quite say what. "Where's Arceus?" Edward wondered aloud, looking up at the heavenly staircase. By right, ascending it should lead to the place where Arceus resides. But until now, Arceus hadn't shown a single reaction. Not that Edward minded, the 4 legendary Pokémon currently present were already more than enough to give him a headache. If Arceus showed up too, it'd be a complete disaster. "Edward." Shizuka's voice called gently. Her gaze lingered on Edward for a moment before drifting briefly toward Zoroark, then back to Edward, her expression soft. She looked like she had something to say. Edward glanced at her. In his mind, she was still the little girl he had taken care of during childhood. But now she had grown up, more mature, and her figure had developed too. Only, her injured arm was still bleeding, which made him a little worried. "Shizuka, it's been a while. So you've been working undercover this whole time?" Edward asked while keeping an eye on Cyrus, still wary of the man's intentions. I accepted. No, Edward, there's something I want to tell you." Shizuka's cheeks flushed red. She stared at him, her eyes gentle and determined. She answered him instinctively, but quickly remembered something and tried to speak again. "What is it?" Edward asked, still keeping watch on Cyrus. The dial on the man's hand was still active. Without that, there was no way to calm Dialga and Palkia. Wait, what were Dialga and Palkia doing? Edward turned his head, and his heart dropped. The time-space duo were both charging up their ultimate moves, aiming directly at his position. Giratina let out an unwilling screech. It wanted to fully emerge from the distortion world, but couldn't. And the next moment, Dialga and Palkia launched their devastating attacks. The combined powers of Roar of Time and Spatial Rend blasted into the distortion world, striking Giratina directly. The deafening explosion completely drowned out Shizuka's words. Edward heard nothing. Giratina roared in fury, forced back by the overwhelming force of the twin gods. "Giratina is being attacked by Dialga and Palkia?" Edward's face twisted. It made sense. Giratina had been banished to the distortion world. Of course the time-space duo would view it as a threat. Just now, the attacks had passed so close to Edward that he could feel the heat on his face. If not for the fact that Giratina was their primary target and that the distortion world absorbed most of the blast's power, Edward figured he'd be nothing but dust in the wind by now. Some minor hiccups, but things are still developing just as expected. Cyrus said with a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with madness as he looked at Edward. "Be buried here, Edward. This ghost, This obstacle that had haunted him for so long would finally be erased today. Giratina, driven into a frenzy, desperately tried to break through the rift into the real world. But that only fueled the wrath of Dialga and Palkia. They flew at it in unison, launching attack after attack, their explosions and howls forcing Edward, Zoroark, and Shizuka into a frantic retreat. Edward had already recalled Q and Fortune. A single hit from those legendary Pokémon would spell disaster. Yet the relentless assault only made Giratina more enraged. It thrashed, roared, and finally burst through the veil and emerged into the real world. The moment Giratina appeared in full, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and Groudon's precipice blades came crashing down, destroying the temple and slamming straight toward Dialga. Dialga growled in annoyance, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then its eyes flashed. Wham! In an instant, Groudon's left leg buckled, and the beast tumbled forward, crushing several buildings under its massive frame. Cyrus descended from above. The battle had clearly escalated beyond anything mere mortals could interfere in. All 4 legendary Pokémon were now fighting at full power. Well, except for Groudon, who was still struggling awkwardly to catch up to the airborne battlefield. Probopass! Cyrus shouted. A barrage of rocks flew toward Edward. This maniac! Edward muttered, releasing Q and Fortune. Watch out, Edward! Shizuka shoved him aside just as a stone flew past. She immediately sent out her own Pokémon and began exchanging blows with Cyrus's. Edward joined in, giving commands to Q and Fortune. But Cyrus remained unervingly calm, commanding his Pokémon with terrifying precision. One attack after another came crashing down, all aimed at Edward directly. Against Cyrus's reckless, defeat the trainer to win tactics, Edward had no choice but to dodge and counter, responding move for move. But just as he sidestepped a rock slide, Cyrus's assault suddenly stopped. Edward blinked in confusion and looked up, and saw Cyrus's deranged smile. His eyes were full of twisted determination, as if, "He's been pushing me into this position?" A chilling thought flashed through Edward's mind. He lifted his head and saw the light of destruction descending. It's all over. Cyrus stared at the pillar of destructive light, convinced that everything had finally come to an end. Dialga's roar of time and Palkia's spatial rend, when impacted by the unknown legendary Pokémon's interference, veered off course and slammed into the ground, unleashing a massive explosion that obliterated everything nearby. There was no way a regular human like Edward could survive such an assault. It was impossible. Edward! Shizuka cried out in panic. She tried to rush over to help, but Cyrus's Pokémon kept attacking, blocking her path. She could only watch helplessly. Q and Fortune also tried to assist, but the sheer chaos caused by the legendary Pokémon's battle waves stopped them in their tracks. Shizuka clutched her shirt tightly, her breathing ragged. In her mind, she could already see the image of Edward being annihilated by the legendary attacks. This shouldn't have happened. Team Galactic was a Sinnoh League matter. It was her responsibility. Why had Edward been dragged into this? Shizuka, if that day ever comes, I'll protect you. The memory blurred in her mind. As she looked at Edward, she saw the shadow of her younger self reflected in him. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed, and the ground beneath where Edward had been standing began to tremble. The violent tremor knocked him backward just before the explosion blasted him through the air. Cyrus blinked in disbelief. He looked up, spotting the fast-approaching Groudon and the quaking earth in its wake. This is... Cyrus was stunned by the turn of events. Edward had actually survived? A cobalt blue light flickered past, and Cyrus's expression returned to calm. Damn it, that guy really can see the future. Edward winced, rubbing his arm. It felt almost broken. But what concerned him more was Cyrus's actions. Everything he'd done was methodical and precise, as if he was deliberately herding Edward to a specific position, the exact place where that devastating blast had struck. If it weren't for Groudon's tremor knocking him slightly back at the last moment, he'd be dead. But how could Cyrus predict something to this exact degree? That level of calculation was inhuman. Even a Pokémon capable of seeing the future shouldn't be able to predict something like this. So, how had Cyrus done it? Edward, we have to get out of here. These legendary Pokémon have completely lost their minds. Shizuka rushed to Edward's side during a brief lull, eyes full of panic. She couldn't bear to see a scene like the one just now again. We can't leave, Shizuka. Edward looked around at the surrounding spatial energy. Twin Leaf Town had become a literal island, completely cut off. Unless that barrier was destroyed, no one could escape. The only options were: try to use the organ in the temple to play that sacred melody, or hope that the legendary Pokémon stopped fighting on their own. As Edward pondered solutions, Cyrus launched another attack. This time, I won't fall for it. Edward commanded Q and the others while constantly adjusting his movement. Now that he knew Cyrus could partially predict the future, he had to deliberately avoid the path Cyrus would expect. Fortune. Make it rain full power. Edward spotted an opening between the attacks of Cyrus's Pokémon and immediately gave the order. Fortune didn't hesitate. A tidal wave of glittering coins surged forward, crashing down like a golden storm. Each coin, empowered by Pokémon magic, carried immense destructive force. Under the unreasonable might of Gold Rush, 4 of Cyrus's Pokémon were instantly taken out. Only Probopass and Magnezone barely escaped defeat. Edward felt a flicker of hope. But just then, a massive tremor shook the battlefield. Caught off guard, Fortune was knocked down, coins spilling across the ground. At the same time, Q, who had been using Phantom Force to sneak attack Cyrus, was intercepted by a powerful shadow punch and knocked back. From the pile of coins, a massive figure emerged. Golurk. Edward frowned. This guy. Cyrus really did his homework. In the games, Cyrus never used a Golurk. This one had clearly been prepared specifically for Edward. Damn it. Edward looked up, but Cyrus was gone. Confused, he scanned the battlefield, only to quickly understand where Cyrus had gone. Can't you come up with something original? Edward muttered, looking at Cyrus, who was now standing with the lake trio floating in front of him, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf. Against you? This is the only way. Cyrus replied calmly. The trio's eyes flashed with psychic light. Edward turned just in time to see Zoroark, who had been fighting Magnezone and Zoroark, freeze completely. Its gaze turned dull and empty. Shizuka, who had been standing beside it in worry, also froze, expressionless, like a puppet. Her Pokémon stopped as well. Even Q and Fortune were suddenly motionless. In an instant, everything around Edward fell eerily silent. The Lake Trio. These 3 may look small, but they possess mysterious powers. They can strip away knowledge, emotion, and will. I've used them too crudely before, Cyrus said with a satisfied smile. But now, Edward, I've finally harnessed their true power. He looked at Edward with the confidence of someone holding a guaranteed victory. You. Edward stared at him, speechless. This man was becoming ridiculously powerful. Roar. A furious roar erupted from above. Edward looked up and saw Dialga's Roar of Time slam into Giratina, only for Groudon to stab Precipice Blades directly into the gemstone on Dialga's chest. The gem cracked. Edward paused. Dialga? Cobalt blue gemstone. He turned to look at the ring on Cyrus's finger. That ring was also cobalt blue. Cyrus, he actually has a piece of Dialga's gemstone. What was going on? Edward stared in disbelief at Dialga in the sky. The gem on its chest had clearly cracked, but not shattered yet. So then, that ring. Die here, Edward. Cyrus gave him no time to speak. In an instant, the Lake Trio's power surged again. Crushing pressure descended upon Edward, rendering him completely immobile. Watching Edward about to be crushed into pulp by the power of the Lake Trio, Cyrus was in an excellent mood. Edward had tormented him for 18 years. 18 years ago, Cyrus was still meticulously planning the future of Team Galactic, laying the groundwork to achieve his ultimate goal. That day, as he rested in a luxurious villa, a strange disc and a cobalt blue gemstone suddenly dropped onto his stomach out of nowhere. Cyrus was puzzled. He investigated, but could find no clues. These objects seemed to have appeared from thin air. Originally, he planned to throw the cobalt blue gem away. But the moment he held it in his hand, he saw the future. After verifying its authenticity, Cyrus was overjoyed. He even believed the gemstone was a gift from a legendary being, a reward for his beliefs. But that night, his nightmare began. Every night, I've been tortured by the same dream, over and over again. Cyrus looked at Edward, eyes tinged with a sense of liberation. He wasn't one to talk much, but now he couldn't help but let it out. Only by venting this long-standing pain could his soul find release. Like a player about to win a long, grueling match, typing a question mark in global chat before the final blow. In my dream, I'm in a chaotic place, fighting against a blurry figure. I only know he's a man. He has 2 Pokémon, a Mimikyu and a Gholdengo, but he has allies too. Cyrus was in increasingly high spirits as he spoke. Every night, he had that same dream. He didn't know why he had to fight the man, but the moment he fell asleep, the dream would begin without fail. Sleeping pills didn't help, nor did hypnosis from his Pokémon. As long as he slept, the nightmare came. He tried to escape, resist, and break free, but nothing worked. As long as he wore the cobalt blue gemstone ring, the dream would come. But he couldn't give it up. Because with the ring, he could occasionally see into the future, catch glimpses of it, and grow stronger faster, to lead Team Galactic to a better future. He even tried removing the ring while sleeping. Still didn't work. Placing it far away also didn't help. The dream clung to him like a demonic curse. All these years, he kept searching for the identity of the shadowy figure in the dream, where they fought, who he was. And through this endless probing, he discovered that his opponent had a powerful trump card, a legendary Pokémon not from this world. For 6,500 nights across 18 years, Cyrus fought that shadow. He died repeatedly and relived the same cycle over and over. He came to know that mysterious enemy better than his own most loyal subordinates. Eventually, he even discovered the identity of the woman standing next to the shadowy man in the dream and learned what led to her betrayal. Finally, he traced the origin of the disc to Twinleaf Town, and there he saw the rising fame of Edward, who gained notoriety from filming Dead Silence. In that moment, the shadow in his dream took a tangible form. Still, he wasn't entirely sure. It was only Mimikyu at Edward's side back then. But then came Gholdengo, and later, he watched Edward enter Eterna City, wearing clothes exactly like the man in his dream. So Cyrus came to Twinleaf Town, found Edward, and from that point on everything mirrored the dream exactly. 6,500 nights. Finally, it all ends here. Cyrus raised his hand with satisfaction. He would have the Lake Trio tear Edward to pieces, ending this long-running nightmare once and for all. Edward looked at Cyrus. He hadn't said much, but it was enough for Edward to piece things together. Cyrus had gained limited foresight from Dialga's gemstone. But there's one thing you absolutely can't foresee, Edward said as he opened his long-in-use system interface. A wicked ghost, 123,144 fear points. Just as Edward had expected. He hadn't spent any fear points in a while, and now the total had exceeded 100,000, enough to claim a reward. You may redeem one reward. Redeem now. Edward immediately chose to redeem. This was his golden cheat, something Cyrus could never know about, not even Dialga. A chance to change fate, Edward muttered. You obtained Unweaving Fate. Unweaving Fate. The threads of fate have woven into a dense, unbreakable web. When a cunning spider slashes through fate with a blade that doesn't belong to it, Arceus bestows his blessing upon you. What does that mean? Edward was stunned. And, at that exact moment, the battle in the sky escalated even further. Palkia used Spatial Rend, slicing open the space behind Giratina. The turbulent spatial ripples triggered a subtle disturbance, and the red orb from MT Stark was swept away by the current. Dialga's roar of time vibrated the already unstable space, causing the rift to ripple. The red orb flew directly toward Edward, slamming hard into his forehead. The red orb. Edward stared in disbelief at the gem floating before him. Cyrus's pupils shrank. This was outside his predictions. I command you. Cyrus roared desperately. But Groudon turned its gaze toward Edward. It saw the red orb floating in front of him, and without hesitation, charged forward. Before the lake trio could even activate their powers, Groudon struck them with precipice blades, sending them flying into the distance. Roar! Groudon let out a thunderous roar. And in that instant, Edward's bindings were lifted. He instinctively reached out to touch the red orb. A strange power surged in his heart. His pulse accelerated wildly, hammering in his chest to the point that he felt extremely uncomfortable. Is this Mega Evolution? The thought flashed through his mind. He'd heard that Mega Evolution required the trainer and Pokémon to be of one mind, and it also took a physical toll on the trainer. Most trainers could only Mega Evolve one Pokémon at a time and had to rest afterward. Back then, he didn't understand why. But now, feeling his heart pounding uncontrollably, Edward understood. A blinding light burst forth. What's happening? At that moment, all of Sinnoh plunged into chaos. People screamed, panicked, and stared in horror as the weather across the entire region was suddenly swept away, replaced by a blazing sun and scorching heat. The sun blazed overhead, its searing rays baking every inch of Sinnoh. In Snow Point City, the citizens were utterly stunned. Their perpetually snow-covered home had suddenly been graced with clear skies. Even the snow was starting to melt, sending a wave of panic through everyone. The chairwoman of the Sinnoh League looked grim. She was being bombarded with phone calls and messages, giving her a massive headache. But what bothered her most was seeing Joseph Stone, already at the scene, assembling a strange weapon with a cold, expressionless face. Back in Twin Leaf Town, Groudon's body was completely cloaked in glowing magma, covered with strange markings. Its presence grew even more overwhelming. The ground cracked open as a violent earthquake shook the area, instantly knocking the lake trio unconscious. Roar! Primal Groudon let out a terrifying roar. Cyrus's face darkened as he watched the lake trio, now completely incapacitated. What's going on? Shizuka finally regained her senses. Just moments ago, her will and emotions had been stripped away, turning her into a lifeless doll. Now that she was awake again, what she saw made her blood run cold. A colossal, terrifying legendary Pokémon stood right in front of Edward. I flipped the table. Edward looked at Primal Groudon and spoke weakly. His entire body felt exhausted, like someone climbing Mount Everest with a raging fever, completely drained, both physically and mentally. He finally understood why Mega Evolution had so many limitations. But staring at Groudon and at Cyrus, whose expression had soured, Edward felt slightly better. This wasn't how he wanted things to go. He had only come to this place to calm the wrath of Dialga and Palkia, to do his part for the Sinnoh region. But then Cyrus showed up, and everything spiraled into the chaos it was now. He'd barely kept up with Cyrus's relentless, calculated strikes, only to discover that the man could literally see the future, forcing Edward into multiple near-death situations. So Edward figured, if he was up against a cheater, using an even stronger cheat wasn't out of line. So Cyrus, what's your next move? Edward exhaled and recalled Q and Fortune, both exhausted and incapable of continuing. Leaving them out would only distract him now. Simple. Cyrus looked at him, then raised the disc in his hand. Edward's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the temple, damaged but still standing amidst the rampaging legendaries. If he could get that temple to play the sacred tune again, maybe it could calm them down. But the problem was, he didn't have the disc key needed to activate it. I planned for many outcomes, but I admit, your Groudon was beyond expectations. Cyrus said calmly, raising the disc with the same hand that bore the cobalt blue gemstone ring. Meanwhile, Groudon, having finished with the lake trio, launched another attack toward Dialga. But the tides had already turned. The lake trio were down. Cyrus's Pokémon were heavily injured. Only Magnezone could still move. On Edward's side, Zoroark had clawed its way out of the rubble and was now standing protectively by his side. Shizuka's Pokémon were all down as well, but with Zoroark present, Edward didn't feel like they were going to lose. Boss, I'm definitely filing for a lot of overtime after this. Zoroark panted. Today had been the most intense day of its life, more thrilling than any long, boring month combined. No worries, I'll give you 10 million worth of crystals if that's what it takes. Edward looked at Cyrus with a rising sense of unease. Why was he raising the disc? What was he planning? It didn't seem like a bluff. If Cyrus wanted to threaten him, he would have done so long ago. Zoroark, break. Edward was just about to order Zoroark to break Cyrus's arm and stop him from holding up the disc when self-destruct, Magnezone. Cyrus's cold, emotionless voice rang out. Even in this realm corrupted by the distortion world, Edward felt a chill run down his spine. And Magnezone didn't hesitate, it flew forward and triggered a full self-destruction. Caught off guard, Edward could only dive down and pull Zoroark and Shizuka with him. Even then, the shockwave from the explosion sent a metallic taste into his throat. That lunatic. Edward had lost count of how many times he'd cursed Cyrus as a madman. But this time, he truly meant it. Who else but a madman would do something like this? Magnezone utterly destroyed itself in the blast. Its shattered parts scattered everywhere, and one jagged piece of metal pierced Edward's leg, making him feel the pain only after he looked down. Magnezone was dead. Truly, completely dead. In the games, self-destruct just dropped a Pokémon's HP to 0. But in reality, depending on the situation, a Pokémon could sacrifice its life to amplify the power of its explosion. And that's exactly what Magnezone had done. What the hell is he trying to do? Edward looked toward the clearing dust cloud. Zoroark struggled to its feet beside him, and Shizuka swayed dizzily, disoriented by the blast. And Cyrus was still holding the disc high. He seemed to sense Edward's gaze and turned to meet it. Edward froze. In Cyrus's eyes, a wild, manic joy flickered, only to be quickly hidden behind a mask of calm. Edward, I've won. Cyrus said it flatly. Edward didn't understand. What was he talking about? And then, in the very next moment, a beam of light pierced through Cyrus's hand, unleashing an explosion of power that shattered Dialga's time gem. Time itself unraveled in a burst of uncontrollable, raging force. As the blinding light erupted, Edward instinctively stumbled back. What was that? What kind of power could detonate the time gem? It hit. A cheer erupted from outside Twinleaf Town. Just moments ago, Joseph Stone and his team had assembled a strange weapon and fired several shots at the time-space barrier in front of them. After pounding it repeatedly, they finally created a small breach. Then, they launched a special energy projectile, developed by Devon Corp using data from their capture of Rayquaza, through the gap. Nobody had high hopes for it. After passing through the warped time-space field, the bullet's trajectory had already been distorted. It could have landed anywhere. But somehow, it struck Cyrus's hand dead-on, and the crowd went wild with excitement. Everyone except Joseph Stone. His expression darkened. Something didn't feel right. When he looked through a high-magnification scope and saw a blinding light burst from Cyrus's hand, realization dawned. That shot might have hit something truly catastrophic. No, bro. What the hell? Edward couldn't hold it in anymore. It felt like someone had betrayed him from the inside. Who brings a weapon like this at a time like this? Something strong enough to destroy Dialga's time gem? Great. Just great. Staring into the blinding light before him, Edward had no idea what to do next. His leg had been pierced by shrapnel, he couldn't even move. And the explosion was right in front of him. The only thing he could do now was try to pick the least painful way to die. Edward. A heart-wrenching cry rang out. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Shizuka. The white-haired girl, tears in her eyes, stood in front of the blast to shield him. Edward was stunned. Not far away, Zoroark was trying to attack the ball of white light, attempting to divert it away from them. Groudon also turned to look at their position. Then, the gods of time and space arrived. Dialga opened its mouth. Palkia prepared to shift the light away. The next moment, ringing in the ears, a blinding white light, all-encompassing. Edward collapsed, dizzy and overwhelmed. He had always wondered, why did characters in war movies get disoriented and deafened after an explosion? Now he understood. Lying on the ground, unable to move, ears ringing, vision filled with white. But something was off. The dust and gravel around him, stirred up by the explosion, were floating in midair as if someone had paused time. No, this wasn't a pause. It was the power of time. The shattered gem of Dialga held an immense force, divine power, temporal energy. Edward watched with his eyes wide open as Shizuka turned her head. Why could she move? She opened her mouth, seemingly saying something, her eyes filled with tears, and a smile. Edward's head throbbed. The next wave of explosion tore through. And then, a red, molten-clad foot stepped in front of him. Groudon. Edward blacked out. When Edward woke up again, his head was still spinning like he'd spun in circles 100 times. No ordinary person could withstand this without training. He stumbled to his feet and immediately collapsed again, holding his head, fighting back nausea. Shizuka. Where's Shizuka? He glanced around. No Shizuka. No Twin Leaf Town. Only floating rubble and debris. Dialga's gem was broken, a chunk of it was gone. Edward recognized that shape. It was the cobalt blue gem that had once been in Cyrus's hand. Palkia's gem was also filled with spiderweb-like cracks, terrifying to behold. The rift to the distortion world was completely gone. Groudon stood before him, its body damaged in several places, but still standing. Under its other foot, Zoroark lay unconscious, now reverted to its original Hisui form, red and white, ethereal and beautiful. Edward looked at it, dazed. Where's Shizuka? He stood up, confused. Twin Leaf Town gone. The blast from Dialga's gem, perhaps amplified by that attack, looked like a laser weapon, had obliterated everything. Every building was now floating rubble. And countless bodies. Shattered limbs and gore were everywhere. Edward vomited uncontrollably. Wiping his mouth, he forced himself up. This was the power of a legendary Pokémon. Even a single gem from Dialga held unimaginable might. But now, what could he do? He turned toward where Cyrus had been. The cobalt gem and the disc, both gone. That lunatic had destroyed everything. But even if he had the disc, it wouldn't matter anymore. The temple was gone. The floating rubble might have once been part of it. Dialga and Palkia were both down, needing rest. Groudon let out a low growl and bowed its head. It had shielded Edward from the explosion and was heavily injured. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Edward looked around, his heart aching. None of this should have happened. It should never have turned out like this. He looked to the edge of Twin Leaf Town. The time-space barrier had turned completely black, no one outside could see it anymore. And at the barrier's outer edge, everyone was silent. All they had seen was the explosion. Then darkness spread across the barrier, cutting off their view completely. Joseph Stone stood trembling. He was the one who had fired the shot that caused the explosion. Edward. It shouldn't be like this. Edward ran toward the spot where Cyrus had been. He looked up at the floating debris. Broken shards, shattered ruins, and then his eyes lit up. There it was. A flute, unharmed even by the explosion. The azure flute. Without hesitation, Edward picked it up and began to play. Melodic, sacred music echoed through the air. A staircase descended from the sky. Rubble in the sky began to gather and reshape. The temple rebuilt itself before Edward's eyes. The metallic disc landed beside him. Staggering forward despite the pain in his leg, he picked up the disc and entered the temple. Without pause, he inserted the disc and pulled the lever. Ding! A clear, elegant melody rang out. Edward collapsed to the ground, staring weakly at the sky. And there, golden wings appeared before him. The melody of oration flowed, transforming into a wave of healing power. Lush, vibrant flowers spread out all around him. And Edward lay silently among them, gazing up at the sky. Oration possessed miraculous power. As its melody played, the golden wings it summoned carried with them the force of healing. The battle between the twin gods of time and space finally came to a halt. In the face of this divine melody and the power wielded by a mere human, The two legendaries bowed their heads in gratitude. Even their injuries began to heal under Oration's sacred music. Oration, what a magnificent power. But Edward gazed up at the golden wings overhead, awe in his expression, yet his heart soon sank. Yes, Oration had healed everything. It had ended the battle. It had even completely healed the wound in Edward's leg. He could now walk normally again. But what about the others? Edward stood up. The metal shards embedded in his leg had already been forced out, and fresh tissue had filled the wounds. He held the railing and looked down at what was once Twin Leaf Town. The once thriving town was gone. Everyone who had fought or sought shelter there had perished, including the members of Team Galactic. All of them had died in the explosion triggered by the gem Cyrus held aloft. Cyrus must have foreseen the future. He must have known exactly where that attack would land. That's why he let Magnezone self-destruct, ensuring the gem would be struck, and traded both his own life and Edward's in the process. What a troublesome lunatic. Edward sighed. Twinleaf Town was gone. Shizuka was gone. All of it, Cyrus's doing. He was the most difficult opponent Edward had ever faced. Dialga suddenly let out a cry. Edward jerked his head up. No way. Don't tell me. Are you serious? After everything, this guy still wants to fight? Edward was about to lose it if that was the case. But it wasn't. He saw Dialga, whose gem had been restored, let out another cry as radiant light began to spiral and gather around its body. It was like a massive glowing light bulb, shedding infinite light. Even Palkia, after glancing at Dialga, simply turned and stepped into a spatial rift, vanishing. Roar. Primal Groudon let out a roar too, its injuries now completely healed. What? Edward looked at Dialga, baffled. The light surrounding the Pokémon intensified. What was it trying to do? The next second, a burst of blinding light exploded outward. Edward watched in shock as the scattered rubble and dismembered limbs outside began rewinding. Collapsed buildings began reconstructing. Destroyed people reappeared, alive and whole. Edward stood there stunned. Was this the power of a god? Time reversal. Temporal rewinding. Am I alive again? Officer Jenny's squad captain stared in disbelief at her own hands. Her Pokémon beside her looked equally stunned. Just moments ago, they had died in the explosion, yet now, they were alive again? Everyone around her was filled with overwhelming joy. No one could accept sudden death with ease. And now, they had been resurrected, all while Dialga, glowing overhead, remained in the sky. Its gem, however, was beginning to fade, the light visibly dimming. Shizuka and Cyrus didn't return? Edward looked down at the spot where he had been shielded by Groudon. Everything there remained unchanged. And now Dialga's light dimmed completely. Twinleaf Town was back. Even the corrosive effects of space-time were gradually fading away. Dialga floated forward through the air, arriving directly in front of Edward. Behind him, Groudon let out a disgruntled roar and stomped forward, each footstep heavy. Edward glanced at Dialga, gliding gracefully through the air, then at Groudon, who thundered forward step by step. He rubbed his face. Seriously? Everything's finally over, and you still want to fight Groudon like this? Dialga looked at Edward, eyes filled with a mysterious glow. And at that moment, Edward understood. After its gem exploded, the time in that area had been distorted. Cyrus and Shizuka couldn't be brought back because their existences had been caught in the chaotic temporal currents. And the explosion had also erased the disc and the remaining gem shard, casting them into the void of time, forever lost. Only because Oration healed Dialga's body did it have the strength left to perform this time reversal. Thank you, Dialga, Edward said sincerely. Though this entire mess had started because of Dialga and Palkia's war, in the end, it was Dialga who saved everyone. If not for Cyrus's madness and the explosion of the time gem, Twinleaf Town wouldn't have suffered this fate either. Dialga nodded slightly. Then its gaze shifted to a certain location outside town. Its eyes glowed. In the next instant, a black, shackled Pokémon appeared before Edward. It struggled free immediately, bewildered by its surroundings. Edward paused. That's Darkrai, the nightmare Pokémon? Dialga glanced at Edward one last time, then turned and floated away from Twinleaf Town. Darkrai remained there, stunned for a few seconds, then quickly vanished into the distance. Darkrai. Edward scratched his head. He had been wondering where Darkrai had gone, turns out it only showed up now. Roar. Groudon walked up beside Edward, its ancient eyes locking onto him. Groudon, are you planning to walk all the way back? Edward looked at Groudon and asked cautiously. This guy was probably a huge problem for the Sinnoh region now. Primal Groudon, with its desolate land ability, nullifying all water-type moves, creating harsh sunlight that couldn't be changed unless it met Primal Kyogre. Way too powerful. Who knows how many places in Sinnoh were being affected? Roar. Groudon's roar blew Edward's hair back into a full slicked-back hairstyle like a movie star. So, how about I take you back? Edward cautiously pulled out a luxury ball. Groudon remained still. He tossed the ball. In the next second, Groudon entered the ball, and it landed at Edward's feet. Edward picked up the warm ball and gulped. Did I just catch Groudon? And not only that, he was still holding the red orb, the item that allowed him to resonate with Groudon and trigger its primal reversion. Edward. Before he could react, his father's panicked voice shouted. Edward was immediately embraced. He froze for a moment, then slowly patted his father's back. Dad, that blast earlier, that was you, wasn't it? Edward said through clenched teeth. He'd really suffered because of that attack. Joseph Stone's body tensed slightly, and he gave an awkward smile. Edward saw this and immediately understood, just as he suspected, that attack earlier had been launched by his father. Edward was a little helpless. He had seen plenty of people get tricked by their own dads, but a father sabotaging his own son? That was a new one. Still, he embraced his father anyway. The old man had rushed all the way from Hoenn. It must have been exhausting. Edward could feel the genuine care in that effort, and he was quietly moved. However, as he looked at the massive crater left by the explosion of the time gem, his expression grew somber. Shizuka. He thought of the girl who had thrown herself in front of him just before the explosion. Edward didn't actually have many strong memories of Shizuka. They were childhood friends, but after his transmigration into this world, he'd always played the role of an older brother to her, sometimes teasing her now and then. But who could have imagined that at the critical moment, Shizuka would step in without hesitation and shield him with her body? It would be cold-hearted to say he wasn't moved. But what could he do? Even Dialga couldn't save her. What hope did he have? Right, where's Zoroark? He suddenly remembered his secretary, also named Shizuka. He looked around and soon spotted her, awake now and transformed once more into her familiar human form. But this time, Edward noticed something different. The girl Zoroark had transformed into had snow-white hair. As the space-time barrier dissolved, the League's main forces flooded into Twinleaf Town. The remnants and officers of Team Galactic were all swiftly arrested, and Edward was inevitably invited in for questioning. After all, he was a first-hand witness. The League had many things to ask him. Mr. Edward, thank you very much. By the time the debriefing ended, it was already dark. Edward sat wearily on a sofa, rubbing his temples. Shizuka, was she the undercover agent you stationed inside Team Galactic? Edward looked at Officer Jenny and asked solemnly. This mattered to him. It was about clearing Shizuka's name. Yes. It was originally a top-level classified mission, but... Officer Jenny's face turned grim. Edward understood what she meant. With Shizuka's death, there was no longer any reason to keep it secret. She deserved a clean name, to be remembered not as a high-ranking Team Galactic executive, but as a hero who gave her life. Edward nodded silently and left the League's headquarters. Oh, Mr. Edward, there's something for you. Just as he was about to step outside, another officer, Jenny, stopped him, holding out a small object. This is Miss Shizuka's personal belonging. She stated it should be given to you after her death. The Jenny's eyes were red. Edward quietly accepted it. Thank you. It was a slightly yellowed photograph. In it, a white-haired girl was smiling while hugging a younger Edward. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Edward was momentarily dazed. He remembered now. This was the photo taken right before Shizuka moved away. After the photo, she cried. Edward comforted her for a long time, and they even promised to keep in touch before she stopped crying. He carefully put the photo away. But just as he was about to slip it into his wallet, he noticed some writing on the back. "When I grow up, I want to marry Edward." Edward fell silent. He took a deep breath and tucked the photo away. Now that primal Groudon had been returned away, the harsh sunlight covering the Sinnoh region had also disappeared. Sinnoh's weather had returned to normal. Edward sat in the luxurious champion suite, looking up at the moonlit sky. "Boss." Zoroark, now back with her white hair, walked in and handed Edward a steaming cup of moo-moo milk. "Shizuka, are you okay?" Edward looked at her. She had done her best, fighting valiantly, even against the legendary Lake Trio, but in the end, she still fainted. Thinking about her name stirred a mix of emotions in Edward's heart. "I'm fine," Zoroark replied with a bright smile, a small dimple forming on her cheek. Edward was quiet for a moment. "Have you remembered anything?" he asked cautiously. Something about the Shizuka and that Shizuka felt interconnected, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "No." Zoroark shook her head. Edward looked disappointed. "That's right, if this Shizuka really were that Shizuka, she probably would have remembered something by now." Zoroark went back to rest. Edward transferred 10 million to her bank account, as he had promised. She had helped him with everything she had, and 10 million was nothing to Edward now. "Tomorrow, I'll visit the last ruin. Then I'll head back." He stretched lazily. Though Sinnoh had just experienced a great catastrophe, life in Hoenn was proceeding steadily. Even the filming of his variety show was progressing smoothly. The next morning, Edward got up early, or rather, he hadn't really slept well at all. In his dreams, he kept seeing Shizuka, right before the explosion. What had she said? He didn't know. And that not knowing made him all the more uneasy. Stepping out of the hotel, he brought Zoroark with him to visit the ruins near Mt. Coronet. It was one of the largest and most complete ruins ever discovered in Sinnoh, recommended to him by Cynthia herself. Normally, the site was restricted to the public. It was still being excavated. But Edward was different. Not only was he the heir to Devon Corporation, but after what he did yesterday, he had been awarded the League's Medal of Valor. Once the award ceremony took place, he'd officially become a decorated hero. The Medal of Valor granted access to many restricted places. This is the largest and most well-preserved ruin we've found in Sinnoh so far. According to our estimates, this area once belonged to a massive ancient tribe. But eventually, a bloody massacre took place here. The League's official guide excitedly explained to Edward as they entered. Edward nodded silently. Would something be here? His thoughts drifted to the ancient tomes he had read before. Zoroark looked completely lost upon entering the ruins. The deeper they went, the stranger her behavior became. "Shizuka? What's wrong?" Edward frowned and turned to look at her. She ignored him, then suddenly rushed forward and slapped her hand against the wall. "So your Pokémon. Please don't let it touch things at random." The guide shrieked like a panicked Diglett. But the next second, a hidden door creaked open. This. The tour guide, who had just been shrieking like a startled Diglett, now stood dumbfounded as she stared at the hidden door before her. She looked completely bewildered. She had no idea such a door even existed. Edward glanced at Zoroark, noticing that something was off about her expression. His heart began to beat faster. He didn't know exactly what he was anticipating, but he was certain something important was about to happen. This place is... Zoroark stepped into the hidden chamber ahead. Edward followed close behind. A minute later, the guide finally snapped out of her daze and quickly contacted her superiors. Soon, a group of professional archaeologists arrived at the scene. Edward entered the secret chamber. After countless years of being sealed, the room was thick with a strange smell. Dust swirled through the air under the glow of their lights, like tiny ghosts whispering ancient stories. The chamber wasn't large, on the contrary, it was quite small. Inside were some strange-looking items, and dried bloodstains could still be seen on the stone floor. Please don't touch anything. The guide's sharp cry made Edward's ears ache. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zoroark. She, however, seemed lost in thought, walking absent-mindedly toward one spot, then suddenly plopped down. Miss, you. The guide was about to stop her, but hesitated. She couldn't bring herself to intervene. After all, Zoroark was the one who had discovered this hidden door. None of them had noticed anything unusual before she pointed it out. Let her be, Mary. Let her do what she needs to. Two elderly men with white beards stepped into the room, eyes gleaming as they watched Zoroark. Upon hearing their words, the guide named Mary nodded and moved to stand beside them. Edward kept his eyes on Zoroark. He watched her reach down to pick up two iron shackles from the floor, then calmly slid her hands into them. In an instant, a simple confinement device locked into place around her wrists. Edward's pupils contracted. Liam, look, there's a notebook here. One of the elderly men called out in surprise. Edward turned to look and saw a dust-covered notebook, its design surprisingly modern. Quick, bring the scanner, Liam shouted. A group of assistants rushed over and carefully began photographing the notebook. Meanwhile, Zoroark remained motionless. She just sat there, staring blankly at the shackles now binding her hands. No one could tell what she was thinking. Edward moved closer. The notebook's writing was in a strange language. But then, to his astonishment, he realized he could read it. A diary. Unsure of the date. I locked myself in this place. I'm scared that I'm no longer myself. I dream, again and again, of becoming a bloodthirsty Pokémon, slaughtering everyone in the village. Am I a Pokémon? My memories are fading more and more. I can't remember who I was, what my name is, or where I came from. Only know this. The calamity must be contained. The calamity. I never imagined this chamber was used to imprison the calamity. Liam exclaimed in shock. But soon, all eyes in the room turned to Zoroark. The room wasn't large, and the only confinement area was where she now sat. Why is the writing in the League's official standard script? Another elder furrowed his brow. If they hadn't tested the notebook with modern scanners and confirmed that it indeed dated back to the Hisui era, they would have thought this was just some kind of prank. And the most perplexing thing, why did this girl know about all of this? Miss, would you be willing to stay for further? One of the elders approached Zoroark eagerly. He didn't care about her appearance. What intrigued him was how she knew about this place, this chamber that even they didn't know existed. Apologies. Shizuka does not consent to being studied. Edward stepped in front of her protectively. But if we could study this site properly, it would be a huge breakthrough in the history of Sinnoh. The elder's tone grew more agitated. He even pulled out his League-issued ID, trying to justify himself. I said, no research. Edward's voice now carried a note of irritation. The old man hesitated, then sighed and stepped aside. He knew exactly who Edward was, a bearer of the League's Medal of Valor, the man who had just saved Sinnoh from a major crisis. If he didn't want this Pokémon to be studied, then no one in Sinnoh would dare go against his will. The calamity, what exactly is it? Edward looked back at Zoroark. Her expression remained vacant. No response. The calamity was something we discovered while researching this facility. Though still a bit annoyed, the elder began explaining seriously. According to our data, the calamity is a legend, a vengeful specter who slaughtered an entire village, leaving no survivors. In hidden corners of the ruins, we found fragments of writing that said things like, "The calamity is here. It has returned for vengeance. Don't kill me," Liam added gravely. Based on our findings, it's likely that everyone in this ancient settlement died at the hands of the calamity. Edward's heart stirred. He remembered something Zoroark had once told him, a girl who was pushed off a cliff, who turned into a Zoroark and began her path of revenge. A vengeful specter, the calamity. Could it be Shizuka? He had only ever told Shizuka the stories of Cinderella, of the Lotus Lantern. Edward clenched his fists. Could it be that Shizuka didn't die in the explosion, but was instead thrown into the space-time turbulence, sent back to the ancient Hisui region? There, she suffered countless trials, was pushed off a cliff, and became a Zoroark? Then, why didn't Zoroark remember? Ah, that's it. Edward recalled the line in the notebook, written in the official Pokemon League script. My memories are fading more and more. His breath quickened. Everything now made sense. Because Shizuka's memories had faded over time, she forgot her past, forgot who she was, and eventually came to believe she was just an ordinary Pokemon, living all the way to the present day. Can we translate the earlier entries now? Edward asked urgently. Liam exchanged glances with the other elder, then nodded. Translating the earlier parts isn't too difficult. Based on our understanding of Hisui-era script, this first entry can be translated as. Liam sat Edward down beside him, holding out the photos they had just taken and pointing at the strange symbols as he explained what each one meant. Edward skimmed through the lines and soon grasped the basic meaning of the sentence. Shizuka, will you tell us another story today? Shizuka gripped a rough, worn-out pen, but her thoughts were interrupted by the eager voices beside her. She turned with a smile and looked at the three excited children in front of her. Of course, but I've already told this story before. Are you sure you still want to hear it again? Shizuka smiled gently at the three kids, then slowly stood up, a cracked Pokeball in hand. Ever since the explosion that day, Shizuka had been transported to this strange new world. Having lived in Sinnoh for a while, she quickly realized this was the Hisui era. But that realization brought despair. Hisui was so far removed from Edward's time. By the time Edward ever found her, she might already be long dead. Yes, but Shizuka, your stories are so good. We want to hear them again. The children beamed brightly. Seeing their smiles, Shizuka took out her worn notebook and sat down beside them. Then today, let's tell the story of Cinderella. She smiled as she spoke. But just outside the door, a middle-aged man was watching her with lecherous, hungry eyes. Hey kids, Uncle here needs to talk to Sister Shizuka about something important, so would you mind stepping out for a bit? After saying that, the man tried to lay his hands on me, but I fought him off and chased him away. Edward's face darkened. He looked over at Zoroark, still sitting silently, her face expressionless, as if lost deep in thought. The diary was written entirely in first person, using I throughout. But Edward caught it. The kids had called the narrator Shizuka. Shizuka. Cinderella. Edward's heart pounded faster and faster. He clutched at his chest, visibly shaken. So it was true, Shizuka hadn't died. She'd been sent through time, hurled into the Hisui region by the explosion of the Time Stone. And she still remembered the stories he once told her. What about the second entry? Edward asked anxiously. The second entry. This one has a rather shocking start. It begins with the character for a woman. That woman is a slut. She seduced me, then tried to blackmail me. Shizuka stood emotionlessly before the gathered villagers, listening to the man's false accusations. He ranted with such righteous fury, it almost seemed like he genuinely believed his own lies. Shizuka was furious. She knew the truth, this man had tried to assault her. She'd fought him off. And now, in humiliation and rage, he was slandering her in front of everyone. See? I knew this outsider was bad luck. Look at her, so young, and her hair's already white. A woman chimed in to support her husband. White hair at that age. She's clearly a monster. Voices erupted from the crowd. Shizuka recognized one of the villagers. He had once confessed his feelings to her, and she had rejected him. Now, he had joined the growing mob hurling accusations and insults. With more voices joining the chorus, the wave of slander and hatred crashed down like daggers onto Shizuka's heart. As Sister Shizuka, one of the three children tried to speak up in her defense, but was quickly silenced by his parents. The other two kids, after hearing who knows what from their families, hesitated, then also joined in the public condemnation. I didn't do any of that. Shizuka's quiet denial was like a ripple on the surface of a stormy sea drowned out in an instant. Die! Die! Let the gods judge her. The villagers roared in anger. This. The elder's expression turned complicated as he finished the translation. Based on the diary, it was clear Shizuka had been falsely accused. What about the third entry? Edward asked urgently. The diary only had 4 entries in total. We're not sure. The third page was torn out. What's left jumps straight to the one you've already seen. Edward picked up the fourth photo. It contained just a single sentence. But the writing was a mess, crooked, jagged, almost illegible. And according to the two scholars, it wasn't written in any known Hessian dialect. So, what did this sentence mean? Edward didn't know. And in the chamber, no other clues remained. As for the torn-out pages, what was written there? Edward had no way of knowing. Shizuka. He turned toward Zoroark, only to realize she was gone. Edward shot to his feet in alarm. Professor, that girl, she's disappeared. Tien, I forgot Zoroark can transform to a person, so I keep changing girl to Pokemon MV. Others had noticed it too. A wave of panic spread through the group, but despite searching high and low, Zoroark was nowhere to be found. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. But Edward knew Zoroark was a ghost-type Pokémon. If she wanted to leave, nothing could really stop her, unless the place was treated with ghost-proof coating. He left the ruins and tried calling her. No answer. He searched everywhere but couldn't find her. By the time the sun began to set, Edward still hadn't seen a trace of Zoroark. He felt lost. Where could she have gone? Having exhausted all options, Edward returned to the hotel, hoping she might have come back. And just as he pushed open his door, there she was. Zoroark sat curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. She looked up as she heard the door open. Boss? She looked at Edward quietly. Edward simply stood there, staring at her. The last rays of the sunset filtered through the glass, casting a warm glow over Zoroark. Edward watched as she bit her lip, and then two dimples appeared on her face. Zoroark smiled through tears, pointing at the dimples on her cheeks. Smiling and crying at the same time, her eyes sparkled with tears. Edward stood there stunned. A memory came rushing back. When they were young, Shizuka used to do the same thing to make dimples appear. Edward never figured out how she did it, but every time, she'd point at them proudly and say, "Edward, no way, right?" Shizuka's voice trembled with a mix of tears and laughter. Looking at the Shizuka in front of him, Edward felt a little dazed. The image of the Shizuka seemed to overlap perfectly with his memories of the childhood friend he once knew. His eyes glazed slightly. He had truly never expected the story to develop in this direction. Although Edward had long harbored suspicions about Zoroark's true identity, nothing had ever confirmed it. So he couldn't be sure if Zoroark really was Shizuka. But now, looking at the girl before him, Edward was almost certain this was the same Shizuka who had sacrificed herself to protect him during the explosion yesterday. "Shizuka, have you recovered your memories?" Edward asked, a little excited, staring at her hopefully. If Shizuka truly remembered her past, it would be a great relief to him. But as he recalled everything she had done for him, his heart stirred uneasily. He didn't know what kind of feelings Shizuka had for him, but considering she had been willing to die to save him, that feeling was probably, "Hee, just kidding, boss." Zoroark smiled sweetly, and Edward froze, staring at her in disbelief. What did she mean by that? Just teasing him? Zoroark didn't look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the dim room. The last rays of the evening sun had faded, and darkness gradually took over. But in that twilight, her eyes gleamed brightly, so brightly that Edward could hardly look away. "I don't have memories of the past, or rather, I've long forgotten them. I only remember that I killed an entire human village out of revenge. But why I did that, or what happened afterward, I can't remember anymore." Zoroark spoke calmly, but Edward noticed the tremble in her voice. It reminded him of the strange diary they had found in the ruins. The writer had said the same, that she had begun to forget, bit by bit, her memories, her name, her past. She could only remember who she was because of seeing the name Shizuka written in the diary. Zoroark was clearly the same. She had forgotten most of her past. That only made Edward more certain this Zoroark was his childhood friend Shizuka. The same Shizuka who had once shielded him from the explosion without hesitation. Once upon a time, there was a girl who didn't live a very happy life. She grew up in a cruel and toxic household. Edward didn't press her with questions. Instead, he began to tell the story of Cinderella. While he spoke, he carefully observed Zoroark's expression. She didn't react much at first, but Edward noticed something in her eyes, a flicker of hesitation, and she didn't dare meet his gaze. And toward the end of the story, her expression shifted again. That was when Edward realized Zoroark had remembered something. But for some reason, she was unwilling to admit it. Maybe because this version of Cinderella was different. In Edward's version, Cinderella forgave her stepmother and stepsisters. Edward moved to sit beside her. Shizuka turned her back on him shyly, not daring to look him in the eye. "Shizuka, thank you," Edward said gently. That single sentence seemed to unlock something deep inside her. Shizuka's eyes instantly turned red. She turned her head to look at Edward, and in the next second, she transformed back into Zoroark. "But I'm just a Pokémon now," she cried out, her voice raw. She trembled as she looked down at her hands, gray claws, red fur, and that unfamiliar, monstrous form. Even though she could use illusion to return to her original appearance, in her heart, she no longer believed she was human. She had survived. She had met Edward again. That made her happy. But deep down, she was breaking. "But you're still Shizuka," Edward said warmly. Shizuka trembled even more. She cried uncontrollably, tears falling one after another, splashing quietly onto the floor. In that moment, Shizuka broke down completely in front of Edward. Later. "Boss, is this really okay?" On the plane, Shizuka sat next to Edward, her voice soft and uncertain. Edward chuckled. "What's not okay? You were my secretary anyway. Though I really didn't expect things to turn out like this." He looked at her and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He never would have guessed that the secretary he had once randomly hired at the Pokémon talent market would turn out to be his childhood sweetheart. Honestly, if this kind of plot appeared in a web novel, readers would tear the author to pieces for being too melodramatic. Though Shizuka felt awkward about it all, Edward had managed to convince her to continue living normally. What surprised him more was that Shizuka actually wanted to remain his secretary for a while longer. Edward didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. But after thinking about it, he felt maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. At least this way, things wouldn't be so awkward between them. Still, whenever he saw Shizuka beside him, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his chest. Edward wasn't clueless. He knew what Shizuka's act of shielding him from the explosion had meant. And, because he knew, he felt even more flustered about it. "Ahem. Shizuka, back when we were confronting that guy Cyrus, you said something to me. What was it?" Edward finally couldn't help but ask. Shizuka turned her head to look at him. Her eyes shimmered like they were about to pull in all the light in the world. "You didn't hear it?" She looked at him with mock surprise. Edward's mouth twitched. Even though she had her memories back, she still sounded like that mischievous Zoroark he knew. "So, do you want me to say it again?" Shizuka asked softly, head lowered, ears turning red. Edward subconsciously held his breath. "I'm not telling you. How's the company been lately? Is that variety show shooting on schedule?" After returning to the company, Edward had finally managed to reset his mindset. Though Shizuka's situation had shocked him, now that it was resolved, life had to go on. "Boss, based on the current progress, the show is proceeding smoothly. However, your recent incident hasn't really circulated within the company," Shizuka replied skillfully while holding several documents. Edward nodded. This was within his expectations. The fact that he was trapped in Twin Leaf Town wasn't public knowledge. At least within the Hoenn League, only his family had been informed. But the League sent word. "They need you to stop by the League office hall later," Shizuka added. Edward let out a sigh. He wasn't particularly thrilled to go, but he understood it was unavoidable. Back in Twin Leaf Town, Edward had allowed Groudon to undergo primal reversion, a spectacle witnessed by others. In a case like this, he was obligated to undergo an official check by the League. Honestly, being asked to come over was already a special courtesy. If it had been anyone else, the League would have sent someone to cordially knock on their door and invite them for a friendly chat. "All right, I get it. Keep monitoring the show's progress, and once the screening phase wraps up, we'll go over and pick the cast. Then we can start shooting Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Edward rubbed his temples in mild frustration. If he had known it would turn out like this, he might have stayed in Sinnoh a bit longer and enjoyed a proper vacation. But he knew that was never going to happen anyway. Understood, boss. Shizuka walked out briskly, holding the documents close. Edward stared at her retreating figure, feeling a bit conflicted. Though their relationship had clearly shifted, Shizuka didn't seem inclined to directly acknowledge that change. Did he have to be the one to bring it up? You really are a handful, aren't you? Just as Shizuka left, Stephen pushed the door open and entered with a stern look on his face. Edward chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't expected that simply going to Twinleaf Town to deal with Dialga and Palkia would end up with him crossing paths with a madman like Cyrus. Come on, bro, you can't blame me for that, right? Edward tried playing dumb, but Stephen clearly wasn't buying it. Arms crossed and expression cold, he stared silently at Edward. The oppressive atmosphere made Edward drop the act and hang his head. Sorry. Stephen snorted, then walked over and ruffled Edward's hair. Edward blinked in surprise. It had been ages since Stephen last did that. Ever since Edward had grown older, Stephen always insisted, a real man doesn't let others ruffle his hair. I'm just glad you made it back in one piece. You have no idea, when Dad was watching the battle footage, he nearly had a heart attack. Stephen's voice softened. Looking at his younger brother, his emotions were complicated. He really hadn't expected Edward to cause so much trouble in just one visit to Sinnoh. You know, now that you mention it, I remember how Dad almost got me killed. Edward said with a wry smile. Back then, their father had fired a shot meant to intercept Cyrus, but ended up nearly blasting Edward instead. Not that he blamed his father. Given the circumstances, what their dad did was already impressive enough. Cyrus was a lunatic. Even with foreknowledge of the future, he still chose to drag Edward into the distortion world with him. According to Cyrus, he'd already been tortured by fate for so long that it made sense he'd want to take Edward down with him. I heard about that too, Stephen said. Dad said it wasn't intentional. He never imagined that energy beam, after so many refractions, would actually hit you. Stephen also looked a bit helpless. Their father had told him, when he saw the blast connect and cause an explosion, he nearly went into cardiac arrest. Edward laughed as he walked out with his brother. He knew Stephen had come to support him, not just emotionally, but also to act as a safeguard in case the League tried anything funny. With a champion like Stephen standing by, the League would have to think twice before making any bold moves. When they arrived at the League office hall, Edward returned to the same testing area as before. Everything looked familiar, the room, the equipment, but the security this time was clearly upgraded. That's to be expected. You did awaken Groudon, after all. Officer Jenny Isolde explained, noticing Edward's puzzled expression. The last Groudon had only been dormant, but this time it was fully awake. Given the circumstances, it was no surprise the League took this extremely seriously. If anything, the security measures still felt a little too light. Edward nodded, understanding. He tossed out a Pokeball, and in the next second, Groudon appeared before them. Thankfully, it was still asleep. Edward let out a sigh of relief. This would make things a lot simpler. But then, Groudon's eyelids twitched. In the next second, it opened its eyes. It scanned the room slowly, then locked eyes with Edward. At that moment, Edward felt his blood rush and his heart pound violently in his chest. Panic struck him. Was it about to undergo primal reversion right here? Put it away now. The Hoenn League chairwoman shouted sharply. Edward hurriedly returned Groudon to its luxury ball. As soon as the light enveloped Groudon and it vanished, the suffocating pressure finally faded, and Edward's heart returned to a normal rhythm. You're saying the variety show filming is almost finished? Edward looked at Shizuka with surprise. He hadn't expected the show to wrap up this quickly. Yes, boss. According to the latest update, you've been invited to participate in the next and the following episode. You'll also need to select the cast for Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Shizuka glanced at the documents in her hands and nodded seriously. Edward rubbed his temples. It had been nearly a month since that incident in the Sinnoh region. During this time, the show's production had been full of hiccups, issues here and there. Still, it was finally coming to a close, and he did indeed need to fulfill his commitment to pick out the new cast for the upcoming season. All right, I understand. Please arrange the schedule. Edward checked his phone. Once the variety show aired, he would need to take the chosen actors and begin filming season 2 of Sherlock Holmes. He also had to inform Mr. Giovanni. Speaking of Mr. Giovanni, Edward remembered something. Mr. Giovanni had mentioned wanting to visit the Hoenn, but unexpectedly got tied up with league affairs. From what Edward heard, Giovanni was still in the Kanto, participating in a secret league operation. Edward wasn't entirely sure what the operation entailed, only that it involved some dark organization active in Kanto. Surely they didn't assign Mr. Giovanni to investigate Team Rocket, right? That would be way too surreal. Edward clicked his tongue. But on second thought, that might not be so far-fetched. After all, Team Rocket was the biggest dark organization in Kanto right now. Yawning, Edward checked the time. It was almost noon. He decided to start his lunch break early today. Instead of going out, he chose to visit Mutewo. Lately, Mutewo had been cooped up at home with zero activity. If it weren't for the fact that Mutewo was still posting all trophies in all games, walkthroughs online, Edward might have assumed it had dropped dead on his couch. Riding in the old butler's car, Edward soon arrived at the house he'd arranged for Mutewo. As he stepped out and walked toward the door, he immediately caught a weird smell in the air. Eh? Edward, what brings you here? A moment later, the door opened, and Mutewo's telepathic voice echoed in his mind. But what shocked Edward more was the state of the house. It was an absolute disaster. Clothes and pants strewn everywhere, even underwear and socks. Takeout containers piled up in the corners, radiating an unholy stench. Edward felt like he couldn't breathe. Was this really Mutewo's home? He started wondering if he'd accidentally rented the place to some hopeless slob. What happened to this place? Edward asked in disbelief. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Out walked a strange man, messy hair, thick glasses, a full beer belly. Edward was stunned. Wait a second, wasn't this place for Mutewo? Don't be so shocked. Come on in first. Mutewo's voice sounded in Edward's head again. Hesitantly, Edward stepped inside and closed the door. And the moment he did, the entire room shifted, the filth disappeared, replaced by a clean, orderly environment. Even the strange smell was gone. Edward was amazed. Mutewo had created a complete illusion over the house. Visual illusions he could understand, but olfactory illusions? I recently noticed some suspicious individuals lurking around here. Turns out, they were from Team Rocket. The man's form shimmered and changed into Mutewo. Team Rocket is investigating you? Edward was shocked. He had just dealt with the space-time duo, and now Mutewo needed help too? So I staged this whole performance. In fact, I'm not actually here. What you're seeing is a telepathic projection I created remotely. Mutewo's form flickered and changed back into the sloppy man. Boss, if you hadn't shown up, I'd have had no choice but to survive on some truly questionable food. Mutewo said this aloud, in a normal voice. Edward raised an eyebrow, playing along with the act. Clearly, Mutewo had spotted some nearby Team Rocket agents, so it was putting on a show. Sure enough, Mutewo soon sent a telepathic message alerting him someone was watching with binoculars from a nearby location. Boss, let me show you my special sofa beef rice bowl. Mutewo said in an overly dramatic tone. Edward cooperated with the act, stepping into character. The room reverted to its previous filthy appearance. Then, he watched as Mutewo sat by the sofa and began cooking using bizarre tools. It stir-fried beef using a clothes iron and pulled out all sorts of strange seasonings from every corner. So far, Edward could barely keep himself together. But when Mutewo scooped 2 full ladles of broth from the dirty crevice of the sofa and poured it over steaming beef rice, that was the last straw. Are you seriously committing to this bit that hard? Edward finally broke. He noticed Mutewo's form shift back to normal, clearly indicating the Team Rocket agent had left. Unable to hold back anymore, Edward voiced his disgust. What he had just seen had obliterated any appetite he had for lunch. That's the only way to get them to back off quickly. Mutwo replied. I built this lazy shut-in persona on purpose. But there's still a chance someone might expose the illusion. We'll need a real actor to take over the role soon. Mutwo explained calmly. Honestly, before I saw you scoop 3 spoonfuls of soup from the sofa, I thought it might still be possible to find an actor willing to take this job, Edward said seriously. But after I saw you actually pour that soup onto your rice, I realized there probably aren't many actors who would be willing to go that far. Sure, there were plenty of dedicated actors who were willing to make sacrifices in pursuit of artistic excellence, but Edward felt that Mutwo's particular request was asking way too much. What if a Team Rocket agent decided they had to see the infamous sofa-scooping trick with their own eyes? Would they really expect an actor to perform a scene where they cooked onion beef on the sofa and then scooped out 3 ladles of soup from inside it to pour on rice? That was far beyond what any normal actor should be asked to do. And unlike traditional film productions, where a performance might go down in cinema history, helping Mutwo play a disgusting slob wouldn't earn much recognition. At best, the actor might get a decent paycheck, but that was about it. Edward figured not many would be willing to take on such a role. I had no choice, Mutwo said with a sigh. Once I noticed those people spying on me, I tried several strategies. But after testing a few things, this was the most effective one. It made them retreat the fastest. Apparently, the Team Rocket operatives watching Mutwo were particularly sensitive to gross-out material. Other tricks and deceptions worked more slowly, but disgust seemed to make them flee almost instantly. Edward fell into thought. He originally wanted to ask why Mutwo didn't just deal with them directly, but after thinking about it, he understood Mutwo's hesitation. If Team Rocket agents started disappearing near this location, the organization would likely send in more people and officially label Mutwo as their target. So instead of escalating the situation, Mutwo's plan to divert attention made a lot more sense. You could try using psychic power to hypnotize them, Edward offered. Make them believe you're not their target. Mutwo looked cautious. That could be detected by other psychic-type Pokémon. Edward couldn't help but laugh. Mutwo was a legendary Pokémon, God tier, and yet it was acting so cautious when it came to Team Rocket. Do you need my help? Edward asked. Mutwo quickly shook its head. It had already come up with a plan. If successful, it would get Team Rocket off its back for good. Edward didn't press further. After chatting for a while, he left Mutwo's place. He still had to attend the recording of that variety show in the afternoon and select the cast for Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Out on the busy street, Edward stretched lazily as he walked, watching the bustling crowd and Pokémon. Now that the red orb was in his possession, the Aqua team had no way to awaken Kyogre. Plus, with Groudon as his trump card, he didn't feel particularly threatened. Even if Team Aqua launched a full-scale attack, as long as backup arrived in time, he could easily hold them off. More importantly, no one on the Aqua team could withstand Groudon's might. While Groudon's primal reversion made it more vulnerable to water-type moves, its Desolate Land ability completely neutralized all water-type attacks. Only other water-type legendary Pokémon could pose a threat in that form. So in a way, Edward had already solved the looming apocalyptic crisis in the Hoenn region. All that remained was the meteorite. But Edward already had some plans in motion to deal with that. After returning to the company, he attended the variety show recordings. Once 2 episodes were completed, the cast for Sherlock Holmes Season 2 was finalized. Edward then took the team to Galar for filming. On the journey, he invited Giovanni, who finally managed to free up some time and join them. So this time, I get the full script? Sitting on the plane, Giovanni flipped through the pages and asked curiously. Edward nodded. This time, Giovanni had been given all of his characters' lines. Edward planned to finish filming all of Giovanni's scenes in one go. That way, if Giovanni's true identity was revealed later, they wouldn't run into the awkward situation of needing to replace the actor who played Moriarty. Sure, modern technology and Shizuka's illusions could make recasting seamless, but Edward still preferred not to risk it. Swapping out actors could complicate things, especially when it came to achieving the emotional depth he wanted for the role. So his plan was to get everything done now while he still could. Giovanni eyed Edward curiously. The whole thing felt a little strange, almost as if Edward expected him to be unavailable for future filming. It's just that, as a gym leader, your schedule may not always be open, Edward said, picking up on Giovanni's suspicion. So it's more convenient to get all your scenes done ahead of time. It was a reasonable explanation. After all, it wasn't like he could come out and say, I know your secret identity and that you're the head of Team Rocket and your cover is about to be blown. I see. That makes sense. Giovanni nodded in understanding. With the script discussion over, Edward leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Giovanni busied himself with messages on his phone. While handling business, Giovanni noticed a new text notification. He glanced at Edward, who appeared to be asleep, then quietly opened the message. Mr. Giovanni, is there anything wrong with the script? Edward asked, noticing that Giovanni seemed somewhat absent-minded, as if deep in thought. There's nothing wrong with it. I accept, Giovanni replied politely. He actually found the script Edward had given him to be quite compelling. The tone was distinct, and it suited his personality well. But what intrigued Giovanni the most was the character Moriarty. He found the role fascinating, so much so that it felt tailor-made for him. A brilliant intellect who hides behind a perfect facade, yet rules the underworld in secret. A supervillain through and through. For Giovanni, it was almost like looking into a mirror. It was as if Moriarty had been written for him. May I ask what inspired you to create the character of Moriarty? Giovanni asked, choosing to proceed with caution. After all, he couldn't help but notice just how many similarities there were between himself and the role. I just thought it made sense. As Sherlock Holmes' ultimate adversary, Moriarty had to be a criminal mastermind, someone who could match Holmes in intellect. Edward replied with a calm smile. He had sensed Giovanni's suspicion, but his answer remained light and casual. And it was true. When he first created Moriarty, Giovanni wasn't even part of the project yet. Giovanni found the explanation reasonable and let go of his doubts. He started pondering how best to portray the role. He wasn't interested in other films or shows, only Sherlock Holmes was worthy of his involvement. Edward didn't concern himself with Giovanni's internal deliberations. He was still busy coordinating the production schedule. After all, Season 2 of Sherlock Holmes had generated a huge buzz online, and everyone was watching to see whether it could maintain the high standard set by Season 1. Boss, there's some online chatter that might negatively affect Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Should we have the PR team step in? Shizuka walked up briskly and handed him a document. Edward glanced through the file. With the announcement of Season 2's filming and his unconventional casting methods, plus the large number of cast members, public debate had exploded online. People were arguing. Was Edward just using publicity stunts? Or was he genuinely trying to make a great film? All kinds of marketing accounts and social media bloggers smelled blood in the water and swarmed like sharks. Some published outrageous hot takes, others simply reposted sensationalized comments, using clickbait headlines to stir things up. The online discourse had become chaotic. Everyone was talking about Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Clear camps had formed, supporters and skeptics. Then there were the trolls, clout chasers, and, for fun, commentators thrown into the mix. It was a mess. Some people were already celebrating the new season like it was a guaranteed hit, even though filming hadn't even started. They praised it as the best Pokémon League TV series of the year, claiming it would surpass not only Season 1, but every other show the League had ever produced. They hyped it up outrageously while trashing any dissenters, even those with neutral views. The internet was a battlefield, and Sherlock Holmes, too, was at the center of it. But Edward didn't feel especially thrilled. Even though Porygon species were in charge of monitoring the Pokémon World's network systems, there were always loopholes. Trolls, bots, and shill accounts were a constant presence. It was getting harder and harder to tell truth from lies. Netizens were easily manipulated, turned into tools for others' agendas. And nowadays, the most efficient way to slander something was to pose as an extreme, overzealous fan. By aggressively attacking anyone who didn't praise the subject, you could turn neutral or indifferent bystanders into haters. And it worked frighteningly well. In his previous life, this kind of manipulation had happened to many popular shows. Whether they were driven by paid trolls, bored troublemakers, or even real fans who didn't know better, the result was the same: massive negative backlash caused by overhype and toxic fandom. The internet was a deep, murky place. That was why Edward rarely participated in online debates. Still, now that his own project was being targeted by such tactics, he began to consider his options. He quickly came up with a solution. He would release an official statement online, but not until after tonight's premiere episode of the variety show aired. A standalone statement would be weak on its own. But once viewers had seen the actual performances, the statement would be much more convincing. He had already reviewed the recording of the first episode and was quite satisfied with the result. The actors' performances were powerful and expressive, which brought a sense of comfort and satisfaction to Edward. They became the characters they played. That might sound like a basic requirement in show business, but in reality, it was rare. Without experienced actors, most performances just felt awkward. Prepare a public statement. Post it tonight after the first episode airs. By the way, how's Monica's project going? Edward asked, pausing as he worked through the documents in front of him. Miss Monica's film has completed principal filming. It's now in post-production, Shizuka replied promptly. Then she handed him a cup of fruit tea. Edward blinked in surprise, then smiled as he accepted it. Thanks, he said softly. Edward had been very satisfied with the script Dollhouse, which Monica had written, so he had gone out of his way to find a director to help her bring it to life. By now, the movie should have been completed, considering how much time had passed. Besides, Dollhouse didn't require many special effects shots, so a faster production schedule was to be expected. Well, that actually works out perfectly, Edward mused. It can fill the gap during the downtime before Sherlock Holmes Season 2 airs. There haven't been any standout horror films released recently anyway. He was pleased. He had wanted to ask about this for a while now. Since the filming and editing for Season 2 of Sherlock Holmes would take time, his next movie project would naturally be delayed. In the meantime, Monica's Dollhouse could be released to fill the gap. Boss, there are still quite a few horror films out right now. You really don't feel any sense of crisis? Shizuka said with a mischievous smile, hands folded behind her back as she looked at Edward. Edward felt a little awkward under her blazing gaze. He didn't quite understand why Shizuka still hadn't clarified their relationship, even though he had hinted at it before. But she had simply laughed it off like she didn't notice. After recalling Shizuka's true identity, however, Edward began to understand. He figured she might be hesitant because she was a Pokémon. After all, a relationship between a human and a Pokémon wasn't exactly considered normal. In fact, the League had regulations against such relationships due to past incidents that had led to serious consequences. That was why the League eventually issued an official ban on human, Pokémon romance. Every seemingly absurd rule has an even more absurd backstory behind it. So, Edward figured that since Shizuka had gone undercover in Team Galactic, she must be very familiar with those regulations. Given that, her hesitation made perfect sense. Thinking about it gave Edward a headache. The problem wouldn't be easy to solve. Either he had to throw away all human restraint and force something to happen with a Pokémon, or he had to find a way to separate Shizuka's soul and restore her to human form. Are there any good horror films lately? I'm genuinely curious, Edward asked with interest. The genre's gotten really formulaic. He actually liked horror films. Watching different styles of horror helped inspire new ideas. But in the world of Pokémon, horror movies were often bland and boring. I've already sent you the latest ones, Shizuka said, still smiling. Edward picked up his phone and saw the titles of 3 current horror films. The Phantom of the Lake. Don't Look at Joanna. The Cursed Letter. Just reading the names made him chuckle. They sounded just like the horror films he'd made in the past, only with slightly tweaked templates. Still, since he was currently waiting on location coordination, he decided to go to the cinema and check one out. He wanted to see if any of today's directors could actually make a decent horror film. 2 hours later, Edward walked out of the theater stone-faced. He had clearly overestimated them. Even though these directors had 3 of his own horror films to use as templates, they couldn't even copy properly. The film had put him to sleep, literally. The most absurd part? When he woke up in the middle of the screening, the plot had advanced in such a way that it felt like he hadn't missed anything. That should tell you just how bland the movie was. And this was the best reviewed one of the 3, with a positive rating of a whopping 62%. Edward had thought 62% meant it would be at least watchable, but after sitting through it, he quietly pulled out his phone and left a 1-star review. Now that A Wicked Ghost has finished its theatrical run and the fear points have been harvested, I still haven't gotten another lottery attempt, Edward muttered. It seemed that if he wanted to spin the wheel again, he'd have to release another horror film soon. Short films could earn fear points, but unfortunately, those points couldn't be used for the lottery. He glanced at his still decent stockpile of fear points, then at the 0 displayed under lottery chances and sighed. This system doesn't even have a shop or a way to exchange fear points. Edward frowned. He had hoped to use fear points to buy raffle tickets or tools, something, but there was nothing. The only thing fear points were good for was creating fear candies. Feeling helpless, he returned to the set and looked around at the arguing officials and his empty call log. He was speechless. Why were the Galar League officials still fighting over filming locations? Only the representative from Motostoke sat calmly, sipping tea with a smug look, clearly confident that his city would win. Edward sighed. These people had only been arguing for a day, but judging by the pace, they could probably keep this up for 3 or 4 more without making any progress. So Edward quietly reached out to Champion Leon to express his frustration. Leon quickly stepped in and finalized the shooting location. With that settled, Edward finally had time to begin filming. Looking at the luxurious train set the League had prepared for him, he decided to shoot the classic case, Murder on the Orient Express, first. Only after that would he begin filming Giovanni's Moriarty storyline. Murder on the Orient Express, a classic detective story and one of the most famous works in the genre, was written by the legendary queen of crime, Agatha Christie. It was precisely because of its excellence that Edward decided to adapt it as part of Sherlock Holmes Season 2. However, in order to faithfully adapt this story into a film, a train was necessary. And to capture a sense of realism, Edward believed the best option would be to film on an actual moving train. Of course, he also understood that this was no easy feat. He hadn't set his hopes too high, assuming such a request might be rejected. But to his surprise, the Galar League took it very seriously and, without hesitation, offered him the most luxurious train in the entire region, fully at his disposal. This generous gesture was exactly why Edward decided to start by filming Murder on the Orient Express first, so he could return the train as soon as the shoot was complete. "Boss, is this where we'll be filming?" Shizuka asked curiously as she looked at the luxurious train before her, visibly impressed. Edward smacked his lips in appreciation. He had to admit, the Galar League had gone above and beyond. He was genuinely touched by how willing they were to let him use such an incredible train. "Yes, this is the one. Get the makeup team, props team, and set decorators on board to start preparing the set. Also, during filming, be mindful of the scenery outside. Make sure the windows stay open," Edward said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. The train was amazing. Edward also understood the Galar League's intentions. It was clear they hoped the show's success would help promote both their scenic locations and this train. And it was likely that, once Sherlock Holmes Season 2 aired, this train would become a must-visit destination for fans. "Boss, how's my look?" asked Daniel, stepping forward in a meticulously tailored outfit. Standing nearby, Shizuka watched Edward with a complicated expression, quietly observing his reaction. Edward gave Daniel a quick once-over. From his costume to his physical appearance, everything aligned perfectly with Edward's ideal image of Sherlock Holmes. "Very nice. I can tell you haven't slacked off. You've kept up your training," Edward nodded approvingly. He could clearly see that Daniel had not only maintained his physique, but had actually improved it. Edward was pleased. Some actors, after suddenly rising to fame, quickly let themselves go. A lack of physical discipline would lead to an unfit appearance. A competent actor would actively manage their body, while a great actor would mold it to fit each role. Different roles demanded different body types. Excellent actors would sculpt their physiques accordingly, through workouts or even deliberate weight loss. These conditions could always be supplemented later. "Boss, I didn't want to disappoint you," Daniel grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. Edward raised an eyebrow. Daniel had even replicated Holmes's smoking habit. Heavy smokers often had yellowed or even slightly blackened teeth. Holmes, in the original books, smoked frequently, so this added touch of authenticity was impressively spot on. "Very good, Daniel. With that kind of dedication, you'd have made it as a great actor even without my discovery," Edward said, patting his shoulder. Daniel gave him a modest smile. Several supporting actors and extras passing by couldn't help but look on enviously. They all knew Daniel. He'd once been a no-name background actor, the kind people forgot as soon as the scene ended. By all accounts, his career should have been over long ago. But somehow, he'd struck gold, discovered by director Edward, and had now skyrocketed into stardom. It was the stuff of dreams. With the entire crew aboard, the train slowly began to move, starting a journey that would not stop unless Edward said so. The entire route and all stops were subject to his direction for the duration of filming. Meanwhile, Giovanni noticed 3 people boarding with the production crew, and his expression immediately turned complicated. "Jesse, James, and Meowth? Why are they here?" he muttered. Even someone as composed and steady as Giovanni, the mafia boss of Team Rocket, couldn't help but twitch at the sight of them. Back when they first joined, those 3 had been decent members of Team Rocket. But once they formed a team, they quickly became the organization's biggest embarrassment. Every mission they took on ended in disaster. They failed consistently and caused endless trouble. Their unique talent was so remarkable that even Giovanni, who normally paid no attention to low-ranking members, had taken notice. If it weren't for the wealth James's family contributed to Team Rocket, Giovanni would have kicked them out long ago just to stop them from constantly tarnishing the organization's reputation. But the real problem was those 3 had seen him before. Even though they'd only met a few times, they didn't know his true identity as the boss of Team Rocket. He needed to find a way to subtly warn them, not to blurt anything out and accidentally reveal who he really was. That would be incredibly awkward. "Boss?" Meowth called out the moment he noticed him standing among the actors. Instantly, the entire train car went silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Meowth. At that exact moment, Edward stepped in, planning to call everyone together for a group meal. He froze in the doorway, staring at the silent room, the now panicking Meowth and Giovanni's grim expression. Edward rubbed his face. Yeah, he had definitely walked in at the wrong time. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, inside an ancient ruin, an elder held a mysterious object with a solemn expression. "Liam, look at this. What do you think it is?" Liam put on his glasses and took a closer look. It was an ancient painting. In it, a strange-looking Pokémon was sniffing something on the ground. There, one could faintly see a pale, disembodied hand. Above the Pokémon, a swirling mist coalesced into the image of a crying face. That's a Zoroark, isn't it? Liam recognized the Pokémon immediately. Murder on the Orient Express. Its plot was long and intricate, with well-crafted characters and a brilliantly executed crime. Condensing such a masterful story into a 90-minute film was no easy task. Fortunately, Edward had already completed the adaptation. To ensure quality, he had even consulted the mystery novelist Crane Gray, who had now joined the crew aboard the train. "I'm just saying, hiding here to avoid your editor isn't really a valid plan, you know," Edward said as he looked at Crane. When he had approached the novelist for help adapting the script, the man had agreed immediately, but on one condition: he had to accompany the production crew during filming, and Edward was not allowed to reveal his whereabouts. Now, hoping to avoid the awkwardness still lingering around Giovanni, Edward had decided to chat with Crane before calling everyone together for dinner. "I have no other choice," Crane replied bitterly. Though he was a fairly well-known mystery author, he had his own share of headaches. Chief among them, deadlines, the terrifying monsters of a writer's life. His usually sweet and understanding editor would transform into a demon as deadlines approached. If he didn't submit his manuscript in time, she might even break into his home in the middle of the night to demand it. Crane was at his breaking point. With the next deadline fast approaching and no inspiration in sight, he had to run. So when he heard that Edward was preparing to film Sherlock Holmes Season 2, he immediately saw his escape route. "You can't do this," Edward shook his head. "Besides, being on a train that doesn't stop, I keep feeling like someone might get murdered at any moment." Crane's eyes lit up. "A murder, huh?" "You know, now that you mention it, a train that never stops, with windows too small for a person to escape through, narrow corridors, rooms that can't be opened from the outside once locked. All the elements for a perfect murder are here." He looked truly excited. Edward narrowed his eyes and gave him a warning look. "You better not try anything on this train. I'm filming a detective series, not trying to solve an actual murder. Relax." Most murder mysteries are almost impossible to pull off in real life anyway. Crane waved it off. "I was just talking." Anyone who's written a detective story knows it's extremely difficult to commit a crime like that in reality. Edward nodded in agreement. After all, in real-world investigations, the first thing the police look at is the victim's social circle, especially those with grudges or financial disputes. Most murder cases involve someone the victim knew, enemies, rivals, or someone with a motive. Around 90% of killers are caught because of their connection to the victim. What really worries police are random killings, like someone suddenly deciding that vegetable vendor looked too pretty today. "I think I'll kill her." In those cases, there's no obvious link to trace, and investigators have to rely on other methods entirely. "I said it." You." Suddenly, a muffled voice interrupted them. Edward and Crane fell silent. It came from the room next door. Amid the train's steady rumble, they could faintly hear a man and a woman arguing. But the details weren't clear. Edward glanced sideways at Crane, unease flickering in his expression. Could this guy actually be a jinx? Surely there isn't really going to be a murder next door. He decided to check. Although he was the director, Edward didn't personally handle the crew's lodging arrangements. Those were taken care of by the company's logistics team. Still, he had a way to find out. Zoroark. Edward thought, then pulled out his phone and messaged Shizuka. Her reply came quickly. The people staying next door to Crane were a young couple from the props department, Shin and Shui, who had started dating while working in the office. As he read the message, Edward opened the door. Right then, he heard an angry shout, definitely from the man, likely Shin. "Enough." A heavy silence followed. Edward and Crane exchanged a glance, then hurriedly knocked on the door. Edward's heart was racing. No way something actually happened, right? The door opened quickly. Shin stood there, face flushed red with anger, breathing heavily. When he saw Edward, his expression turned awkward. Edward looked past him and saw Shui sitting on the bunk, sulking. She also turned when she noticed them at the door, and, seeing Edward, offered an embarrassed smile. They both knew who he was, and now their argument had been overheard by none other than the director himself. "Cool it, both of you. We're all having dinner together later. Make sure you come to the dining area," Edward said with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing serious had happened. If someone had actually died, the production would have been halted immediately, pending an investigation. "Why yes, of course," Shin replied with an awkward laugh, scratching his head. Edward and Crane returned to their cabin. Edward noted that Crane's room was the last in the train car, and apart from that couple, he had no other neighbors. A crime of passion? That could be a solid premise. Crane mused aloud, sitting on his bed and already spinning a new story in his mind. Edward rolled his eyes. This guy is hopeless. Still, he didn't say anything. Instead, he told Crane the time for dinner and left to continue preparations. After all, he still needed to get ready for the evening's meal and for the arrival of a certain overly enthusiastic guest star. The champion of the Galar League. Ha ha, Edward. I heard you've got a legendary Pokémon now, right? As soon as Edward saw Leon, the champion burst into laughter and strode over enthusiastically, causing the corners of Edward's mouth to twitch. Here we go again. As soon as he heard Leon was coming, Edward had already braced himself. He knew exactly what kind of person Leon, and all champions really, were like, absolute battle maniacs. The moment they heard about a strong trainer, they would drop everything and rush off to battle them. Leon was the most notorious of them all. And sure enough, he was here because of Groudon. Edward's possession of Groudon was considered a top-level secret within the league. Only a few high-ranking officials knew about it, and, unfortunately, Leon happened to be one of those high-ranking officials. "Come on, I didn't catch Groudon, it was just an accident," Edward said, sighing. He wasn't worried about confidentiality. The two of them were in the luxury compartment of the train, soundproofed and private. No risk of eavesdropping. Honestly, he was tired of explaining this story. Groudon wasn't something he had gone out of his way to catch. He had just casually tossed a Pokeball at the statue, and somehow it went in. That being said, Groudon's presence had helped him immensely. Without it, Edward wasn't even sure he could have turned the tables against Cyrus. That lunatic was practically cheating, with an ability to see the future, no less. Edward had only managed to contend with him thanks to his own even stronger cheat, and only then did he stand a chance. Cyrus was insane. "I heard you can already command Groudon in battle. Can you bring it out so I can experience it?" Leon asked excitedly. "Wait, what? Who told you I can command Groudon? Who's spreading this nonsense?" Because I certainly didn't know about it, Edward was practically rolling his eyes. These rumors were getting way out of hand. Before long, people would be claiming that Edward was planning to use Groudon to overthrow the Hoenn League champion and crown himself instead. The truth? Groudon didn't listen to him at all. When Groudon had first appeared, it completely ignored him and just went off to battle the time and space gods. It wasn't until later, after Edward used his cheat system to acquire the red orb and resonated with Groudon for its primal reversion, that Groudon even acknowledged him. And even then, it merely protected him for a while. It never obeyed commands. This was a legendary Pokémon, after all. When Groudon appeared in Sinnoh, it had changed the entire region's climate. Once it underwent primal reversion, all of Sinnoh was thrown into chaos. Countless water-type Pokémon were rendered useless. Even surf and waterfall users were stuck, helplessly stranded. Groudon wasn't just powerful, it was absurdly powerful. And taming a legendary Pokémon wasn't easy. Even if you were strong enough to challenge them, earning their respect and willing cooperation was another matter entirely. These beings were highly intelligent. To work with them, they had to accept you with full conviction. "What a shame," Leon said wistfully. "I heard Groudon caused quite the scene in Sinnoh. Massive regional crises and all that, but it's still incredible that you could make it react like that. Was that some kind of mega evolution?" Edward gave Leon a helpless look. It was clear he'd come specifically to grill him about Groudon. Left with no other choice, Edward stayed in the carriage and had a long conversation with him. Thankfully, Leon had arrived early, and there was still time before the evening banquet. However, there were several things Edward didn't mention to Leon. Like what had happened after the time gem exploded, or how Dialga's gem had been shattered, or the mysterious disappearance of the disc, or the time he blew the azure flute. Some things could be shared. Others definitely not. Edward was clear on where to draw the line. Just dealing with the Groudon situation already had him stretched thin. If he had to add the time gem, Dialga, the possible existence of Arceus, and everything else into the mix, he might not even be allowed to leave Hoenn. He wouldn't be filming this drama at all. Once they'd finished chatting, Edward and Leon left the compartment and headed to the banquet. At the dinner, people kept coming up to toast Edward. Fortunately, everyone knew he wasn't a drinker, so he stuck to fruit juice, and no one minded. Edward also invited members of the train's off-duty service crew to join the event, making sure they got to enjoy the celebration as well. For those still on duty, he arranged for a generous portion of food to be delivered to them. His goal was simple: make sure everyone could enjoy this banquet. To a smooth start for Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Edward smiled as he raised his glass of juice. Everyone else joined in, raising their glasses. Amidst laughter and cheerful voices, the train slowly pulled away from Motostoke and rumbled into the wilds of the Galar region. Edward also reminded everyone, drink in moderation, please. If you can, stick to juices and sodas. They'd begin shooting the next day, and he absolutely didn't want anyone showing up with a hangover to ruin the opening of the shoot. Thanks to his advice, everyone restrained themselves, and the banquet went smoothly without incident. Only Crane sat alone in the corner, eating quietly while plotting out his next mystery. The evening ended on a warm, light-hearted note. Returning to his own carriage, Edward sat on his sleeper bed, gazing out the window. Night had fallen over Galar, stars twinkling across the sky, and the beautiful landscape passed by in soft silhouettes. Edward sighed with admiration. Galar really is a wonderful place for a vacation. I found something. I need to tell you. The next morning, just as Edward was about to announce the start of filming, Crane suddenly pulled him aside. Edward was a little puzzled. What had this guy discovered to get him so worked up? You still remember what happened yesterday afternoon, right? Crane looked at Edward seriously. Edward thought back for a moment. He had indeed spent yesterday afternoon with Crane. Then it clicked. Crane must be referring to when they vaguely heard a couple arguing next door. Worried that something serious was happening, they'd gone over to intervene, only to find it was just a quarrel between a couple. But hadn't that been resolved already? Edward had even checked in on the couple during last night's banquet. While they still seemed a little awkward, they were at least sitting together and chatting. Of course I remember. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Edward asked, confused. Crane pulled him even further aside and lowered his voice. I think that situation yesterday wasn't actually resolved. I suspect that the man might have. Crane didn't finish his sentence, but made a throat-slitting gesture. Edward couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Has this guy written too many crime thrillers? Is he getting paranoid now? Shizuka, go call Shin over here, and Shue too. Edward waved to Shizuka, who nodded and quickly ran off. While waiting, Edward chatted with Crane, trying to convince him to take a break and relax if he was feeling too tense. After all, the luxury train had plenty of entertainment facilities. But when Shizuka returned a few minutes later, only Shin was with her, no sign of Shue. Where's Shue? Edward asked, his tone turning serious. Don't tell me something really happened? Crane was now staring intently at Shin, carefully observing his expression. Sorry, boss, Shin said apologetically. Shue and I had another fight yesterday, and she stormed off. I don't know where she went. But that doesn't make sense. Didn't you two just have a big argument last night? Crane pressed, clearly suspicious. Edward sighed as he glanced at Crane. Is he really about to launch into one of his detective dramas again? Still, the fact that Shue was currently unaccounted for was troublesome. Edward turned to Shizuka, who seemed somewhat distracted. Shizuka, notify the train staff and ask them to help search for Shue. Also, activate the train's broadcast system. Have it call for her to come forward as soon as possible, Edward instructed seriously. They needed to act quickly before things escalated into a bigger problem. If Shue showed up, Crane's suspicions would be baseless, and that would be the end of it. Understood. Shizuka left, though her heavy expression didn't go unnoticed by Edward. Was she hiding something too? I went back to my compartment after the banquet last night and continued working on my novel, Crane began. I have this habit, I like to think in the dark, so I turned off the lights early. That's when I heard arguing from your neighboring room again. At first, I didn't think much of it. But then I heard you furious, yelling something. And then, total silence. After a while, I heard the sound of the door opening. I peeked through the peephole and saw you sitting in the corridor, lost in thought. But there was no sign of Shue. Edward furrowed his brow. No way. Could Crane actually be onto something this time? You stayed out there for a full 4 minutes, completely still, Crane continued. Then you went back inside. About 10 minutes later, you came out again carrying a huge suitcase. It was big enough to fit a person. Edward's expression grew more complicated. This guy didn't just eavesdrop. He was timing everything and spying through peepholes too? This is getting ridiculous. Meanwhile, the train's broadcast had already started calling for Shui. "So, what did you do last night?" Crane asked Shin with an intense gaze. "We had a fight yesterday afternoon, and it got worse later that night. I felt fed up and told her I wanted to break up. After that, she just sat there without saying a word. I went outside for a while to cool down," Shin explained. "When I came back, she still wasn't talking to me. I sat there thinking for a long time. Eventually, I realized I was done with the relationship and started packing my things. I moved to an empty room." Shin then added, "Oh right, I texted our department head about it at the time. It was my department manager who arranged the new room for me." Edward checked his phone. The broadcast had been playing for a while, but Shizuka hadn't come back yet, which meant Shui still hadn't been found. His concern deepened. If something had happened, the crew would have to halt filming and turn back immediately. My supervisor even went to talk to Shui afterward to check on her. "You can ask them to confirm everything," Shin said, his tone earnest and sincere. His statement, if true, completely cleared him of suspicion, leaving Crane slightly thrown off. Could I really have been wrong? He thought. Well, whether he was right or wrong would become clear soon enough. If Shui showed up, then it was all just a misunderstanding. If not, then they'd need to question Shin's supervisor. Just then, Shizuka came rushing back. "Boss, Shui's nowhere to be found," she said gravely. Edward buried his face in his hands. What kind of absurd curse is this? Did something really happen after all? This is getting way too ridiculous. Yesterday? Oh, right, early this morning, Shin did contact me. He mentioned some issues between him and Shui. Shin's department manager, a man in his 30s, recalled the events and gave this answer after some thought. Edward stood to the side, feeling helpless as Crane was already visibly excited. He confidently declared that he would definitely identify the culprit and bring them to justice. Though Crane hadn't named anyone outright, from the look on his face, Edward could tell he still strongly suspected Shin. He even went so far as to call in the onboard security. Officer Jenny, dressed in her uniform, took the report of a missing person very seriously. She assured everyone that an investigation was already underway, with a search team dispatched and constant attempts being made to reach Shui via phone. As for now, did you actually see Shui at the time? Was she in the room? Crane pressed, questioning the department leader intently. The man scratched his head and replied after thinking for a moment. "Yes, I did speak to Shui at the time. I figured since we were all on this trip together, and considering she and Shin have been dating for 3 or 4 years, maybe even heading toward marriage, I should try to ease the situation." Shui was in the room when I went in. The manager, whose name was Desmond, carefully recalled the details. "Wait, go into more detail here," Crane interrupted. "Did she respond to you? Did she turn around? Did you see her face?" He took out a notepad and pen, jotting down notes as he questioned, while Shin sat nearby with a helpless expression. Q was perched on Edward's head, curiously observing the situation, occasionally rubbing its head affectionately against him. Edward gently patted the little Pokémon to soothe it. Ever since that battle, both Q and Fortune had changed. They now understood the dangers Edward had faced, and both felt incredibly guilty for not being able to help more. Edward himself didn't blame them, he had even comforted them, saying it wasn't their fault. After all, even with their increased strength from the fear candy, it was nearly impossible for them to contend with a legendary Pokémon. And Cyrus, he was basically a lunatic. Under those circumstances, Q and Fortune had done all they could. Still, they couldn't forgive themselves. Q had become more attached to Edward and trained even harder. As for Fortune, Edward's eye twitched at the thought. Fortune had taken a rather unique approach to self-improvement. Unlike normal Pokémon, it had started self-studying Pokémon battle strategies and even began reading economics textbooks from Hoenn University's freshman curriculum. Half of its day was spent on battle studies, and the other half on economics. The level of dedication was absurd. "I didn't see her face," Desmond continued after some thought. Crane noticed his eyes shifted to the upper left, a typical eye movement associated with recalling real memories in psychology. Though not always reliable, it was a common sign of truthful recollection. I saw Shue sitting with her back to me. She wasn't saying anything. No matter how much I tried to talk to her, she just didn't respond or move at all. After a while, I figured it was inappropriate for a man to be alone in her room, so I left, Desmond said firmly. It had only been this morning, and though he'd had some sleep, he still remembered the encounter clearly. Edward sighed. Why does this situation seem more and more like something did happen? Shue not moving or speaking, it all felt off. For all we know, she might have already been dead at that point, Crane said grimly. The killer could have propped her up somehow. As long as you didn't get too close or turn her around, you wouldn't notice. There it was. Edward gave Crane a strange look. He had said it out loud, just as expected. It's over. Completely over, Edward muttered to himself in exasperation, glancing around the room. There's no Grim Reaper's emissary here, so why do these absurd situations keep happening to me? Just then, the train car door opened. Boss, Mr. Deck asked me to check when we'll begin shooting the first scene, Daniel walked in and asked. But as soon as he stepped in, he noticed the heavy tension in the air. Yes. Here we go, Edward said with a sigh. A detective, a suspect, an unfortunate victim, and a closed environment. A classic setup for a murder mystery. He looked at Daniel, who was dressed in full Sherlock Holmes attire, and rubbed his face. The scene was absurd. Edward almost expected a certain froggy detective or a spiky-haired boy genius to jump out next. But then again, with Sherlock Holmes already here, maybe things weren't that bad. Shooting, we'll have to wait a bit. Someone's missing. Until we find her, we can't start, Edward said as he pinched his brow in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this all be happening because I didn't hold a proper opening ceremony? In his past life, film crews would always pray or hold a kickoff event before shooting began, hoping for smooth progress. Don't tell me, this is because I skipped that? Edward muttered, doubtful. Missing? Daniel looked confused. Someone went missing on a moving train? Yeah, that Shue girl, Edward said with a headache forming. He glanced at Crane, who was practically buzzing with excitement. After all, a bizarre mystery had actually taken place, right on a moving train. A sealed environment, a missing person, it was everything a mystery novelist could ask for. Crane was thrilled. When all the impossibilities have been ruled out, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, he declared, preparing to showcase the full power of his detective reasoning. Just then, the door flew open. Boss, we found her. Shue's in the prop carriage, helping prepare props for the shoot, Shizuka said, bringing in the good news. Crane froze completely. Edward smiled. And just like that, someone's dream of a grand deduction crumbles into dust. Before the dream of a certain mystery novelist could even begin, it had already ended. The story was actually quite simple. After Shue's argument with Shin yesterday, she sulked for a while. The next morning, instead of doing anything else, she went to the props carriage to organize equipment and try to adjust her mood. As it turned out, she had been wearing headphones and listening to music, so she didn't hear the broadcast calling for her. That's why she was completely unaware that people were searching for her. Looks like not every situation turns into a murder case, Edward quipped with a grin. Beside him, Crane's face remained expressionless. Even though his detective dream had been shattered this time, it wasn't a total loss for Crane. At the very least, he came up with a promising idea, something he could turn into a manuscript to meet his looming deadline. That way, his editor wouldn't have to chase him down like a madman. Reinvigorated, Crane felt that the idea had great potential. All he had to do now was refine the plot, work out the murder method and the body disposal, and he'd be set. With the premature mystery now resolved, Edward officially began filming Sherlock Holmes Season 2. But before the shooting started, Edward still decided to hold a simple opening ceremony. Here's hoping the shoot goes smoothly, and no more strange incidents pop up, Edward said sincerely, glancing at the offering table where a Jirachi figure had been placed. Once the ceremony ended, Edward had the crew take everything down. Deck, did you guys also do this kind of opening ceremony when filming movies before? Edward asked curiously. When he mentioned the idea earlier, Deck had immediately prepared a full set of ceremonial items, including the Jirachi figurine. That made Edward wonder if such rituals were common in this world. And sure enough, Jirachi, a special mythical Pokémon known not for overwhelming power but for the miraculous ability to grant wishes, was indeed a symbol of good fortune. In that sense, offering to Jirachi wasn't a bad idea at all. In the past, it really depended on the director, Deck answered quickly. Some directors loved these kinds of opening ceremonies. Some even held one when wrapping up filming or during special situations. But other directors didn't really care and just skipped them. Edward nodded. That was about what he expected. He noticed that, even in the Pokémon world, some directors insisted on holding these ceremonies before filming began. Some high-profile productions even turned their opening ceremonies into standalone news pieces to generate publicity. But Edward didn't need that kind of attention. Sherlock Holmes Season 2 was already trending. After resolving the almost crime, Edward finally dove fully into the filming of the second season. This time around, everything was going incredibly smoothly. The entire cast was skilled, and most scenes were nailed in one take. Even Daniel had noticeably improved in his acting, which left Edward quite pleased. Still, to give the editors more flexibility later, Edward chose to film extra takes just in case. The 1,000 Actors Showdown? That name really is plain and simple, Edward muttered during his lunch break, scrolling through his phone. He couldn't help but twitch at the title. The naming sense was unique, to say the least. But considering the massive number of contestants, the 1,000 Actors Showdown wasn't exactly inaccurate. Right now, Edward was more interested in the public reception of the variety show, because its reviews would directly impact Sherlock Holmes Season 2's overall reputation during this crucial period. The 1,000 Actors Showdown. A feast of performance that leaves directors and viewers in awe. Was Episode 1's voting fair? A professional film critic breaks it down in 10 points. Looks like it's trending nicely, Edward said as he scrolled through the comments while eating lunch in the dining car. The first episode had aired the previous night, and reviews were already flooding in. The rating system hadn't launched yet, but with over 300,000 comments on just one episode, it was clear the show had caught fire. Most of the reviews were positive. The biggest controversy centered around the results of the first round of voting. After all, eliminating half the participants from a pool of already talented actors was no easy task. Even veteran director Clive Morrow, known in the industry for his harsh critiques and sharp tongue, admitted that the decisions were extremely difficult this time around. In the past, casting shows usually selected the best from a batch of average performers. Now, it was about picking the best from a lineup of already excellent actors, which made things exponentially harder. Edward clicked on the video and watched a bit. The acting was indeed top tier. Many performances were on par with the originals they were recreating. This first episode featured selected scenes from classic films and TV shows, which the contestants reenacted in dramatic face-offs. That kind of challenge was significant. With the original scenes being so iconic, any misstep in the remakes would be glaring. It was a big test of both the directors and the actors. Fortunately, everyone performed admirably, and even Edward felt quite satisfied. Still, despite their skills, half of them would be eliminated in the first round. It was harsh, but unavoidable. Sherlock Holmes Season 2 simply couldn't accommodate that many cast members. Come to think of it, Edward said, looking around at the actors eating lunch, these folks really are the best of the best of the best. He smiled. Working with such a capable cast made things so much easier. His workload felt lighter, and the filming process had significantly sped up. As for those who had competed in the variety show but were eliminated, it wasn't a total loss. At the very least, they had now entered the radar of many top directors. Even if they didn't get to work with Edward this time, their career prospects had undoubtedly broadened. Of course, compared to the top 16 finalists, they still had a ways to go. Edward's expression grew slightly complex when he thought of the top 3 winners from the variety show. This time, besides acting ability, looks had played a very big role in the final rankings. Unfair, perhaps, but that's just how the entertainment industry works. Edward was doomed, or at least, that's how he felt. The reason for his comment was because, during the recording of the final 2 episodes of the variety show, he encountered 2 very unique actors. Their acting skills were excellent. After all, if they weren't, they wouldn't have made it to the final episodes. But what made Edward say they were unique wasn't their acting, it was their looks. The 2 actors were, frankly speaking, rather unattractive. Edward wasn't someone who prioritized appearance. He always cared more about acting ability and emotional range. However, compared to the other contestants on stage, these 2 were noticeably below average in appearance, even worse than what you'd call ordinary. That said, their acting was absolutely phenomenal. For a brief moment, Edward felt like he was watching Tom Hanks from his past life. Even the judges expressed deep regret, saying that the only reason these 2 actors didn't make it further in the competition was because of their looks. If not for that, they could have easily made it to the final round and maybe even placed in the top 3. One famous director even commented, "Although many people will likely question the fairness of the results after the show airs, the truth is, the entertainment industry works this way. Good looks are the key to getting in." Edward thought the statement was blunt and a bit harsh, but undeniably true. An actor with a perfect appearance will always find it easier to enter showbiz and get access to more opportunities. Meanwhile, those who lack in looks need to work twice or even 10 times as hard. "There's going to be a huge controversy," Edward muttered as he scrolled through the flood of online comments. He could already tell the buzz around the show was massive. But once those 2 actors were eliminated and that director's brutally honest quote started spreading, the public discourse would likely explode. Everyone knew the industry was like this, but having it said so directly would definitely stir up drama. Still, Edward also understood that this particular director had always been known for his bluntness in the film world. The filming process itself was going very smoothly. But even with a cast full of top-tier actors, it still took Edward about a week to finish filming this heavily adapted version of Murder on the Orient Express. "I really feel like Sherlock Holmes Season 2 is going to be a huge success," Leon said enthusiastically. In the end, he had managed to land a minor cameo in the series. Throughout filming, he had been following Edward's script, and when Holmes began deducing the identity of the culprit, Leon finally felt the charm of mystery and deduction. As long as the director and screenwriter don't lose their minds, it shouldn't flop, Edward replied with a smile. Back in his past life, many excellent TV dramas had an amazing first season, only to start declining from the second season onward. Very few shows managed to maintain or increase their quality over time. Reasons varied: changes in director or screenwriter, producers interfering with innovative ideas, or excessive sequel baiting. But in this world, Edward himself was the director, screenwriter, and producer. As long as he didn't mess up, the series wouldn't crash and burn. "So, where are we going next?" Leon asked curiously. Edward sighed. The question gave him a bit of a headache. He was reminded of the recent heated debates among people in the Galar region. Orient Express was technically episode 2. That meant episode 1 had to show Holmes solving a case and then receiving a new commission. So, where would they shoot the first episode? How many regions did the League suggest again? Edward asked Leon, a little puzzled and also a bit curious. Was Leon not working anymore? How long had he been hanging around the film crew? 5. Here's the list. Leon quickly pulled out a prepared list, and Edward's mouth twitched. Clearly, they had come fully prepared. Rubbing his temples in resignation, Edward finally picked a location to continue filming Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Leon, overjoyed, immediately had the League send over a smart, self-driving car, supposedly a new invention from the Galar region. On the way, Edward checked on the performance of the second episode of the variety show. The overall ratings were still climbing. Advertisers were in a frenzy, offering higher and higher bids. Although Edward had spent quite a bit of money to produce the show, he'd already earned it all back, and then some. He had also made a fortune off the SMS voting system he'd set up. Even though each vote cost just 10 cents, the sheer volume made the revenue skyrocket. All things considered, I didn't even spend the full budget. The money just came back to me in a different form, Edward muttered, half laughing, half crying. He had originally set up the variety show to give struggling actors a bit of a break, maybe a stepping stone. He never imagined it would blow up like this. After scanning a mountain of comments on his phone, Edward finally put it down and looked over at Shizuka. She was staring into space. "Shizuka, is something bothering you lately?" he asked. Q, curled up on Edward's head, poked its head out too. Even Q had noticed something was off with Shizuka, and that said a lot. I'm just wondering, am I really Shizuka? Or am I Zoroark? She muttered, lost in thought. At this moment, only the two of them were in the car. Edward frowned slightly. "You're Shizuka. And you're also Zoroark," he said, scratching his head, not quite understanding her dilemma. According to what Shizuka had told him, she was pushed off a cliff and died. After death, she had become a Zoroark Pokémon, but retained her identity as Shizuka. Driven by vengeance, she completed her revenge. But in doing so, she awakened a feral side of herself, eventually becoming a disaster that rampaged through the Hisui region. To stop herself from doing further harm, she voluntarily imprisoned herself. Over the long years, her memories faded, and she fell into a deep sleep. When she finally awoke again, she remembered some things, but had forgotten many more. Her form had changed, but she was still Shizuka, just Shizuka with memory loss. Shizuka was Zoroark. Zoroark was Shizuka. There was no difference between the two. After all, Zoroark was simply what Shizuka became after she died. Edward rubbed his temples. He had suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Since Shizuka had turned into a Hisuian Zoroark after her death, didn't that theoretically mean that other Ghost-type Pokémon might also be formed from the souls of deceased people? If that were the case, it would open a whole can of terrifying ethical problems. "Hey, isn't that old Wong from next door? Look, the Pokémon I'm raising is your dead father's soul. Oh, and your grandparents too. Huh. I've been prepared for this. Come out, Mom." Yeah, if that were true, the whole world would probably descend into chaos. Edward could only hope that Shizuka's case was a unique exception. Because if not, Ghost-type Pokémon could instantly become taboo across the entire Pokémon League. After all, no one could accept the idea that their deceased loved ones might have been turned into Pokémon and caught by someone else. But is that really how it is? Shizuka asked, still confused. Ever heard of the concept of past life memories? Edward waved a hand, trying not to get too deep into this. Some people suddenly awaken memories of their past life, so does that make them the same person as before? Or someone new? Which one is the real them? He really didn't want to think about it too much. It was a mess of philosophical complexity. Psychology had similar debates, especially concerning dissociative identity disorder, multiple personalities. The primary and alternate personalities had different memories and views, yet shared the same body. In such cases, if you eliminated the alternate personality, was that the same as killing a person? In modern psychology and psychiatry, this topic remains highly controversial. After all, erasing someone's memories is akin to erasing their existence. Edward remembered watching an anime in his previous life. Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. The protagonist's little sister, Kitazu Sagawa, had similar struggles, and in the end, the story resolved it by letting the original personality awaken while the alternate one disappeared. Huh? So, in that case. Shizuka scratched her head, still distressed. How was she supposed to answer such a question? Edward pursed his lips. There was no easy answer. Still, he knew he had to come up with a way to deal with it, some kind of solution. Marketplace. System marketplace. Oh wait, my system doesn't have a marketplace. Edward twitched at the mouth. If it did, maybe he could just buy a solution right now. Suddenly, a new system prompt appeared in front of him. You have an unclaimed achievement reward. Would you like to claim it? Edward paused. There are still achievements? Curious, he opened the window to take a look. Witness of time. You witnessed the power of the gods of time and space, quelled disaster, and restored peace to the world. You shall receive a reward from Arceus. Claim it. Edward immediately confirmed. In the next instant, everything around him froze. Edward could see Shizuka's hair suspended midair from the breeze. Even the dust in the air and the surrounding cityscape had completely stopped. Dia. A familiar roar echoed out, and the next second, Dialga appeared beside Edward. The luxury ball at Edward's waist started shaking violently. Groudon had sensed Dialga's presence. Dialga looked at Edward, then bowed its head and placed something in front of him before vanishing. As Dialga disappeared, the luxury ball calmed down. What is this? Edward picked up the object. It was a glowing candy. It was shaped like a cube, with a unique design. It felt light in his hand, almost weightless, like an aerosol. Its warm texture made Edward even more curious about its purpose. Could it be the answer to the problem he was just struggling with? Wishing candy, a candy that witnessed the moment a brave girl made her vow in a time of despair. A fragment of regret, a piece of memory, under the power of destiny, it traversed time and space, becoming a reward for the brave. As Edward read the description, he paused. A girl in despair, brave. He immediately thought of Shizuka. During the explosion, she had unhesitatingly shielded him with her own body. She was swept away in the space-time distortion and ended up in the Hisui region. Could this candy be connected to that moment? Edward looked pensive. Given the timing and the achievement, it seemed his system might be related to Arceus itself. But still, time resumed flowing. I still don't know who I really am, Shizuka said, clearly still distressed. Edward made up his mind. Without saying another word, he picked up the candy and popped it into Shizuka's mouth. Startled, she blinked, but the candy melted instantly upon contact with her tongue. Edward nervously watched what happened next. He had no idea what the candy would do, but its appearance at this exact moment seemed too perfect. It had to be the key. Suddenly, Shizuka turned into light. Literally. She became a glowing sphere of radiant energy, so bright it was nearly blinding. Edward instinctively shielded his eyes. The light pulsed and shimmered. Then, slowly, a girl emerged from it, lying down to the side. The brilliant light gradually faded. It was Shizuka, wearing the tattered Team Galactic uniform from the explosion, lying on the back seat. Beside her, a red and white Hisuian Zoroark curled up, as if in slumber. Between the two, a strange glowing tether spun gently in the air. Then the tether broke, retracting into both of their bodies. Edward stared, dumbfounded. Shizuka's back? His eyes lit up with joy. If Shizuka had returned to human form, he no longer had to wrestle with the philosophical and romantic conundrum of falling for a Zoroark. Even though he knew Shizuka and Zoroark were one and the same, and that it was just a transformation, it was still a Ghost-type Pokémon, and the League definitely prohibited those kinds of relationships. I'm... Shizuka sat up and stared in confusion at her own hands. Then she spotted the Zoroark beside her. She looked completely stunned. Edward chuckled. It was real, they had been separated. But this kind of divine power. Boss? Huh? The Zoroark beside her also woke up and blinked. Seeing both the Zoroark and Shizuka conscious and side by side, Edward rubbed his forehead. This was going to be complicated. But still, he figured having a Zoroark as his secretary wasn't a bad deal. Zoroark, how's the on-site coordination coming along? Edward asked as he sat in his chair, flipping through his script. Zoroark jogged over beside him. Boss, overall things are going quite smoothly. It's just that there are way too many spectators around. Should we do something about that? Zoroark panted slightly, glancing at Edward for instructions. Edward frowned and looked around. Sure enough, the mountains and hills surrounding the set were packed with people, die-hard fans, curious locals, crowding every corner of the city. The sight gave him a headache. They were still filming in Motostoke because a key part of the Sherlock Holmes storyline took place there. Of course, in film and TV production, it wasn't feasible to shoot scenes in chronological order by location. It was standard practice to film all scenes in a given location before moving on. Ask the Motostoke officer Jenny's to help with crowd control, Edward said. He didn't like disrupting people's daily lives just to shoot a show, but if the crowd wasn't cleared out, there would be no way to continue filming Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Zoroark nodded and hurried off to contact the officer Jenny's and coordinate with them. Watching Zoroark leave, Edward scratched his head. His relationship with Zoroark had pretty much returned to normal. After being separated from Zoroark's body and becoming human again, Shizuka had immediately rushed off to find her parents. Edward understood her eagerness and didn't stop her. But before she left, she gave him her contact information and promised to update him when she got back. As for Zoroark, though it had been disoriented at first by the shift in identity, it quickly adjusted. According to Zoroark, it now only retained memories from its own experiences. Its memories as human Shizuka had become vague and fragmented. As expected of Arceus, Edward muttered. He never would have thought it possible. Someone who had become a Pokémon could be turned back into a human and a Pokémon simultaneously. That was truly incredible. Edward, when are we starting on my script? Giovanni walked over and asked, clearly eager. Mr. Giovanni, we're actually just about to begin filming your scenes, Edward replied with a smile. And he wasn't lying. Giovanni's script had always been planned as one of the first to be shot. It was only because the Galar League had offered significant support, providing the region's most luxurious train for shooting, that Edward had prioritized filming Murder on the Orient Express first. That change of plan had slightly delayed Giovanni's script, but not by much. Now was the perfect time to resume. That's great. I've been looking forward to going toe-to-toe with Holmes, Giovanni said with a grin. He had read the script and was thrilled. His character and Holmes were natural adversaries. Two intellectual titans clashing across the stage of Galar. The mind games and psychological battles had captivated him. Edward chuckled and gestured for the makeup artist to take Giovanni to get prepped. The entire production team would now focus on filming Giovanni's scenes. Giovanni, those rocket members around Mutewo, have you discovered Mutewo yet? Edward narrowed his eyes. The situation involving Giovanni and Mutewo was complex and delicate. But Edward wasn't particularly worried about his involvement being uncovered. After all, he had taken precautions from the start. The house he had given Mutewo wasn't under his name. It had been purchased through a famous real estate investment group in Hoenn and was technically listed as a rental property. Though officially rented, Edward hadn't collected any rent. So, functionally, the house had been a gift. Even if Team Rocket investigated, they would find no link back to Edward. He had prepared for this potential risk when finding a place for Mutewo, and it turned out to be a smart move. Team Rocket had indeed come sniffing around. That said, Mutewo still hadn't mentioned anything about its identity being exposed in their recent chats. So it was likely that Rocket hadn't yet confirmed who Mutewo really was. Edward scratched his head as he looked at the script. Giovanni's role was massive, essentially the Moriarty of the series, and Moriarty was a key character. It was likely that most of Season 2's shooting time would be spent on his scenes. And Edward was right, filming Sherlock Holmes Season 2 did take a long time. By the time they wrapped, half a year had passed. Spending 6 months to shoot just 4 episodes might seem slow, but in reality, it was impressively fast, especially considering that Edward had completed all of Moriarty's story arc as well. Even if Giovanni were arrested the very next day, it wouldn't affect the series at all. Still, Giovanni didn't attend the wrap party. Once his filming was done, he left immediately, understandable, given his responsibilities as the gym leader of Viridian City. His schedule was packed. Boss, Miss Monica's dollhouse is almost done with its theater run, Zoroark said during the wrap party that evening. Edward nodded. While he had been immersed in filming for 6 months, the movie world hadn't slowed down. There had been new releases every quarter, some excellent, some terrible. But only 3 truly outstanding films had come out during that time. Caped Rider, a superhero film from Pyra Studios. When a Pokémon Decides to Die, an art house film from Future Studios. And finally, Dollhouse. Monica's Dollhouse had a pretty well-crafted plot, but Edward murmured as he took out his phone and sipped his fruit juice. Although Monica's film had done quite well at the box office, breaking the 500 million mark after being released under Ghost Film Studios, Edward hadn't received any fear points from it. That made him realize something. Unless he was the one personally directing or writing the script, he wouldn't be able to earn fear points from it. This discovery left him somewhat disappointed. He had originally hoped that if he could harvest fear points from other productions, he might recruit more directors and writers to constantly generate fear points for him. "Boss, should we start promoting Sherlock Holmes Season 2 now?" Zoroark asked again. Since filming had wrapped up, it was about time to move into promotion. Edward thought for a moment. In his opinion, there wasn't a need to rush the publicity. Sherlock Holmes Season 2 had already been attracting a lot of attention. Plus, the 1,000 Actors Showdown reality competition had only recently ended, and it was still a hot topic online. One trending discussion titled, "Is Good Looks the Real Ticket into Showbiz?" had taken over a popular platform where people shared original stories. The number of responses had already broken the 10,000 mark, with users forming opposing camps and passionately debating the issue. Edward couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Still, all the buzz had made the public incredibly curious about the final outcome of Sherlock Holmes Season 2. After all, the actors Edward had chosen were publicly known, and many had been visibly moved when selected. Some even had tears in their eyes. Edward hadn't been exaggerating either. Those who had been chosen ended up playing supporting roles in the series. A few were even just background characters with lines, but they were still overjoyed to be part of the production. However, reading actors' true emotions was never easy, especially when those actors were the most skilled performers of the bunch. "We'll handle promotion once the trailer is ready," Edward said, waving his hand for Zoroark to take care of the arrangements. After all, some pre-release hype would be beneficial. Then he picked up an invitation that had been lying on the table. It was an invitation to a Unova Region sci-fi film contest. The organizing committee had personally reached out to invite Edward to participate. Edward felt both amused and speechless. He had originally intended to enter the contest, but the shooting schedule for Sherlock Holmes Season 2 had conflicted with it, so he'd put it off. He didn't expect the organizers to extend a formal invitation regardless. Well, for a sci-fi film, Alien really is the perfect choice. Edward looked down at the invitation, his thoughts already forming. Though Sherlock Holmes Season 2 included quite a few suspense and horror elements, which would help generate some fear points, when it came to serious fear points farming, nothing beat a full-fledged horror film. With that in mind, Edward opened his laptop. He decided to start drafting the proposal for Alien and later pass it to DEC to help secure funding. This alien horror project would likely be the most expensive production he'd ever attempted. Edward planned to use cutting-edge modeling and top-tier sets to bring the xenomorphs to life in the most perfect way possible. The original Alien film was undeniably a masterpiece of science fiction. Despite the limited technology of its time, it laid a solid foundation for future entries in the franchise. It even spawned video games and cross-franchise IPs, such as Alien vs. Predator, which managed to pull in decent box office numbers. However, those spin-offs were never recognized as part of the official Alien canon. By the 21st century, entertainment companies had realized something. Instead of just making movies, TV shows, or games, it was more profitable to build IPs. And so, Edward now hoped to develop Alien into Ghost Film Studios' next big intellectual property. Just like how Tom and Jerry had taken the Pokémon League by storm, or how Sherlock Holmes had become iconic, Alien would carry the torch for Ghost Film's horror division and become another legendary monster. "Director Edward, I truly hope to work with you again in the future," one of the actors said sincerely toward the end of the wrap party. Daniel stood quietly behind Edward, a faint smile on his face. Of course. With acting skills like yours, I imagine your schedule will soon be packed with new roles," Edward replied warmly. Indeed, several actors had already received new casting offers shortly after wrapping their scenes. Thanks to their popularity from the 1,000 Actors Showdown, many had become household names. Casting them not only guaranteed talent, but also saved producers a ton in promotional costs. Still, when they heard about the Sherlock Holmes wrap party, every one of them made time to return, despite their busy schedules. Even if some of them had self-serving reasons, Edward was genuinely happy to see them. By the time Edward returned to the Hoenn, the sky had already grown dark. He yawned and pushed open the door to his house, only to be surprised by what he saw inside. His older brother and father were both there. "Dad? Bro? You both came back?" Edward asked in surprise. He knew exactly how busy the two of them were. Back when they were younger, his brother still had time to play with him. But ever since his brother embarked on the path of becoming a Pokémon trainer, it had mostly been just Edward and the old butler, Sheeta, at home. "Well, since you've been away filming for 6 months and just got back today, I figured it was the perfect time for a family reunion," his father said kindly. Looking at his youngest son, there was clear pride in his eyes. Edward had become his pride and joy. After all, he had helped the Sinnoh League resolve a crisis that could have brought the entire region to ruin. Father Hibiscus had been there. He had nearly lost his son in that explosion. Fortunately, Edward had survived and even earned the League's Medal of Valor. It was worth noting, although Stephen had become the champion of the League, even he had yet to receive the Medal of Valor. "You're planning to shoot a sci-fi film next?" Joseph, Edward's father, looked slightly surprised after hearing his son's plan. There was a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he looked at Edward. He knew his youngest son fairly well. In Joseph's mind, Edward had originally started his film company on a whim, but now it had grown into something quite respectable. "Yes, a sci-fi horror film. I'm planning to shoot something set in outer space." Edward briefly explained his concept. The structure and world-building of Alien were already fully formed in his mind. Now, it was just a matter of turning it into reality. Joseph listened with great interest, while Stephen also revealed a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected his younger brother to attempt such a film. It was a major departure from Edward's previous works, but it sounded quite intriguing, mysterious alien creatures and all. Speaking of outer space, isn't the Moss Deep City Rocket Center currently working on a new launch project? Stephen suddenly recalled something relevant. "Yes, I spoke with the director of the Moss Deep Rocket Research Institute recently. While their research has made some progress, they're still at least a year or two away from launch trials," Joseph nodded. He had chatted with the director not long ago. Moss Deep City Rocket Launch Center. Edward pondered for a moment. He remembered that the Pokémon world was researching rockets, but because of Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon that ruled the skies, any flying object entering its domain was met with violent hostility and destruction. This was why space exploration in the Pokémon world remained extremely limited. "Are you thinking of filming there?" his father asked with a smile. Edward shook his head. He had looked into the Moss Deep Rocket Center while researching for Alien, but overall, space technology in this world was still far behind. Rockets were still in the basic stages, nowhere near reaching the moon, and manned spaceflight was still a dream confined to PowerPoint presentations. For a sci-fi film like Alien, which was far too ahead of its time in this world, filming at Moss Deep's Rocket Center would be meaningless. Just the idea of long-distance space travel, cryogenic sleep chambers, and advanced starships was leagues beyond current technology. Although the Pokémon world had some unusual and fantastical tech, it still couldn't compare in those specific areas. "By the way, the Kanto and Johto Leagues sent an invitation to your company recently. They're hoping you'll consider filming in their regions," his father said as he poured Edward a glass of berry juice. Edward paused for a moment. "That'll have to wait. I don't think this horror film can be shot there," he replied, waving his hand. He had a pretty good idea what the Kanto and Johto Leagues were thinking, probably trying to cash in on the success of Galar's involvement in Murder on the Orient Express. However, when it came to the set for Alien, Edward hesitated for a second. Actually, maybe it wasn't impossible. After all, although the film would be set in space, he obviously wouldn't be filming in real outer space. The actual production still had to happen somewhere in the Pokémon world. The spaceship set was going to be a huge undertaking. Edward would need a massive space to build a full-size spacecraft. But funding wasn't much of an issue. His box office success and the quality of his past films meant he could attract a lot of investment. And if it really came down to it, Ghost Film Studios could always dip into its own coffers. To Edward, those funds were just numbers on a screen anyway. But now he had a better idea. Let the Kanto and Johto Leagues cover the costs and provide the filming location. With that, the two leagues would probably have to thank him for the opportunity. Would the Kanto and Johto leagues be willing to fund the construction of a spaceship set for me? A big one. Edward asked excitedly. If they were willing, then he'd have no problem filming there. After all, the exact location didn't matter. Everything would eventually be portrayed as outer space. As long as the ship and its interior were well designed, the external scenery was irrelevant. And if they built a large set, it could later be repurposed into a themed amusement park, providing Kanto and Johto with a long-term profit source. Huh? I'll ask for you, his father responded, a little dumbfounded. He'd been wondering how to politely turn down the league's request, but to his surprise, his son actually agreed, eagerly, even. Edward quickly explained what he needed: a huge plot of land, a full-sized spaceship built as fast as possible, and additional props and components. As for the alien itself, he planned to cast Ditto from the Stunt Actors Guild, Pokémon known for their ability to transform into any shape, making them perfect for practical effects. With Zoroark also on hand, Edward realized the most expensive part of this production would be the ship. The CGI-heavy costs from his previous world wouldn't be needed here thanks to the help of Pokémon, keeping the special effects budget surprisingly low. Edward, I heard Shizuka's back? Wasn't she missing after that explosion? Steven asked, clearly concerned about something else. One of the reasons he'd come back today was to ask about Shizuka. That girl had done something remarkable for his little brother, but then disappeared. The League had searched the ruins of Twinlead Town and found no trace of her. Later, however, what happened at the ruins wasn't exactly a secret within the League. Some mysterious objects had been discovered there afterward, causing certain League officials to question whether the known history of the world might be flawed. After all, Shizuka was from modern times. Yeah, the situation was complicated, Edward said, rubbing his brow. He hadn't intended to keep it a secret. It would have been nearly impossible to hide, anyway. So he gave them a brief rundown of what had happened, including his own theories. His father listened in silence, holding a slice of meat in his fork for a long time. By the end, even he had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Anyway, in the end, everything Shizuka went through was because of me. If she hadn't jumped in to shield me from that explosion. Edward's tone grew solemn. He made his stance very clear: no matter how special Shizuka was, he would protect the girl who had once protected him. Don't worry. The League doesn't intend to do anything to Shizuka, Daigo said with a smile, having clearly noticed his younger brother's concern. They just want to know if she remembers any documents or valuable clues that could help with the study of Sinnoh's history. Although some within the League were uneasy about the time-related implications, the majority welcomed Shizuka's return. After all, even after all the archaeological digs in various regions, no one had found any concrete records about her, nor any particularly advanced artifacts. At most, the Sinnoh region had vague references to a so-called calamity. There had been endless debate about this in the League, with some scholars even proposing wild theories like Pokémon hunting humans in ancient times. But no one could ever prove their claims. Now that Shizuka had reappeared, those speculative theories collapsed overnight. The scholars who had proposed them deleted their papers in the dead of night, completely blindsided by the truth. The calamity was not some ancient horror, it was just a single person's revenge. That's a relief. Edward let out a sigh. The League was a massive organization. If it really wanted to do something, there were very few people who could stop it. But in Edward's case, he could stop them, at least, because no one in the League knew the truth about his relationship with Groudon. Edward believed Groudon had chosen him as a kind of mobile resting place. It rarely stirred, never made noise, and didn't even come out to eat. If he didn't know it was in that luxury ball, he would have thought it was empty. Even though Edward understood the relationship, others didn't. The red orb had remained in Edward's possession all along. The League never raised an objection to that, and as for the red orb in Mt. Pyre, Edward had heard that the League had quietly replaced it with a replica, definitely not the original. After having dinner with his father and older brother, Edward went straight to bed. He was exhausted from the months of filming Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Managing camera language, set direction, it was all incredibly taxing. But at last, it was over and Edward could finally get some rest. The next morning, Edward groggily crawled out of bed, yawning. "What time is it? Why is it still so dark out?" he mumbled while rubbing his eyes. As he turned to look out the window to check the weather, he was startled to see a familiar chubby, purple figure squatting pitifully on the windowsill. Hugh was still lazily snoozing on the bed, unwilling to get up. Meanwhile, Fortune calmly sat under a night lamp reading a book, completely unbothered by the shadowy figure outside, as if it weren't even worth a glance. It was Gengar. The enormous Pokémon blocked the entire floor-to-ceiling window, cutting off the sunlight and plunging Edward's room into total darkness. Edward's mouth twitched. "Gengar? What are you doing here?" he asked in surprise. He hadn't expected to see Gengar of all Pokémon here. Gengar usually hated crowded places, so why had it suddenly shown up? Edward was puzzled. "Edward, did you forget what we agreed on?" Gengar said in a pitiful voice, tapping on the window. Edward quickly rushed over to open it. Most of the furniture and construction materials in Edward's house were coated with anti-Pokémon varnish, otherwise, it wasn't uncommon for wild Pokémon to break in. But with Gengar, that was pointless. If it wanted in, it could phase through the walls any time. And yet, Gengar still knocked. That level of courtesy was genuinely admirable. "Ahem. Of course I didn't forget," Edward coughed awkwardly. "It's just that the issue we were worried about has already been dealt with. I don't think anyone's still out to get me now." He certainly remembered their agreement. He had hired Gengar as his bodyguard. But then he'd traveled to the Sinnoh region and happened to get caught up in Team Galactic's chaos, and there had been no way to contact Gengar at the time. Now that the danger had passed, there wasn't really a need for a bodyguard anymore. As Edward explained, he stepped aside to let Gengar in. Then he took out his fear sustenance creator, produced 3 pieces of fear candy, tossed one to Gengar, and handed the other 2 to Q and Fortune. Gengar took the candy with a sigh, popped it in his mouth, and chewed it like a gloomy little snack. "Do you still need a bodyguard? Or, is there anything I can help with?" Gengar asked, eyes full of longing. Edward almost laughed. Gengar's situation was a bit special, but he really didn't have much need for its help at the moment. After all, he wasn't getting into any battles lately. Still, looking at the pitiful, eager Gengar, Edward scratched his head. He might not need Gengar for combat, but its unique abilities gave him a different idea. In Alien, he needed scenes set in outer space, including wide shots of the spaceship and its movement through space. That meant he'd need some kind of backdrop. Normally, filmmakers would build a small model and use that for convenience, but if the Kanto and Johto Leagues really funded a life-size spaceship set, then the filming method would have to change. "Gengar, can you turn everything around you into darkness?" "No, not night, pure blackness. The kind where you can't see anything at all," Edward asked, recalling Gengar's cool dramatic entrance and its unusual powers. "Black? Like this?" Gengar asked. In an instant, Edward couldn't see a single thing. Unlike the darkness behind closed eyelids, this black was absolute. His eyes were wide open, but it was as if the world had vanished. It was the kind of oppressive, existential void that made him feel a sudden spike of fear. "Yes, that's exactly it," Edward said, thrilled. The effect was perfect. Gengar's ability was ideal for shooting parts of Alien, even if only for a few key scenes. It was a game changer. "Kanto League agreed?" Edward asked in surprise as he looked at Secretary Kennedy in front of him. He honestly hadn't expected that the one delivering the message would be his father's personal secretary, especially considering how busy this man usually was. "Yes," Kennedy replied calmly. "The Kanto League has approved your request. They're willing to provide a large site and construct a massive spaceship set according to your specifications for the filming of your movie." Edward rubbed his hands together in excitement. Having a league's cooperation was definitely ideal. Edward had expected them to agree. After all, Sherlock Holmes had already proven wildly successful as a precedent. Still, he hadn't thought they would approve this quickly. Now that they had, he could officially begin preparing for the filming of Alien. Young Master Edward, I must remind you, Chairman Joseph's health has recently shown some concerning signs, Kennedy said with a serious tone. Edward paused. The implication was clear. Although the chairman appears to be in good health, these warning signs suggest he needs a period of rest and recuperation, Kennedy continued. Edward nodded slowly. He understood what Kennedy was getting at. They wanted him to temporarily take over Devon Corporation's affairs, to become the acting head and allow his father to rest. Does this have something to do with that woman Zinnia? Edward asked solemnly, gently lifting Q off his head. He remembered Miss Sarah had mentioned before that his father hadn't been in the best emotional state, possibly after meeting with Zinnia. There's a high possibility, Kennedy didn't deny it. As Joseph's longtime secretary, he knew much about the chairman's state of mind. Ever since that meeting with Zinnia, Joseph had seemed deeply troubled. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. If Zinnia really was the cause, then this was going to be quite a headache. He knew full well the complicated history between her and Devon Corporation. Getting her to let go of her hatred with a few words? He might as well wish for the devil fruit of talk no jutsu. There were only two ways to resolve the issue with Zinnia. Either she lost her memory, or she came to terms with it on her own. But both outcomes were extremely difficult. Edward couldn't exactly time travel to fix the past. If he could, the League would probably lock him up for research. Thank you, Uncle Kennedy. I'll keep it in mind, Edward said sincerely. His father had seemed healthy just the day before, but apparently, there were already hidden health risks. Judging from Kennedy's demeanor, it wasn't anything too serious yet, but given his father's age, Edward didn't want a minor issue to grow worse. Kennedy nodded and left. He had a full schedule every day, and Edward was well aware of how much his father trusted the man, and how much Kennedy deserved that trust. Dad's not feeling well, huh? Edward muttered, gently rubbing Q's head. The small Pokémon snuggled into his chest affectionately. Edward fell into deep thought. His father clearly needed rest now, which meant that all of Devon Corporation's responsibilities would likely fall onto his shoulders. This wasn't like the earlier training assignments, those had been minor tasks. This time, he would have to officially start managing the company. Wait, could it be that my brother stepped down from being league champion because of Dad's health? Edward suddenly recalled something. Stephen had voluntarily stepped down. At the time, Edward thought it was just because his brother wanted to go dig up stones. But now, maybe it was because of their father's condition. If that's the case, Edward thought of the movie Invitation from the Unova region, but quickly shoved it to the back of his mind. The film could wait. If his father's health were to worsen because of him, he'd never forgive himself. Edward knew how to prioritize. For now, though, there were other matters he needed to deal with. Fort, let's go. You still haven't started university, Edward said to the Pokémon beside him. Fortune, hearing this, put down his book. Because Fortune had been following Edward around during the filming in Galar, he had missed the usual enrollment period. But being the diligent Pokémon he had passed the Hoenn University's freshman exams and was approved to skip directly to sophomore year. Now that Edward was back in Hoenn, he needed to help Fortune complete his enrollment. Q chirped, hopping back onto Edward's head. Riding in the family butler's car, Edward brought Fortune to Hoenn University and helped him with the enrollment process. Once everything was settled, Fortune could begin commuting to school regularly. Fortune, you. Edward looked at his companion's excited little eyes and paused. He had originally wanted to encourage Fortune to study hard and perhaps help him manage Devon Corporation in the future. But then he remembered how insanely hardworking Fortune already was. Saying that might push him into even more extreme overachievement. Edward knew perfectly well Fortune had already self-studied up to senior year university material and was even starting to draft academic papers. The horrifying power of overachievers. As long as you're happy, that's enough, Edward said earnestly. Fortune blinked, then smiled so widely his eyes narrowed into happy crescents. He nodded with enthusiasm. As he watched Fortune head off to handle his commuting student registration, Edward stood silently to the side. Why did he suddenly feel like a dad sending his kid to school? Young Master Edward, I've already arranged for a professional driver to handle Fortune's daily transportation, the elderly butler added. Since Fortune would be commuting, it was important he had someone to bring him back and forth safely. Thanks, Grandpa Robert, Edward nodded. With the old butler handling things, he had nothing to worry about. Wow, did you see the trailer for Sherlock Holmes Season 2? It looks amazing. Just as Edward was about to head back to the car, two students walked past him, chatting excitedly. Yeah, I did. I'm especially intrigued by that train scene. Could it be a murder mystery set on a train? Bingo. Zoroark's efficiency is pretty impressive, already started promotion and even edited the trailer? Edward muttered curiously as he took out his phone and searched. As soon as he opened the Pokepoket network, the top trending video popped up. It was none other than the trailer for Sherlock Holmes, Season 2. Edward clicked it. Scene after scene flashed by until the final image appeared, a shadowy figure hiding in the darkness, silently watching Sherlock Holmes as he stood in the light. The contrast between light and dark was striking. Though it was a somewhat cliché confrontation between justice and evil, the execution was undeniably excellent. Edward was very satisfied. That final scene was a deliberate teaser, foreshadowing the Season 3 antagonist, Malamar, who would become Sherlock's first major opponent, while gradually revealing the presence of Moriarty. Young Master Edward, are we heading to Ghost Film Pictures today? Asked Grandpa Robert, the old butler, glancing at Edward who was already seated in the car. The luxury vehicle was attracting quite a few curious stares. Not yet. First, let's go visit where Zinnia is being held, Edward replied. He had originally planned to visit Headmistress Lillian of the orphanage and the kids, including Ruckus and Big Bear. But after hearing what Secretary Kennedy said earlier, he decided to see Zinnia first, to understand her situation. Understood. The old butler didn't ask where. He already knew where Zinnia was being held. As a competent butler, he naturally kept track of such individuals and their whereabouts. Soon, the car started and headed toward the suburbs. When it stopped, Edward found himself at their destination. Rustboro City Women's Prison. Zinnia's been sentenced? How many years? Edward asked curiously. The same woman who was abandoned by a legendary Pokémon in the game, and who once had his full respect, was now imprisoned. He hadn't expected that at all. She was convicted for participating in and organizing criminal gang activity. However, due to significant contributions to law enforcement, she was sentenced to just 1 year. She'll be released in about 3 months, the butler explained. Edward scratched his head. There was no doubt that Team Magma and Team Aqua were criminal gangs, the two most notorious dark organizations in Hoenn, with crimes too numerous to list. The fact that Zinnia only got 1 year was already an incredibly light sentence. Still, 1 year, huh? Edward submitted a visitation request and went through the necessary procedures. Whether he could see Zinnia depended on whether she agreed to meet. To his surprise, Zinnia accepted. And so, inside the prison's visiting room, Edward saw her. She was wearing a prison uniform and looked a bit thinner than before. That wasn't unusual, people rarely gained weight in prison. Well, if it isn't the famous director Edward. What brings you here? Planning to make a movie based on me? Zinnia scoffed, glaring at Edward with clear hostility. Edward rubbed his forehead in frustration. Her attitude was nasty. Before he entered, Edward had already asked the old butler for details. The old butler said that Chairman Joseph had sent her money. While prison didn't allow total financial freedom, the money could be used for daily necessities. But Zinnia never touched a cent. She earned her living strictly through labor reform and refused to accept any compromise. Even the old chairman could do nothing about it. Zinnia. Edward looked at the woman across from him with mixed feelings. At the end of the day, what happened to her was indeed caused by his father's actions. Even if those actions were meant to help the League by attempting to capture Rayquaza, a mistake was still a mistake. Don't call me that. It's 0271 now, Zinnia waved dismissively, feigning humility. Edward's mouth twitched. This woman really knew how to infuriate others just with her words. No wonder his father's mood turned sour after visiting her. Edward figured he'd feel the same way in his father's shoes. With that thought, Edward lost interest in the conversation. Her attitude already made it clear she had no intention of forgiving Chairman Joseph. Talking further was meaningless and would only lead to more sarcasm from her. Huh. Zinnia was a little surprised to see Edward turn and leave without another word. That was unexpected. She had assumed he was here to apologize, just like Joseph had. Aren't you curious why I joined Team Magma? Zinnia asked with a sweet smile. She didn't believe Edward truly didn't care. Not curious. Not even a little. If you want to talk, go tell the guards. Edward waved his hand without looking back and left the visitation room. What else could it be? Probably the meteorite crisis. A threat that could endanger all of Hoenn unless Rayquaza underwent mega evolution. Edward had already handled matters involving Dialga, Palkia, and Groudon. If that meteorite crisis ever came, he was confident he could handle it too. You're back so soon, young master? The old butler looked surprised, but quickly came forward to greet him. Yeah, there's no point talking to someone who's hellbent on never forgiving. When she gets out, we'll offer compensation. If she refuses it, we'll just note it down, and from then on, she has nothing to do with the Stone family, Edward said, waving his hand. Understood. The old butler took note of it. Zinnia would be released in 3 months, and at that time, he would contact her to discuss the matter. If she refused, they'd just wait. She might change her mind later. Edward turned to glance back at the prison. Zinnia was still inside, but after this, she really had nothing to do with him anymore, unless that meteorite crisis came, in which case she might pop back into the picture. Let's go, Grandpa Robert. Let's stop by the orphanage, Edward said as he got into the car. He now planned to visit the little ones at the orphanage. At the Rustboro City Care Center, Edward stood at the entrance with a gentle smile in his eyes. He had always enjoyed visiting this place and spending time with the Pokémon here. But with filming taking up most of his time lately, he hadn't been able to visit in a while. Now, he finally had a bit of free time. Big Bear on gate duty again today? Edward asked with a grin as he looked at the Beware standing guard at the gate. He also glanced at his phone, just as a delivery car pulled up behind him. It was the food he had ordered. Since it had been a long time since his last visit, Edward had brought plenty of treats for the Pokémon living here. Where? Beware beamed when he saw Edward and waved a paw enthusiastically, his eyes filled with joy. Just then, a Murkrow landed on Beware's shoulder and cawed at Edward. A moment later, a Salamence poked its head out from inside, eyeing Edward with curiosity. Its scar-covered skin looked rather intimidating, but Edward was used to it. He smiled and patted Salamence on the head. Ruckus here too, huh? That's great. He just didn't know if Director Lillian was around today. Here you go, Big Bear, Blackie, this is for you. As the delivery car stopped at the entrance, Edward handed food to both Beware and Murkrow. They accepted it happily, and he then passed a bag to Salamence as well. Behind him, Grandpa Robert, the butler, watched with a smile. He knew how much young Master Edward supported this orphanage and how frequently he came to check on these little ones. Edward led the way inside with the butler following. Even though several months had passed, the care center looked the same, full of life. Some new Pokémon curiously observed Edward, but upon noticing Salamence walking beside him, they quickly warmed up to him. A Psyduck even sat itself down right in front of Edward and Salamence. Salamence, visibly exasperated, gently moved the Psyduck to the side. Ruckus, have you become the boss of the orphanage now? Edward chuckled as he looked at Salamence. Its behavior, along with the way the other Pokémon looked at it, made it clear that Salamence had taken on a leadership role here. Rare Salamence nodded proudly. Edward wasn't surprised. Dragon-type Pokémon often became significantly stronger upon reaching their final evolution, and due to their strength and wild instincts, Pokémon in a group naturally respected the strongest among them as their leader. A leader got privileges and perks, but also bore the responsibility of protecting the whole group. They had to be the first to face danger. Being a leader wasn't easy, but in a place like this orphanage, the risks were much lower. Edward? Here to visit the little ones. Headmistress Lillian appeared, wearing a work apron and gardening gloves. She had been tending to the vegetable patch, but looked pleasantly surprised when she saw him. "Long time no see, Headmistress Lillian." "I just came to check on the little guys," Edward said warmly. His gaze then landed on Shroomish, who was sunbathing nearby and dozing off. It seemed no one had adopted Greenie yet, making him one of the orphanage's most difficult cases. "You came at just the right time. Recently, we've had a few new Ghost-type Pokémon arrive. Would you like to see them?" Headmistress Lillian offered with a cheerful smile as she stood up and wiped sweat from her brow. Edward blinked in surprise. At that moment, Q jumped down from his head and stared eagerly at Salamence. Salamance's eye twitched and it quickly looked away. It knew all too well it couldn't beat Q. Even now, as a proud Salamence, defeating Q was out of the question. That Pokémon was simply too strong, so strong that it defied logic. "Ghost types?" Edward repeated, surprised. It wasn't unusual that Headmistress Lillian had noticed his preference for ghost types. After all, he only had two Pokémon, Q and Fortune, both ghost types. Yes, these little ones were rescued from a group of Pokémon poachers. The League discovered that they once had trainers, but couldn't track them down. "So they sent them here," Headmistress Lillian explained with a smile. Edward nodded. That was pretty typical. Pokémon poachers roamed far and wide, capturing Pokémon requested by clients or rare species in general. They didn't care whether the Pokémon already had trainers or were wild. To poachers, if it fit the criteria, it was fair game. They were the type of criminals the League cracked down on every year, but never quite wiped out. "What kinds of Pokémon are they?" Edward asked curiously. Headmistress Lillian took out her phone and showed him the records. Edward leaned in to look. There were 3. "The first is a Jengar, but I discovered it's a shiny Pokémon," said Headmistress Lillian, pointing to the entry. Edward raised an eyebrow. "A shiny Jengar? That's a rare one." And of course, it wasn't abandoned, it had been stolen. Headmistress wasn't exactly an ultra-rare species, but it was strong. If it weren't for the shiny aspect, it likely wouldn't have caught the poacher's attention. "The second is a Frostless, also a shiny," she said as she flipped to the next entry. Edward raised his brows again. Were they all shiny? Frostless was a unique Pokémon only female Snorunts could evolve into it. It wasn't uncommon, but a shiny Frostless was definitely rare. And finally, a Duskull. Also shiny, she finished. Edward fell silent. 3 Pokémon. 3 shinies. Well, what else could he expect from Pokémon rescued from poachers? Unlike abandoned Pokémon, the ones found with poachers were always valuable, simply put, expensive. Without exception. But 3 shinies in a row. There must be a ton of people wanting to adopt these 3 shiny ghost-type Pokémon, right? Edward asked Headmistress Lillian with curiosity. Shiny Pokémon weren't just rare in the games, they were incredibly difficult to find in real life, too. Because of this, shiny Pokémon were immensely popular, the kind many trainers dreamed of owning. And even if someone didn't plan to train one themselves, secretly selling a shiny Pokémon could fetch an enormous profit. So, whenever a shiny Pokémon appeared in the wild, it usually didn't take long before someone caught it. Seeing that Headmistress Lillian now had 3 of them, Edward could already imagine hordes of eager adopters practically sprinting to the orphanage. Actually, not yet, Headmistress Lillian said with a shrug. Because of the special status of these shiny Pokémon, the League imposed extremely strict adoption conditions. So far, not a single application has passed their review. When it came to special Pokémon, the League always set tight restrictions to prevent ill-intentioned people from trying to adopt them for profit or misuse. These 3 Pokémon ones were clearly under such protections. Edward wasn't particularly bothered. He knew that with his current status, if he wanted to adopt a Pokémon, the League would never stop him. In fact, they'd probably rush to deliver it to him. After all, he still held a one-time privilege that allowed him to choose any Pokémon. "Can I take a look at them first?" Edward asked with growing interest. Shiny Pokémon were rare, so rare that even the wealthiest people might never encounter one in the wild. And now there were 3 right in front of him? Too rare to pass up. Of course, Headmistress Lillian replied, leading Edward into the care center. Along the way, Edward picked up Q, who was itching to challenge Salamence to a fight. He gently patted Q's head to calm it down. Soon, Headmistress Lillian brought Edward to a specially designed room. Though the room was mostly empty, Edward knew it was made to contain Ghost-type Pokémon. Due to their unique nature, Ghost types could merge with their surroundings and become hard to detect. A sharp screech pierced the air, followed by a ghoulish face that suddenly lunged out from the darkness, rushing straight at Edward. Q let out an angry cry and instantly conjured a massive shadow ball, about the size of a winter melon. The attack made the ghoulish face halt immediately. A Jengar emerged, eyeing Q warily, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. That shadow ball, that much energy packed into it, if it hit less? A Frostless floated out next, staring curiously at Q, then shifting her gaze to Edward, then back to Q. Finally, a Duskull emerged as well. The three ghost Pokémon locked eyes with Edward, staring at him in unison. Because these three are ghost types, the League specifically requested they be housed in this room to keep them from escaping, Headmistress Lillian explained. Edward nodded. From the moment he saw the room, he'd already guessed its purpose, to prevent ghost types from slipping away. Regular walls were meaningless to wild Pokémon, especially to ghost types, who loved pranks and mischief. Letting them roam freely would definitely cause headaches for nearby residents. But the real concern was their safety. While the orphanage was relatively secure, if these Pokémon escaped, they'd likely become targets for Pokémon hunters and trainers alike, a dangerous situation. Of course, if the three had been wild Pokémon, the League would have likely released them back into the wild. That Frostless, she's a bit special, came a voice in Edward's ear. It was Boss Jengar. Edward wasn't surprised. Boss Jengar had left a mark on Edward's body and was currently residing in his shadow. It had done this so it could immediately appear if Edward ran into trouble, or rather, if it suddenly needed fear candy. To help Edward with any danger. What do you mean? Edward asked curiously. Headmistress Lillian glanced at him in confusion. But before she could ask anything, a massive Jengar emerged from Edward's shadow. Its intensely solid body and overwhelming aura made Headmistress Lillian tense. This Jengar. Was it that apex Pokémon from the Petalburg Woods? As Boss Jengar appeared, the three shiny ghost types immediately shrank back in fear. They wanted to flee, but Boss Jengar's energy surged out, locking them in place. Its power even overwhelmed the League's protective ghost barriers. This Frostless, she has an aura very similar to mine, Boss Jengar said, eyeing her with interest. He could sense a dominant-level presence in her, a kinship of sorts. Edward paused. Similar to Boss Jengar? Apex? He looked over at the Frostless. That couldn't be right. If she were truly a Apex Pokémon, those poachers would have already been fertilizer. Apex Pokémon earned the title because of their overwhelming power. Who is this? Headmistress Lillian couldn't help but ask. Oh, right. Headmistress Lillian, this is Boss Jengar, the Apex Pokémon from Petalburg Woods, Edward quickly explained. He had originally planned to bring Boss Jengar along later when they started filming, especially for creating space scenes in the movie. Boss Jengar's ability to suppress all sound in its aura made it perfect for such special effects. But Boss Jengar had insisted on tagging along now, and Edward hadn't had the heart or ability to refuse. Boss Jengar glanced at Headmistress Lillian, then quickly looked away. This human isn't bad. The Pokeballs on her belt carry strong energy, it noted to itself, but didn't really care. Boss Jengar wasn't your average Apex Pokémon. So, Edward, are you thinking of adopting one? Headmistress Lillian asked, glancing at the towering Boss Jengar beside him. If Edward had already grown this close to such a powerful Pokémon, then it wasn't surprising that he still only had 2 Pokémon under his name. Although, her eyes drifted toward Edward's waist, where a luxury Pokeball was clipped. What kind of Pokémon is in there? It couldn't be this Jengar, right? She had no idea about Groudon. Frostless, would you like to come with me? Edward asked as he looked at the Pokémon before him. Upon hearing his question, Frostless revealed a hint of curiosity in her expression. She floated over to Edward, studied his face for a moment, then shook her head and silently drifted back to a dark corner of the room, remaining quiet and still. Edward's lips twitched slightly. Could this Frostless be a face snob? He'd heard of some Pokémon being obsessed with appearances, selective about their trainers based on looks. In short, if a trainer wasn't attractive enough by the Pokémon standards, they wouldn't be accepted. While this was rare, it wasn't unheard of, and it could be quite a headache, especially since Pokémon aesthetics didn't always align with human beauty standards. So, it was hard to say how these face snob Pokémon judged someone's looks, but Edward had a feeling he simply didn't meet Frostless's standards. Adopting a Pokémon wasn't easy. Aside from meeting the League's official requirements, the Pokémon also had to accept the adopter. After all, Pokémon weren't just pets, they were highly intelligent. If they didn't like someone, even a successful adoption wouldn't amount to much. It might even cause further problems. So, if a Pokémon refused to be adopted, even the most qualified candidate would still be rejected, unless the Pokémon in question disliked everyone equally. In such rare cases, the League might arrange a special adoption. "Looks like this little one isn't interested," Headmistress Lillian said helplessly as she looked at Frostless. Edward didn't mind too much. He had simply wanted to try adopting her. Since Frostless wasn't willing, there was no point in forcing it. Different Pokémon had different criteria for choosing their future trainers, and Edward wasn't the type to take it personally. "Maybe it's just not meant to be," he said, standing up. Since Frostless had declined, he wasn't going to insist. His interest had been piqued only because Boss Jengar mentioned that she had an Apex aura. While it wasn't certain whether she had Apex lineage, with the help of Fear Candy, she had great potential. But since she didn't want to go with him, there was no point dwelling on it. Just as Edward was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his clothes. Turning around, he saw the shiny Duskull had floated over and was gently grabbing his clothes with a wisp of ghost energy. Its eerie, glowing eyes stared straight at him, not in a frightening way, but with an uncanny stillness. Duskull, as a species, wasn't particularly scary-looking, especially when compared to other ghost types. It resembled a floating skull face, and its design was relatively tame. "What is it?" Edward asked with a smile. He remembered that Duskull's final evolution was Dusk Noir, a Pokémon shrouded in eerie legends. It was said to have the power to ferry the souls of the dead into the spirit realm. That so-called spirit realm was essentially the Pokémon world's version of the underworld, where the souls of humans and Pokémon went after death to rest. Dusk Noir, as a unique ghost type, could guide those souls to their final resting place. That was why people often felt a deep chill in its presence, a fear born from the very concept of mortality. It was like waking up in the middle of the night to find Grim Reapers standing at your bedside. You couldn't help but wonder if your time had come. Edward had felt a bit unsettled when he first saw Duskull, but by now he'd gotten used to it. After all, Duskull wasn't Dusk Noir yet. It was still just a ghost-type Pokémon. Q. Q let out a loud, threatening cry. Duskull reflexively shrank back in fear, but its glowing eyes remained fixed on Edward. Edward scratched his head. "You want to come with me?" he asked, slightly unsure. To his surprise, Duskull nodded. That caught Edward off guard, but as he looked at the ghost type in front of him, he felt rather pleased. Shiny ghost type. Even though Dusk Noir didn't hold any massive advantage over other ghost Pokémon in terms of raw strength, Edward had Fear Candy. So the usual power limitations weren't really a concern. With Duskull's agreement, Edward officially brought the little one with him. As for how to raise it, Edward already had a plan, or rather, he didn't need anything fancy. Just standard training and some candy would do the trick. "Edward, you'll still need to complete the adoption paperwork later," Headmistress Lillian reminded him. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. After all, Edward was someone special. But adoptions through League-run orphanages had formal procedures, and even Edward wasn't exempt. Of course, no one would really make a fuss if he skipped them, but it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Edward nodded. He was already planning to hand the paperwork over to Zoroark. That girl knew her way around procedures like this. With Duskull now in his care, Edward's belt carried 4 Pokeballs. This would give him more flexibility in facing future threats, though Edward hoped not to run into any. I wonder how things are going with Mutwo, he muttered with a yawn. That was what worried him most at the moment. According to Mutwo, Team Rocket hadn't made a move against it in a while. After one probing attempt, they even seemed to have withdrawn their surveillance. Still, Edward had advised Mutwo to keep its guard up. Who knew if Team Rocket was secretly still watching? Mutwo agreed, of course. Although it could use its psychic powers to scan its surroundings, doing so could easily alert the enemy. After all, Team Rocket already knew Mutwo had escaped, and they'd likely deduced that its type was psychic. So for now, it had to avoid using its powers to avoid detection. Mutwo could only monitor short distances without giving away its location. Most TV shows go downhill in their sequels, but director Edward has done a great job from his very first work up to now, so I'm actually looking forward to this one. At this moment, on the Pokehead network, a man with shoulder-length hair was squatting on his sofa, chatting happily with his live stream viewers. This was Tomato, a well-known content creator on the platform. Usually, Tomato specialized in anime reviews and analysis. Why is the streamer suddenly interested in watching Season 2 of Sherlock Holmes today? Comments rapidly filled the chat, and Tomato glanced at one of them. Oh, the reason's simple. I'm doing a stream on Sherlock Holmes Season 2 today because there's really nothing good in anime right now. All the original anime lately have been terrible, not worth talking about. He chuckled as he opened the web browser, clicked on the TV network's live stream, and took a sip of his hot fruity milk tea. Yeah, there's nothing good in movies lately either. I heard Sorcery Kaizen just finished its manga. 2.5 Gojo, right? Stop it. Itadori already forgave Sukuna. Look to the future. Now that you've brought it up, I'm wide awake. Tomato got excited. Since the show hadn't started yet and ads were still running, he took the opportunity to talk about the most talked about franchise lately, Sorcery Kaizen. Got to admit, the mangaka Gidge really knows how to stir things up. Popular characters getting killed off at will, villains forgiven just like that, the plot resolutions are pretty wild. But it's gotten tons of attention. Ever since the infamous 2.5 Gojo twist, Sorcery Kaizen had become the hottest manga around, drawing massive traffic. The live chat continued to scroll rapidly. Soon the discussion veered into the age-old debate. Could Sukuna beat Tom and Jerry in a fight? You can't compare them. Tom and Jerry are gag characters. They can't die no matter what. Sukuna wouldn't stand a chance. Tomato waved dismissively. Cross-series power comparisons were always popular among anime fans, but gag anime were a whole different beast. Characters in comedy series were completely overpowered in absurd ways. Conceptual gods, basically. If Ghost Film Pictures wanted to, Tom and Jerry could probably create a universe. In comedy anime, the characters' powers depend entirely on the writer's imagination. Just then, the commercials ended. With a burst of familiar music and a well-known intro, Sherlock Holmes Season 2 began. Tomato immediately stopped talking and focused entirely on the screen. Though his main content was anime, he watched TV dramas too, especially a hit like Sherlock Holmes. After watching the first season, he had become a die-hard fan. He even tried to buy Sherlock Holmes merch, but Ghost Film Pictures released it so slowly that even now, the pre-ordered figurines were still in production and hadn't shipped. An hour and a half later, the first episode ended. Tomato took a sip from his cup while the credits rolled. Not gonna lie, director Edward really has the chops. This second season absolutely lives up to the standards of the first one. He was thrilled. He hadn't drunk any water while watching, worried he might miss a key clue or piece of evidence during a deduction scene. My legs are numb. I'm drinking water now too, just like the streamer, haha. I just realized some of the key clues were hidden in the earlier shots. Director Edward is trying to train us to be detectives. This is Director Edward's signature style. Every episode hides clues for the audience to discover themselves. It's part of the fun. Tomato calmed down a bit and started thinking. He always rated the works he reviewed, and while this one was a TV show, it deserved a score too. I'd give this season of Sherlock Holmes. Multiple critics give it a 9.9 rating. Sherlock Holmes Season 2 continues the success. You can tell from this sequel that sticking to your craft is key to a successful continuation. Did you notice these hidden clues in the first episode of Sherlock Holmes Season 2? Director Edward is still hiding more. Boss, ratings just broke a new record. Zoroark burst into the room excitedly. Edward wasn't surprised. He was playing with Duskull while feeding it a fear candy. Isn't breaking records pretty normal? Edward replied calmly. Sherlock Holmes Season 2's explosive success was entirely within his expectations. Season 1 had already built up a strong fan base, and as the show's reputation grew, more and more viewers had come looking. Plus, some just came for the drama, hoping the second season would flop. So the record-breaking ratings didn't mean much to him. Did the casting call for Alien go out? Edward asked, returning to his actual concern. This time, he wanted to shoot a new project, Alien, but with significant changes. The key change? The type of aliens. First, he kept the classic design, the one that parasitizes humans and bursts out of their chests. That's what people expected from a proper alien film. But this time, Edward introduced a Pokémon xenomorph. The story goes, a xenomorph egg was accidentally brought aboard a spaceship. The alien began killing everyone aboard. Then, it captured a Pokémon and the xenomorph used it for reproduction. The xenomorph implanted its larva into the Pokémon, and the resulting creature burst from the Pokémon's chest, a brand new Pokémon xenomorph. These two xenomorphs then went on a rampage, until the heroine cleverly tricked them into being jettisoned into space, barely escaping with her life. That was Edward's small twist on the story, but he still needed to cast a Pokémon actor. We posted the call. A ton of candidates applied to compete for the role of Pikachu. Zoroark replied quickly. Edward wasn't surprised, after all. Pikachu was incredibly popular in the Pokémon world. This naturally meant that the number of Pikachu registered in the Pokémon Actors Guild was also quite high. However, only a handful of them had actually made a name for themselves. That's because most Pikachu looked almost identical. Aside from some minute physical differences, which only professionals could spot, they were basically the same. As a result, competition among Pikachu actors was incredibly fierce. A few top-tier ones got most of the roles, while the rest were left scrambling for scraps. Worse still, there was serious homogenization. If one Pikachu got famous for pretending to trip and act cute, the next day you'd see hundreds of Pikachu doing the same thing, hoping to stand out. Did you make it clear to them that this time the role requires a special type of Pikachu? Edward glanced at the file in front of him. There were over 3,000 applications for the Pikachu role. That might not seem like a lot, but considering they were all Pikachu, and some of them even being famous actors Edward had heard of, it was no small deal. Now, their trainers were all eager to get them a part in Edward's movie. Even though it was a horror film, they still wanted in. It was honestly a bit ridiculous. I did tell them, boss. But all of the Pikachu's trainers still expressed strong interest in working with you, Zoroark replied with a grin. As it spoke, it transformed into a blonde woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Edward didn't even bat an eye. He was used to this. Ever since his string of successful projects and the revelation of his identity as the heir to the Devon Corporation, he had become incredibly popular among actors and agents. After all, no one disliked money. Working with Edward had become one of the fastest ways for up-and-coming actors to gain fame. Even if they didn't land the role, simply passing the first-round selection process at Ghost Film Pictures was a big deal. They could use that as proof of their acting chops when auditioning elsewhere. Everyone in the industry now knew that director Edward didn't care about looks or fame, only acting ability. The massive acting competition he held last time had made stars out of dozens of new actors. Even those who didn't win still saw their appearance fees go up. That's why, once again, applications were pouring in. Many people were hoping Edward would host another talent show. But Edward had no such plans. One big talent show was enough. If you did it too often, audiences would get bored. Eventually, you'd have to resort to scripted drama or fake tension to keep people watching. Too much of a hassle. Same process as always, screen by acting ability. This time, I need a cruel, savage Pikachu. As long as they can pull that off, I'm good. Edward massaged his temples. Casting was always the most troublesome part. But this time, he wasn't looking for a cute Pikachu. He wanted a feral and violent one. With Zoroark's illusion powers and a few props, this Pikachu would become the first ever Pokémon Xenomorph. This twisted version of Pikachu would actively attack and devour humans. That was the role Edward had in mind, completely different from the Pikachu everyone was used to. In fact, the complete opposite. Turning the epitome of cuteness into the most terrifying monster, this was Edward's little dark twist. He was genuinely curious to see how audiences would react to that jarring contrast. Got it, boss. Oh, by the way, the finance department needs your signature for a tax review report, and Secretary Kennedy also sent you a file, Zoroark said, placing a document in front of him. Edward raised an eyebrow and picked it up. He glanced briefly at the tax review. He wasn't an expert in this area, but he had always been strict about financial reporting. Every bit of income had to be reported and taxes paid on time. Even top stars like Daniel had to pay up precisely and honestly. Edward had no intention of letting tax evasion scandals ruin his studio's reputation. To him, the company's integrity wasn't something that could be bought, even for billions. Once your public trust collapsed, it would be incredibly difficult to win it back. A company caught evading taxes would carry that stain forever, and that was something Edward absolutely could not accept. He knew better than anyone. Once trust was broken, regaining it would be an uphill battle. As for Secretary Kennedy's document, just glancing at it made Edward feel a headache coming on. But he still opened it obediently. It was a detailed handover schedule and transition plan. Starting tomorrow, Edward would officially begin taking over all of Devon Corporation's operations and assume the position of chairman. Though he would be chairman in name, in reality, the Stone family, holding 90% of the shares, were the true decision-makers. The remaining 10% was held by the League, as a way to earn their trust. Even though I'll be chairman, most of the day-to-day stuff doesn't actually require my input. I'll just need to review key documents. He read through the plan. Kennedy had laid everything out clearly. Kennedy would continue to serve as his secretary for a while, helping him get up to speed, and also mentoring Zoroark, who had done well so far but was clearly still a bit green in the eyes of someone like Kennedy, who had been Devon's secretary for years. So tomorrow, I officially become the head of a top League-affiliated company, huh? Edward stretched lazily. He wasn't particularly excited. Starting a company from scratch was hard, but running a fully mature, top-tier one was relatively easy. Put simply, even a dog could sit in the position and keep the company running. His real responsibility was to steer the ship, set the research and development direction of Devon Corporation. And that just so happened to be something Edward excelled at. Not to brag, but given the current state of technology in the Pokémon world, Edward already had a clear vision for the future. Those smartphones were already dominated by others. He could shift toward electric vehicles and clean energy. So right now, he already had a complete plan for how to guide Devon's future development. You're about to become the chairman of the Devon Corporation, one of the most powerful people in the world. Any thoughts? His father, Joseph, asked with a smile as he looked at Edward. Not really. But Dad, didn't Secretary Kennedy say you needed rest and recovery? Edward looked skeptically at his father. He really wanted to ask, is your idea of recuperation dressing in full mountaineering gear and heading out with a pickaxe to mine? Was that really rest? Edward couldn't help but feel this sounded even more exhausting. After all, crawling around in caves was physically demanding. Even with Pokémon helping to dig, finding rare stones still meant a lot of hiking, digging, and exploring. It sounded more tiring than relaxing. Of course. It's to refresh my mind and body, his father replied with an even bigger grin. He had wanted to retire from his position as chairman for a long time. But what could he do? That no-good son, Stephen, had run off to become a champion just to avoid inheriting the family's billions. Fortunately, he had his younger son, Edward, to take over. Otherwise, Joseph didn't know how much longer he'd have to stay on as company chairman. Edward's mouth twitched, but he still handed his father a backpack. Inside were outdoor survival essentials his father had requested, though Edward thought they were probably unnecessary. Joseph was getting older, after all. Even though the old man claimed his body was in top condition and that there was no issue going on an expedition, his brother Stephen had insisted on tagging along, though Edward strongly suspected his brother just wanted to go stone hunting. When it came to mining, Stephen had fully inherited their father's obsession with rocks. The man had a borderline fanatical passion for them. Still, Edward had arranged for a professional support team to accompany them on their trip. Their job was to ensure his father's safety and health while he went stone hunting. "So, you're not worried I'll run the company into the ground?" Edward said irritably. His father and brother were heading off to have fun, while he was stuck managing two companies. It was insane. What's there to worry about? Even if you blew 10 million a day, it'd still take you decades to burn through everything, his father said proudly. Edward was speechless, but he knew his father was right. Devon Corporation wasn't just the leading company in the Hoenn region. Its operations spanned the entire Pokémon League. "Dad, did you buy the latest ore detector? That thing can find deeply buried minerals." Stephen burst in, completely ignoring Edward, holding up a new gadget in his hand. As his father and brother began an animated discussion on mining techniques and how to locate stones, Edward stared blankly. This whole stone family is insane. He couldn't help but wonder how his father had even managed to grow Devon Corporation into such a massive entity. Maybe he'd stumbled across some secret treasure while digging? The next day, with his father and brother preparing to depart for their mining expedition, Edward made a rare gesture. He cooked a lavish dinner by himself. His father and brother were so impressed they couldn't stop nodding in approval. They even said the family chef should take lessons from Edward. His father went as far as to say that making him a director had been a waste of talent. He should have become a chef instead. The next morning, Edward escorted them to their private jet. Once the plane took off with the professional team in tow, he slumped back into the butler's car, exhausted. Q hopped into Edward's lap, yawned, and snuggled closer. "Young Master Edward, are we heading to the company now?" the butler asked. Edward massaged his brow and nodded. It was time to finally visit Devon Corporation. After all, starting today, he was officially its chairman. Even if there wasn't much he had to personally handle, he still needed to make an appearance. The butler drove them to the base of the Devon Corporation tower. By the time Edward got out of the car, it was nearly work hours, and employees were rushing toward the building. "Good morning, Chairman." Secretary Kennedy was already standing at the entrance, with Zoroark beside him, currently disguised as a strong, suited businesswoman. "Secretary Kennedy," Edward replied seriously. He knew Kennedy didn't joke around at work, so he refrained from calling him Uncle Kennedy, as he used to. "Chairman, as of now, Devon Corporation has a total of 2,037,621 employees across the league," Kennedy said softly as he walked beside Edward, briefing him on the company's operations. Edward froze. Over 2 million people? That number was staggering. No wonder Devon Corporation wasn't going down anytime soon. With that many people's livelihoods tied to it, even the league wouldn't dare let it fall. It was outrageous. As they walked through the building, the employees around them were busy and professional. Some were surprised to see Edward, but most simply greeted him politely. There were no ridiculous, clumsy girl bumps into CEO and spills coffee dramas. Edward was relieved. Looks like everyone here is smart enough not to be brainwashed by cliché TV and novel tropes. In those kinds of stories, the female lead bumps into the cold CEO, yells at him, and he finds her interesting. Classic nonsense. By the time the elevator reached the top floor, Secretary Kennedy had already given Edward a complete overview of the company. Edward quickly summarized it in his head. Right now, he didn't have too much to do. The policies set by his father were still running smoothly, so no immediate changes were needed. His main job would be reviewing important documents and meeting with a few partner company executives to discuss future collaborations. When are those meetings scheduled? Edward asked, slightly frowning. He still planned to film Alien. They're scheduled within the next few days, Kennedy replied. That put Edward at ease. It was perfect. He could let Zoroark handle the production crew prep for the movie while he took care of the corporate stuff. By the time everything was ready, both sides would be good to go, and he could shoot the movie while managing the company on the side. Looks like being a big boss isn't so bad after all. Although Edward had now become the acting chairman of Devon Corporation, his life hadn't changed all that much. If anything, it just meant he had more responsibilities and more documents to review each day. Still, Edward adapted to this new routine rather well. After all, he'd done similar work in the past, just without having to go through so many reports and spreadsheets. Even though his father had gone off to recharge by mining, Devon Corporation didn't suffer in his absence. On the contrary, everything continued to operate smoothly. Chairman, did I hear correctly you're interested in developing electric trains? Secretary Kennedy asked as he looked at Edward. At the moment, Edward was seated in his chair, going over a project list detailing the company's current R&D efforts. Most of the projects still focused on Devon's core industries, though there were quite a few new developments scattered throughout, almost like casting a wide net. It's not exactly electric trains, more like clean energy vehicles, Edward replied with a smile. I did some market research before, and currently, traditional gasoline cars are still dominant across all regions of the league. He had his own ideas for the future direction of Devon. Back when he attended the Poketech Expo, Edward had realized that the Pokémon League was gradually pushing an environmental agenda. It was very likely that eco-friendly industries would become a major focus in the future, just like in his past life. That's why he decided to get a head start by launching clean energy vehicles. On one hand, it would align with the League's sustainability goals. On the other, it would boost Devon's public image. After all, the League was built around the harmony between humans and Pokémon, and protecting the environment was a natural extension of that. Yes. According to last year's League Industry Survey, gasoline-powered cars are still the mainstream, Kennedy replied instinctively. Zoroark, standing nearby, looked at Kennedy in surprise. It hadn't expected him to remember something as obscure as last year's industrial report. That report was thick. Zoroark had seen it before. It was packed with data on nearly every public industry in the League. There was so much information that Zoroark hadn't even bothered to read it. At the Poketech Expo, I noticed clear signs that the League wants to move toward environmental protection, Edward said calmly as he handed a few documents to Kennedy. Cars are one of the most widely used forms of transportation in the League right now. I think there's still a huge market for cleaner alternatives. Though Kennedy was technically just a secretary, he had served alongside Edward's father for years. So even though Edward was now acting chairman, he knew better than to ignore Kennedy's opinions. If he could get Kennedy on board, it would also make it easier to explain the plan to his father later. I understand. Kennedy examined the documents with a more serious expression. Then he immediately summoned the head of Devon's R&D department, a Kadabra named Corona. So you're looking into clean energy development? Corona asked, telepathically transmitting her question while scanning the documents floating before her. Edward nodded. To be more precise, I want to focus on clean energy that's cheap and easy to obtain. My initial idea is electricity. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. In his previous life, electric cars had already proven to be viable. Although recharging had always been an issue, that wouldn't be a problem in the Pokémon world. With so many strong electric-type Pokémon, even high-powered electricity was easy to come by. Some Pokémon could generate lightning rivaling that of natural storms. If someone like Zapdos were involved, powering an entire city wouldn't even be a challenge. So if Devon could develop electric vehicles compatible with Pokémon-assisted charging, the issue of difficult charging infrastructure would essentially be solved. It would be incredibly convenient. Even League-run charging stations wouldn't require heavy infrastructure, just a few trained staff with electric-type Pokémon on duty, and that would be enough. Electricity really is a great energy source, Corona said, instantly understanding what Edward was going for. She could even guess the deeper reasoning behind the idea. Even though she was a psychic-type Pokémon, She knew a few electric-type moves herself. With this, road trips would never have to worry about running out of fuel. Just a thunderbolt or thunderwave could keep things going. As for the League's environmental policies, Corona didn't care much about that. She focused solely on the technical challenges. Is this idea feasible? Edward asked, rubbing his hands again. From what he had seen, Devon currently had no involvement in the automotive industry. If they could break into it, they'd be able to grab a share of that market too. Sure, it might ruffle a few feathers, but Devon wouldn't mind. After all, the company had grown from a regional powerhouse in Hoenn to one of the most renowned enterprises in the League. They had made plenty of enemies along the way. But unless someone was stupid enough to join a criminal organization and go against the League itself, the League wouldn't do anything drastic to Devon. Of course, a few restrictions were inevitable. For now, though, those restrictions were minimal, mainly because Sylph Company still sat at the top. Sylph was the real titan of the League economy, with massive influence. Even Pokeballs were one of their products, showing just how deeply embedded they were in League infrastructure. I don't know yet. We'll have to research it, Corona replied, stirring her spoon gently. Edward wasn't in a rush. He told her and the R&D team to start looking into it as soon as possible. Whatever they needed, money, resources, staff, he'd provide. After all, the development costs would eventually be factored into the product prices and passed on to the consumers. That was how most companies operated anyway. Because if you used your profits to fund R&D directly and hit a snag, it could bring the whole company down. That's why most corporations spread development costs across product sales. The more they sold, the faster they broke even. All right then, I'll leave it to you, Corona. Edward smiled. By the way, Chairman, I heard that Code is working under you now? Corona looked at Edward and asked, catching him off guard for a moment. Then, reflexively, he nodded. Code was indeed working under Edward. Edward had put him in charge of the Charity Foundation, a project aimed at helping impoverished families who couldn't afford medical treatment. Other than occasionally transferring funds, Edward didn't interfere much in the day-to-day operations. That said, he still read the monthly reports. Over the past few months, the foundation had gradually received donations from the public. It had to be said, true charity required collective effort. Edward had money, but even he couldn't sustain it all on his own. With help from the broader community and the Pokémon League, things became much more manageable. Recently, the Charity Foundation had finally gotten on the right track, and donations had been steadily increasing. Just last month, they received over 100 million in donations. However, this also meant the work was becoming increasingly complex, with long aid application lists and detailed public records for donors to verify. Code had been quite busy lately. He even recruited several new employees to help manage the workload. Edward paid their salaries and had them formally listed as part of Ghost Film Pictures staff. Because of the Charity Foundation, Ghost Film Pictures had earned a very positive reputation online. This was the kind of intangible brand value that charity could bring to a business, unseen, but real. Of course, if the charity ever got exposed for fraud or any sort of scandal, the fallout would be even more devastating. Yes, Code is my wait, you and Code. Edward instinctively began answering, but paused halfway through. Could there be some connection between them? He couldn't help but ask. Code is a good friend of mine, Corona said calmly, without any emotional fluctuation. Edward nodded, though he couldn't help glancing between the now-silent Corona and the ever-composed Kennedy. Was something still going on here? Why weren't they leaving after the discussion? Good friend, huh? There was probably more to it than she let on. Code is the current president of the Charity Foundation under my management. He's in charge of all operations. Would you like to meet him? Edward asked, testing the waters. If that's what the chairman requests, I have no objections, Corona replied flatly. Edward sighed. Typical Sundra behavior, saying one thing but clearly feeling another. She acted indifferent, but was clearly pleased. He didn't press the issue further and simply gave Code a call. Thankfully, Code was still in Rustboro and could arrive quickly. Not long after, Code showed up at the office. He looked the same as always, although his eyes seemed more tired and aged than before. This puzzled Edward. It felt like he was speaking to an old man, which was absurd. "Boss, here's this month's Foundation report," Code said, handing over the documents. Then he spotted Corona nearby. She remained calm, as if his presence didn't affect her at all. Code simply greeted her with a smile, and she returned the gesture. Edward began reading the file in his hand. It showed the Foundation's donations for the current month. While there were still a few days left before the end of the month, the numbers likely wouldn't change much. 123,215,389.50? That precise? Edward raised an eyebrow at the exact donation figure. It was even higher than last month, which pleased him. More money meant more people could be helped. And indeed, many people had received aid. But partway through the report, Edward froze. He stared at the page in surprise. Kennedy, though curious, didn't move closer. As a seasoned secretary, he knew his place and never overstepped. The Foundation staff were attacked? What happened? Edward asked, raising his head to look at Code. If it hadn't been in the report, Edward wouldn't have known that one of the employees had been assaulted and hospitalized. One of the families seeking help thought we were ignoring them and attacked Nicole in anger, Code replied, his tone heavy. Edward could understand why he looked so worn out. If the same thing happened to him, he'd be shaken too. The Foundation's aid wasn't unlimited. They couldn't help everyone. They weren't gods. That's why the Foundation followed strict internal protocols. Every employee had to follow these rules to select which families to support. This ensured that they helped as many deserving people as possible. Still, there would always be those who believed, why are others getting help and not me? That resentment often turned into attacks or slander. If the Foundation had actually been corrupt, such outrage might have been justified. But Edward knew his Foundation was legitimately doing good work. To see a dedicated staff member hospitalized for their efforts, it was disheartening. Have the hospital bills and nutrition costs charged to Ghost Film Pictures' corporate account. Also, assemble our best legal team and send those idiots to jail. Make this incident public. Let everyone know that our charity foundation is here to help, but that kindness cannot be used as a weapon against us, Edward said, his face dark with anger. He didn't care what kind of tragic story the attackers had. If they committed a crime, they had to pay the price. Pity was no excuse for evading justice. If people were allowed to threaten the Foundation staff with violence, then the entire operation might as well shut down. Understood, Code said with a faint smile. His boss had a firm sense of justice. That was good. If the matter wasn't handled seriously, morale within the Foundation would crumble. It would be hard to predict how things would go moving forward. Also, make sure the entire handling process is public. Explain exactly why we chose not to help that family. Let the public see our reasoning, Edward added. If they kept things quiet, conspiracy theories would flourish. Even if some people still doubted them, transparency would minimize suspicion and keep things stable. Chairman, shall we have Ms. Sarah handle the matter? Kennedy asked. I understand, Chairman. Our legal department will follow up on this matter, said Sarah as she pushed up her glasses with a gentle smile on her face. Edward nodded and turned his gaze to the head of Devon Corporation's PR department. Devon had many internal divisions, including the Public Relations Department, an essential branch tasked with managing crises, facilitating partnerships, and more. Being such a large and influential company, Devon naturally attracted its share of malicious attacks and slander. That's where the PR team came in. They were the professionals. Devon's solid public image across all regions of the league was due in no small part to their efforts. Chairman, I've looked into the matter. The only potential challenge is that some netizens might sympathize with a family whose child has uremia and needs a kidney transplant. But we'll handle it, said the PR director, a rather handsome man, confidently. As long as it's handled well. Be mindful of public opinion. I know people tend to side with the disadvantaged, but how you manage that is your department's job, Edward said calmly. Devon wasn't some hollow title, it was a real powerhouse. His father had always stressed, only those who get things done and do them well are promoted. Because of this, the internal atmosphere at Devon was strong and competitive. Employees were encouraged to demonstrate their capabilities. And since this man had stood out from the many in the PR department, his competence was unquestionable. Even if this situation was a little tricky, Edward trusted that he could handle it. Understood, Chairman. The PR director didn't say much more, but his expression was full of confidence. After all, from a moral standpoint, the Foundation was clearly in the right. The incident was fairly straightforward. The chairman's charity foundation had to choose between multiple applicants and decided to help the most urgent case. The family not selected responded by attacking a foundation staff member, stabbing her 3 times and sending her to the hospital. Granted, the attacking family had their own tragic story. They were poor. The family's breadwinner had uremia and required monthly dialysis. Though a kidney transplant was possible, they couldn't afford it. So, they sought help from the increasingly popular charity foundation. However, Nicole, following the foundation's internal guidelines, had determined that another applicant, a child with congenital heart disease in critical condition, required more immediate assistance. That family was placed on the waiting list instead. Furious, the unchosen family attacked Nicole, stabbing her 3 times. Her stomach was injured, and she was now bedridden and in tears every day. This incident has been a wake-up call. Code, I want all Foundation staff to be equipped with basic security. We can't risk another emotional outburst from a desperate family. Nicole survived this time, but what about next time? Edward said seriously. He didn't want the entire staff to feel like they were walking on eggshells. They were there to do good, not to live in fear. Understood, boss. Sitting beside Corona, Code nodded solemnly. They didn't have to worry about the Pokémon employees. Most of them were powerful and could handle themselves. Not to mention, the ones Code hired were psychic types. Regular humans didn't stand a chance against them. But since hiring Pokémon was expensive, Code had also brought on a few kind-hearted humans to reduce costs. Nicole was one of those who had originally applied to be a volunteer. Edward nodded. Since the matter had been resolved, the Foundation issue was temporarily wrapped up. I'll make a personal donation of $50 million again this month, Edward added. He donated to the Foundation every month. He had more than enough money, even without tapping into Devon's funds. The profits from Ghost Pictures alone were enough to fund multiple projects. These days, Ghost Pictures' monthly net profits were in the tens of millions, sometimes even exceeding $100 million. The main reason was that they had secured cost-free licensing deals for highly profitable IPs. Tom and Jerry, Sherlock Holmes, these had all become major IPs under Edward's name, consistently generating massive revenue. Got it, boss, Code nodded. Edward's regular donations, ranging from $10 million to over $100 million, gave the Foundation plenty of flexibility and allowed them to help even more people. With that settled, let's move on. Edward glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. Chairman, you have a partnership meeting this afternoon, Kennedy interjected. Edward's mouth twitched. He had been hoping to let everyone out for lunch and sneak away early himself, but clearly, Kennedy wasn't going to let that happen. Edward shot him a glance. One of his deepest memories of Kennedy was from when he was young, watching his father try to sneak away from work, only to be hunted down and dragged back by Secretary Kennedy. Even his father had once said, Kennedy is someone who takes his work very seriously. That was likely why his father had given Kennedy a 0.1% share in Devon's profits. It might not sound like much, but given Devon's current valuation, that was an astronomical sum. In fact, Edward knew his father intended to give Kennedy 1% of the shares held by the Stone family as a reward for his years of dedicated service. All right, I got it, Edward sighed. He didn't have much choice. With his father and older brother off digging for rocks, the responsibility of running Devon fell entirely on his shoulders. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that he finally wrapped up his duties and got to leave work early. Boss, the preliminary actor screening for Alien is complete. Would you like to take a look? Zoroark hurried over the moment he stepped out of the building, a file in hand. Edward glanced at the folder and felt his eyelid twitch. Give it here, he sighed, taking the document and flipping through it. Most of the casting process was done. All that remained was for Edward to choose the final leads. As the writer, director, and investor, Edward could basically do whatever he wanted. If he felt like casting an animal protection vegan environmentalist as the lead, nobody could stop him. But he wasn't going to do that. Thankfully, in the world of the Pokémon League, there wasn't quite as much magical ideological warfare going on. "Boss, have you seen the latest movies?" Zoroark asked excitedly. Edward rubbed his temples and lazily leaned back in his genuine leather seat. "I have." "You're talking about Jester too, right?" he replied calmly. At this moment, Edward was on a plane headed for the Kanto region. On the Indigo Plateau, a special open area had been designated for his film shoot. The construction team was already in place, waiting to build a spaceship set according to Edward's specifications. This trip, he planned to oversee the ship's construction and arrange the interior layout for filming. It had been a week since Edward officially took the reins of the Devon Corporation. In that time, he had been constantly juggling affairs from both Devon and Ghost Film Pictures. Though it had felt overwhelming at first, he had gradually adapted and was now handling things in an organized, efficient manner. Fortune continued attending school every day and only stayed at the library for self-study on weekends. According to Fortune, it aimed to finish its undergraduate coursework as quickly as possible, then transition directly into graduate studies. That way, it could stay close to Edward and pursue its graduate degree while working. Edward was fully supportive. Once Fortune graduated, he planned to hand over Ghost Film Pictures to it as training. Edward himself would focus solely on directing, no longer needing to personally manage the company. After learning about his trainer's intentions, Fortune quietly began studying business management and aimed to earn a double bachelor's degree. Once Edward confirmed with Kennedy that there were no urgent matters requiring his direct attention at Devon for the time being, he decided to head to Kanto and prepare for filming Alien. The sooner, the better. "Yeah, I heard Jester 2 is a total disaster. Good thing I didn't watch it," Zoroark said with relief. Edward curled his lips slightly. This guy was lucky indeed. Jester, a very unique film. The first movie had been a massive hit, with excellent box office results. The production company had seemingly learned from its earlier mistake: let the original team handle the sequel, executives should stay out of it. So Jester 2 was again produced by the same creative team. In theory, if the same team made Jester 1 so well, Jester 2 should have turned out fine. After all, Jester was based on a comic, and they could have adapted plenty of content from the source material: brilliant crimes, madness, psychological thrillers. There were so many directions to explore. But unfortunately, Jester 2 turned out to be a complete flop. Even one of the more reputable movie rating companies in the league gave it a D, an almost unheard of score. For comparison, even Senora Webb, another superhero spin-off that was panned, managed a C+. Audience ratings were equally dismal. One person giving a low score could be subjective. But when an entire crowd gives it low marks, the problem lies with the movie itself. The whole film felt incredibly dull. There were no emotional highs or climactic moments. Jester's character wasn't nearly as compelling as in the first movie. He just seemed like a weakling, Edward commented bluntly. He had even sacrificed his precious evening rest to watch the film. Afterward, he couldn't sleep all night, wondering how the original team could make such a failure. Could it be that all sequels were doomed? Doesn't sound that bad, Zoroark muttered, sounding intrigued. Edward rolled his eyes. People are just like that. Even when others say something is terrible, they just have to see for themselves. Maybe some people will like it. But so far, very few do. Edward yawned and pulled out 2 fear candies, one for Q, who was resting on his head, and the other for the dazed Duskull beside him. Duskull happily accepted the treat, popped it in its mouth, and resumed its idle spacing out. "I didn't get one." Boss Jengar appeared with a resentful look. Edward twitched his mouth and tossed one to Jengar, who grinned happily and vanished back into the shadows. Boss Jengar had been hired as a special effects artist. After all, only Boss Jengar could accurately create that black, silent void of outer space. Zoroark was capable as well, but it couldn't block sound. And if wind noises or other sounds accidentally got recorded, it would be a huge problem for a perfectionist director like Edward. So Boss Jengar was recruited to handle VFX and accompany him on this shoot. I still want to watch it. Zoroark rubbed its hands together. Edward didn't reply. People never learn until they hit the wall themselves. Let Zoroark go watch it one viewing, and it'll be speechless. Oh right, boss, Miss Smagius from Petalburg Forest wants to speak with you about something, Zoroark added hastily as it remembered. Edward raised a brow. Miss Smagius? He hadn't seen Miss Smagius in a long time. After A Wicked Ghost was filmed, the theme park saw a surge in popularity. Petalburg Forest had since become a unique attraction. While visitors still came daily to experience the thrills, it wasn't nearly as bustling as during the film's initial success. And once Alien finished filming, the spaceship set would remain on the Indigo Plateau as a new attraction for the Kanto region. Edward wouldn't be able to reuse it elsewhere. I got it, Edward nodded. He could already guess what Miss Smagius wanted to discuss, likely the park's future development. After getting used to the comfort and prosperity brought by that burst of horror-themed fame, those ghost-type Pokémon must have found it hard to return to their old ways. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go back. Looks like he'd have to find them a new path. Technically, they were employees of Ghost Film Pictures. As the plane descended through the clouds, Edward looked down upon the towering MT Silver, a massive mountain range dividing the Kanto and Johto regions. His expression became a little complicated. After all, this was the place where the legendary new trainer, Ash, first emerged, also home to the League's strongest criminal organization, Team Rocket. Truly a land of heroes and villains. I have a feeling this is going to be fun, Edward said with a small smile. Boss, there's a lot of online discussion about Sherlock Holmes, Season 2, Murder on the Orient Express right now. Zoroark reported excitedly just as Edward got into the car after getting off the plane. Edward glanced at Zoroark. Ever since Zoroark had taken some lessons from Secretary Kennedy on how to be a proper assistant, it had become noticeably more professional. It had even learned to proactively search the internet for potentially useful information. That alone was a huge step forward, definitely a big improvement from before. The buzz is normal, Edward said casually, but he couldn't help pulling out his phone to check. After all, Murder on the Orient Express was a project he was particularly proud of. Among all his adaptations of Sherlock Holmes stories, this one was one of the few he was truly satisfied with. Despite requiring extensive line edits after the adaptation, it had turned out well. Every creator has a natural urge to share their work. When someone creates something they feel is genuinely good, they can't wait to get feedback and see how others react. While Edward wasn't overly eager, he still had that instinct. So when he saw news headlines like Murder on the Orient Express, a new peak in mystery fiction, his mood lifted considerably. Zoroark noticed the pleased look on Edward's face and smiled as well. Then it quickly snapped a photo of him. The camera shutter sound made Edward pause for a moment. You're texting Shizuka again, huh? Edward asked helplessly. Zoroark nodded directly, without trying to hide it. Edward sighed, but didn't comment further. Ever since Shizuka and Zoroark had separated into two entities, the two had become as close as sisters. They weren't related by blood, but they were closer than many siblings. Edward didn't find it odd, in fact, it made sense. Without Shizuka, Zoroark wouldn't even exist. The system's unique reward mechanism had prevented Edward from becoming a furry enthusiast, but ever since their separation, Zoroark and Shizuka had kept in regular contact. They shared many of the same hobbies and interests, so they had a lot to talk about. Let's go check how the Kanto League's construction is coming along, Edward yawned and boarded the bus prepared by the League with Zoroark and a few company staff. When he stepped off the bus, even Edward was a little surprised. This looks pretty good, he said, looking around. The rocky terrain, full of craters, and the full-metal spaceship sitting off to the side exuded strong sci-fi vibes. Edward had to admit, the League had put real effort into this. He had given them the design blueprints earlier, but he hadn't expected them to construct it so quickly and with such quality. This is going to be the main filming location? Deck asked, visibly impressed but also somewhat worried. After all, Edward had mentioned that most of the filming would take place inside the spaceship, with only a few exterior shots. Wouldn't having just a single setting make the movie feel monotonous for viewers? Looks pretty good, Edward said, very satisfied. Next, it was time for Jengar to work on the set decorations. Once the props were in place and the interiors were properly weathered and worn, filming for Alien could begin. Though Edward had carved out some time for the movie, Devon Corporation was a massive enterprise, so he still had to address company affairs from time to time. That meant his shooting schedule needed to be tight and efficient. Thankfully, Alien doesn't require that large of a set, Edward muttered, gazing at the spaceship. The biggest challenge of filming a sci-fi horror movie was usually the modeling and special effects. Beyond that, it came down to the script. If the script was solid, even a confined setting could still result in an excellent film. Just look at the movie Buried from his previous life. It didn't have ghosts or monsters, but it was masterfully done and genuinely gripping. This new Alien project was well within Edward's expertise. The original Alien had faced some limitations due to the special effects technology at the time. But in the world of Pokémon, those limitations no longer applied. Special effects were much easier and more cost-effective to achieve here. This was one of the greatest advantages of making films in the Pokémon world. Production costs were significantly reduced. If directors from his past life, those who spent $280 million of a $300 million budget on actor salaries, knew about this place, they'd be overjoyed. They could easily set aside an extra $10 million just for actor paychecks. Director Edward, I'm the head of the Kanto League's first construction division. A man walked over and warmly extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Edward Stone, Edward replied courteously, shaking his hand. Director Edward, based on the construction list you sent us earlier, we've already completed part of the work, such as the alien landscape and the spaceship's main structure, the man said, giving Edward a quick tour of the area. The spaceship wasn't particularly large, but that was exactly what Edward had requested. A massive ship would have been too cumbersome, and in the original Alien, the ship wasn't that big either. It was a transport ship, not a space station. Had it been a station like those seen later in the series, the Kanto League probably wouldn't have approved construction so quickly. Great. Thank you. How about the interior layout? Edward asked, nodding with approval as he surveyed the ship. It still looked too new, but they could age it later during set dressing. We haven't touched the interior yet, since we weren't sure how it should be arranged, the man replied. That response pleased Edward. The interior didn't need to be ultra-precise anyway. He had already handed the interior design plans over to the props team. When filming a movie, not all props need to be 1:1 replicas. Sometimes sets are created temporarily with movable walls to facilitate specific camera angles or shots. Even food on set was often fake. Though fake food props were more expensive than real food, they were necessary for productions with long shooting schedules. I've said it before, this so-called up-and-coming director Edward is just some rich kid fooling around. You don't seriously think he's some amazing director, do you? At this moment, on the video platform Pokepoket, a man named Kendall was arguing with viewers during a live stream. He was a middle-aged man with not much hair, wearing a cap, and looked quite ordinary. However, the active chat and viewer count in his live stream made it clear that he had a decent fan base. LOL. Sure, Edward's the heir to Devon Corporation, but launching two huge IPs, Sherlock Holmes and Tom and Jerry, is enough to make some people bitter for life. He's so rich, who knows if he just bought those scripts. I saw people online claiming he paid someone else for them. Yeah. Throw money at the screen and boom. Tom and Jerry and Sherlock Holmes face with tears of joy. Kendall must have run out of brand deals. But how does a food blogging content creator with only 3 million fans have the guts to go after the Stone family? Before getting paid, this is trash. After getting paid, that's authentic. Just like Mom used to make. Heh, you trolls better keep your mouths shut, Kendall snapped back, ignoring the on-screen taunts. Forget all those old internet rumors, let's talk facts. Which of Edward's films can truly be called a successful art film? Do any of them have depth? None. He just relies on cheap scares to get attention. He wasn't concerned by the hostile comments. The moderators would take care of them anyway. Let's be real. Every great director today made a name for themselves through meaningful work. They created films with artistic value. Edward? He doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as those legends. Kendall's nose was practically in the air at this point. Are Sherlock Holmes and Tom and Jerry not deep? There's real meaning behind the comedy, don't you see it? No lie, my favorite episode is the one where Tom, Jerry, and Spike split the loot. Classic. Great use of metaphor there. LMAO. You delusional stans. What depth? Edward just throws money at everything. The debate raged on in the comments. Other content creators and influencer accounts also started clipping the live stream and posting the highlights. Soon, the internet was in an uproar. The question exploded across social media. Is Edward a director who lets his work speak for itself, or a rich kid buying up other people's scripts? Naturally, this online storm caught the attention of the PR departments at Ghost Film Pictures and Devon Corporation. Boss, there's a guy named Kendall online who's stirred up some heat around your name, Zoroark reported urgently. Edward raised an eyebrow and set down the design plans he'd been studying, blueprints for the spaceship interior. He had been planning how to set up the next scene, especially the classic chestburster moment from Alien. But now it seemed like some drama had cropped up. What kind of heat? Edward asked. Honestly, he hadn't been keeping up with online chatter lately. He'd been swamped with company affairs and Alien's production schedule. Every day was a grind. So he wasn't all that aware of the internet gossip. Zoroark explained everything with some agitation. Edward, however, stayed calm. He had expected this sort of thing from the start. The moment he chose to become a director, he knew people like Kendall would show up. And it wasn't just because he was a filmmaker. If he had inherited Devon Corporation directly, people would still badmouth him behind his back. In his previous life, even players of toxic gacha games would flame CEOs like Steve Jobs. And filmmaking, after all, is a subjective art. One movie might be adored by some and hated by others. That was completely normal. So to be honest, Edward wasn't all that bothered. That so-called Kendall wasn't even worth his attention. Still, the buzz had generated traffic, and if Edward didn't respond, it might cause some PR issues for the company. Thinking about that, he started forming a plan. Well, in that case, let's shoot a little extra, Edward said calmly. He had an idea. Since someone was begging to be proven wrong, why not oblige them? He'd make something that would silence the doubters, and he'd stay in his preferred genre, horror thriller. Something like Buried. It was a low-budget film, with few actors and barely any scene changes, yet it had strong storytelling and even some philosophical depth. It was the kind of project that really interested him. Even though he wanted to shoot more, he didn't plan on using a huge set or going overboard with production. He already knew who the lead would be, Daniel Clovis. Daniel was a great actor, and Edward felt that Sherlock Holmes hadn't fully showcased his talent. He had been planning to film a performance-heavy project for Daniel in the future anyway, hoping to land him a Best Actor award. Now that Kendall had popped up on his own, it just made things easier. Buried would require Daniel to carry the entire film alone, and his performance would make or break it. It was a perfect test. Edward pulled out his laptop and began typing up the script for Buried. It was still a rough draft. He'd need to discuss details with Daniel before finalizing it. The original film had some parts that weren't quite suitable, so Edward would have to adapt it slightly. But nothing too major, it would be manageable. Boss, are you really planning to have Daniel play the lead in this script? Zoroark asked, noticing that Edward had written Daniel's name under the lead role. Yeah, Edward nodded. Daniel needs a film that fully displays his acting range. It'll help him expand his roles in the future. Won't that be a bit risky? Zoroark asked hesitantly. Edward glanced at Zoroark and immediately understood the concern. It won't be a problem. Sure, Daniel played Sherlock Holmes, but this is a completely different character. Audiences won't necessarily link the two. Edward smiled. Of course, once the movie was out, some people might still say stuff like, "Why is Sherlock so weak in this one?" But that didn't worry him at all. Most viewers could distinguish between roles unless the actor had an extremely unique face that reminded people of certain famous figures, in which case they really would get typecast. Although Daniel rose to fame thanks to Sherlock Holmes, he wasn't limited to that role. He could definitely play others. After all, in his previous life, Benedict Cumberbatch went on to play Doctor Strange in the Marvel Universe. If Doctor Strange had returned to the Sherlock Holmes set with all his powers, the detective series might have turned into a fantasy film. Thinking of that, Edward had Zoroark call Daniel to check his current availability. With the popularity of Sherlock Holmes Season 2, Daniel's name was everywhere, mostly tied to ads, public service campaigns, and promotional tours. It was rare to see him otherwise. Many variety shows were eager to invite Daniel to appear. After all, the actor playing Sherlock Holmes was a massive draw, especially during this golden moment when the series was dominating television. Daniel's fans were desperate for any chance to see their idol, but he refused all invitations. That wasn't just his agent's decision. Daniel himself felt strongly about it. There's a clear difference between a variety show personality and a serious actor. Great actors rarely appear on variety shows. They want to maintain some distance from the audience, which helps them shine in their performances. That was Daniel's belief, and Edward agreed. Sure, variety show stars could gain huge popularity, sometimes even more than traditional actors, but the distinction was still there. In the entertainment industry's unspoken hierarchy, film actors usually looked down on variety show personalities. Even the most famous variety stars tended to hold a lower status at industry events compared to actors. Boss, Daniel says he doesn't have any openings at the moment, Zoroark said, covering the phone. Edward nodded and asked him to send Daniel the script for Buried first. He could read it and decide whether he wanted to take the role. If not, Edward would simply find someone else. There was, for example, the recent champion of the 1,000 Actors Showdown. His performance in the finals, pretending to eat noodles while watching a play with no props, stunned the audience. He ended up taking first place and was now a rising B-list celebrity. Once his film performed well, he'd likely enter the ranks of A-list stars. But as for whether Daniel would accept the role, Edward felt pretty confident. Daniel had real ambition as an actor. During the production of Sherlock Holmes Season 2, Daniel often requested reshoots when he wasn't satisfied with his performance, and his acting had genuinely improved as a result. This was what Edward appreciated the most. Perhaps because of the setbacks and long period of obscurity in his past, Daniel had developed a grounded mindset. Even now, with his fame skyrocketing, he hadn't let it go to his head. He was still moving forward in the industry one steady step at a time. After a while, Edward's phone rang. It was Daniel. He sounded excited and immediately expressed his desire to play the lead role in Buried. Edward didn't say much in return, just told him to catch a flight over. He planned to shoot Buried right there at the Kanto filming site. Boss, are you sure it's okay to shoot 2 films at once? Zoroark asked nervously. Edward shook his head. Of course it's fine. Compared to Alien, Buried had a much smaller workload. The entire film focused almost entirely on the buried protagonist. The emotional arc relied heavily on the lead actor's performance and voice interactions through phone calls to build a slow-burn sense of despair and suffocation. If viewers could get into the movie, it would feel deeply oppressive, like watching someone die slowly. Buried is short and small in scale. The script requires very few sets, and most of the screen time is just Daniel's solo performance. It'll be a fast shoot, Edward said calmly. In his previous life, the original Buried took just over 2 weeks to film. It was a short and intense project, completely unlike Alien, which might take a month or 2 to finish. Buried was easy. Just set up a set, have Daniel lie down, and start rolling. It wouldn't affect Alien's production at all. In fact, there were some incredibly talented directors who could shoot one film and edit it into 2 separate ones. Legends. Edward hadn't reached that level yet, especially since Alien and Buried were 2 completely different genres, Alien being sci-fi horror, and Buried more of a psychological thriller. But thankfully Buried has some horror elements too, Edward thought. Maybe I'll earn some fear points from it. Still, There was one thing that bothered him: the issue of film awards. It was like playing basketball and never winning a championship ring, or being a soccer star who never took home the World Cup. No matter how skilled you were, there would always be people using that to discredit you. Edward didn't really care about fame; he had money and influence. But some people would always latch onto those superficial things to attack him. Once or twice, it was fine. But after too many times, it became genuinely annoying. So Edward made up his mind. He had to shoot an awards-worthy film and win something, anything, just so he wouldn't have to keep addressing the same tired criticism over and over again. What kind of film could win an award? Edward rubbed his chin in thought. The film industry produced countless movies each year, but only a small portion ever made it to theaters. Most of those were commercial flicks, or worse, money-laundering projects masquerading as cinema. But there was also a subset of films created specifically to compete for awards. These were often rarely screened in theaters, and even when they were, their box office returns couldn't compete with mainstream blockbusters. These films were more niche, art house films basically. Rare, but not non-existent. The Pokémon world also had its own film awards. The most prestigious of them all was the Pokémon League Awards. Competition for the Best Picture nomination was always intense. Edward was currently struggling to figure out what kind of film to make for the award circuit. In his previous life, he had seen many award ceremonies, most notably the Oscars. But he knew exactly what the Oscars had become. At first, they were fair, rewarding, truly excellent films. But over time, it had turned into a contest of politics, measuring who had the strongest magic resistance to public backlash. Why did the film industry stop treating the Oscars as the ultimate lifetime achievement goal for directors and actors? Because insiders could clearly see, the Oscars no longer cared about the themes or depth of a film. What they truly cared about was whether a film aligned with what they wanted to see. It wasn't about awards choosing the film, it was about films catering to the awards. Back in the bizarre social climate of Earth, Edward figured that a movie jam-packed with different gendered colored leads, marginalized groups, and maybe even a gender-affirming attack helicopter character would likely earn the approval of the Academy. But in this world, the movie scene didn't suffer from those problems. If a film was good, it was good. If it had depth, then it had depth. You wouldn't get an award just for casting a colored lead. That's why Edward could freely focus on shooting his own stories. Still, he hadn't watched many art films. Though Forrest Gump was excellent, it would be tough to adapt. By comparison, something like Manchester by the Sea might be easier. What was Manchester by the Sea about again? Edward scratched his head, struggling to recall the plot. He didn't usually watch movies like that. Art films weren't his style; he mostly preferred commercial films. And if a horror film wanted to win major awards, that was almost impossible. Even if it did, it would likely be limited to the horror genre awards. That would give his haters more ammunition. He's just a cheap thrill guy. So, Edward had made up his mind. He would aim directly for the Pokémon League's Best Film and Best Director awards and shut those critics up for good. While Edward was busy writing his script, Zoroark was on her phone, browsing reviews for Sherlock Holmes Season 2. On a popular storytelling platform, a trending thread had climbed into the top 3. Asterisk, how would you rate Sherlock Holmes Season 2, Episode 2, The Murder on the Galar Express? Seeing this, Zoroark tapped in instantly. For the sake of Champion Leon. Thanks for the tag. Reporting live from Galar, I just got off the Galar Express and visited the now legendary luxury train that made cinematic history. I even went to several key locations featured in the Murder on the Galar Express. Photo warning. Many images ahead. Data users beware. I even stepped inside the cabin where Sherlock Holmes stayed during the case. It's been preserved with all the props from the show. Even the blankets and pillows are fixed in place. I swear, it felt like Holmes himself was sitting there thinking through the case. It was such a moving experience. Now, to get to the point, let's talk about Sherlock Holmes Season 2 and what's arguably the best episode so far, The Murder on the Galar Express. I've got to say, watching it felt like watching a feature film. Director Edward always shoots his dramas with cinematic quality. The mystery was tight, the clues interconnected beautifully, and when the truth was finally revealed, I was holding a chip in my hand the whole time and forgot to eat it. It wasn't until the credits rolled that I realized I had been frozen, chip raised midair. The logic, the setup, the twists, masterclass. Honestly, in my opinion, this episode deserves the Best TV Series award at this year's Pokémon League Grand Awards. If it doesn't win, then there's definitely some shady business going on. Director Edward is clearly a man of detail. The show is packed with clues for viewers to pick apart. A few of my friends even pause the episode before Holmes reveals the killer and try to deduce it themselves. That's the real fun. Up to now, Sherlock Holmes hasn't had a single logical flaw in its cases. Every conclusion is convincing. The way the show respects the intelligence of its audience makes me so happy. Finally, a writer and director who doesn't treat us like idiots. But what satisfies me most is that Sherlock Holmes hasn't been bogged down by romance. Well, except that woman, of course. Good taste. Zoroark nodded approvingly. She agreed. The murder on the Orient Express, as they called it internally, was indeed excellent. The name Orient Express was actually coined by Edward, so that's what the employees at Ghostal Film Pictures used. But the publicly released name was The Murder on the Galar Express, as a gesture of thanks to the Galar League for sponsoring the show. The Galar League, naturally, was overjoyed. They had loaned out one luxury train and reaped a flood of tourists in return. It was a bargain. Now, the other region's leagues were all itching to get a slice of that pie. They were lining up, hoping to invite Edward over to film next. After all, none of Edward's films had flopped so far. Tom and Jerry alone had brought the Hoenn League massive profits. Finance ministers all over the Pokémon world were going green with envy. Next, Zoroark opened the Rotten Berries, a popular review site. Sherlock Holmes Season 2, Episode 2, Rate the Characters. Director, writer, producer, Edward Stone, 9.9/10. User 123, absolutely deserves full marks. Where else are you going to find a genius director like this? Thank you to the Stone family for giving birth to Edward. Or an NG. Even though I wanted to give him a 0 for tricking us with one missed call, I have to admit, Sherlock Holmes is a masterpiece. So full marks anyway. Minimize Sherlock. I'd give more than 10 if I could. My parents are thinking of renaming me Sherlock Holmes. Pfft. Zoroark couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. In fact, there had been a recent trend online where people were changing their names to Holmes or Sherlock just to ride the hype wave. Most of it was a joke, but a few people actually went through with it. Lead actor, Sherlock Holmes, 9.9/10. Deductive employee, deductive reasoning methodology master. You're fired. The sound of his thoughts is too loud. Mamma mia. He doesn't even act like he's putting on a persona, but somehow, you still feel like he's always in character. That's how good it is. Crow Batman. Also, no one's talking about that old man? He's definitely not just a background character. The ratings for Holmes were just as high. Even the low scores usually came from people trying to stand out with contrarian takes. Zoroark put down her phone and rubbed her hands together excitedly. Should she ask the boss to give her a role too? She thought her acting wasn't half bad. You mean, you also want a role in Sherlock Holmes? Edward looked at Zoroark in front of him with a strange expression. He honestly hadn't expected that after wrapping up Sherlock Holmes Season 2, Zoroark would suddenly want to be in the show. Zoroark nodded immediately. It also wanted to leave its mark in such an outstanding production. Seeing this, Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Zoroark a role. Actually, assigning one would be easy. The problem was that Season 2 of Sherlock Holmes had already been completed and sent off for broadcast. There was no way to add in a new scene now. You'll have to wait for Season 3 then. Remember to say something earlier next time. Edward rubbed his temples a bit, feeling slightly helpless, then gave Zoroark that instruction. Zoroark was a little disappointed, but didn't complain. It realized this issue the moment it asked. Even though its boss was the director and writer of Sherlock Holmes and had the power to add roles, the production was finished. There really was no way to add more footage. All right, once things are ready, we'll start filming Season 3. For now, tell the props team to finish setting up quickly. "We need to begin Alien's production as soon as possible," Edward said, trying to comfort his assistant. Fortunately, Zoroark wasn't too down and quickly adjusted its mood, heading off to complete her tasks. The props team soon picked up their pace. By the time Daniel rushed over on a flight, the spaceship set had already been built. Once filming was complete, the set would be handed over to the Kanto League as a tourist attraction. "Boss," Daniel called out as soon as he arrived on set, visibly excited. Edward looked up from the script he was working on. He was still in the middle of rewriting Manchester by the Sea for adaptation. "That fast?" Edward chuckled, seeing how travel-worn Daniel looked. He picked up the buried script beside him and handed it over. "I came as soon as I got your call." "Boss, this script is just too good." Daniel spoke sincerely. This wasn't flattery, he genuinely meant it. The script for Buried had captivated him at first glance. Now, seeing the full version, he was even more impressed. For an actor like Daniel, who had already made some money, the next pursuit was fame and recognition. In the Pokémon world, the pinnacle of achievement for a male actor was winning the Pokémon League Best Actor Award. While Sherlock Holmes was an excellent show, Daniel knew that, even if it earned him a TV award, it wouldn't be enough. Only an outstanding film, one that could truly challenge his acting abilities, could bring him the Best Actor title. And in Daniel's eyes, Buried had that potential. This film is basically a one-man show." "Dear Best," Edward said, patting Daniel on the shoulder and handing him a cup of tea. Daniel quickly accepted it with both hands, repeatedly thanking him, which left Edward both amused and speechless. Daniel was just too humble. Daniel carried his milk tea over to a corner to read the script. He planned to thoroughly analyze the character, the male lead in Buried, and see what depth he could uncover. Normally, for other films, they might do a full cast script reading to develop character relationships. But Buried barely had any other actors, so that wasn't necessary. "Boss, we just received a business collaboration request you might want to look at," Zoroark said as she rushed over. "What is it?" Edward didn't care much. He got far too many partnership offers, especially from Devon Corp. "It's from a super popular idol girl group in Kanto. They want to know if we're interested in having them sing the theme song." Zoroark's expression was a little odd as she said this. Idol group? Theme song? For Alien? As a sci-fi horror film, Alien didn't even have much music. Most of it took place in the silent vacuum of space, using silence to highlight the terror. A theme song would be more fitting for a traditional sci-fi movie. Still, it was common practice to have famous singers or idol groups sing theme songs. If the movie or show became popular, the song would take off too, and the artists would benefit from the exposure and profits. "No need," Edward waved his hand. He just couldn't imagine what it would be like to suddenly insert a theme song into a high-tension movie like Alien. And where would it even go? Recently, Hollywood had started copying Bollywood, adding dance scenes and upbeat music to movies. Think of Joker's staircase dance or the creepy robot dance in M3GN. Or even Deadpool's Bye 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 dance. Edward wasn't against dance scenes. Music and movement could show character and deepen development. But 1 or 2 movies doing this is refreshing. If every movie did it, it would just get annoying. After all, why would a character randomly break into dance? You'd need a proper reason. It couldn't just happen for no reason like in Bollywood. "All right, I'll go reply to them," Zoroark said, nodding as she turned to leave. Edward didn't pay it much attention. Right now, his main concern was Alien and Buried. Shooting 2 films at the same time was a first for him. It would be a challenge. But seeing the well-prepared Alien set and Daniel studying the script so seriously, Edward figured maybe he could shoot Buried first while waiting for Alien to start. With that thought, Edward walked over and took a look at Daniel. Daniel was still reading, making all sorts of strange expressions, apparently practicing scenes from the script. Edward couldn't help but reflect. He trusted Daniel's acting, but it seemed it would take him a little while to fully absorb the role. "Daniel, how do you feel about the script?" Edward asked. Daniel lit up and began excitedly sharing his thoughts about the character. Edward listened. Daniel's interpretation was solid. The heart of Buried was the male lead's desperate attempts to save himself and, ultimately, the hopelessness when he fails. The emotional journey was the core. It was a unique film, one that demanded everything from its actor, but not too much from the director. Originally, Buried alone might have been enough. But knowing how strict the Pokémon League Film Festival's selection criteria were, Edward decided to go all in and make 3 films. Manchester by the Sea would come after the first 2. That's a good take. Do you have the confidence to pull it off? Edward asked, smiling. Daniel nodded solemnly. Boss, before I met you, I lived a life that felt like being buried alive. So yeah, I think I can handle it. Edward paused for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. He'd seen Daniel's past in a film interview, even the tiny hanging room he used to rent, barely big enough for a bed. Daniel had later bought that room with his own money. He said that whenever he felt pride creeping in, he'd return to that room to remind himself where he started. All right, let's take half a month to finish Buried. You in? Daniel thought for a moment, then gave a determined nod. Edward didn't say anything more. He called Zoroark over and began preparing for Buried's shoot. Boss, this is really going to be a movie? Zoroark asked in disbelief, staring at the simple set. It was just a plot of land and a wooden box. That was it. That was the entire setup for Buried. If not for Edward and Daniel taking it so seriously, Zoroark and the rest of the crew would have thought it was all a joke. Yep. This is a movie, Edward said calmly. Buried was always meant to be a low-budget film. Something a transmigrator might make when they had no money. The only real requirement was acting skill. Fake documentaries could work too, but Buried was simpler. Daniel, you'll have to lie inside this box. We'll bury you and shoot close-ups. Any issues? Edward asked. He wanted realism. And with Pokémon around, safety wasn't a concern. The realism would make the movie more immersive. No problem, boss. I love this kind of challenge, Daniel said, excited. He was in the middle of getting his makeup done to match the character's buried alive appearance. Edward nodded with satisfaction and began discussing the film with the crew. This film is called Buried. The lead is Daniel Clovis. We don't need to cast many other characters. Just then, in the nearby forest, 2 men were adjusting surveillance equipment. Hearing that line, they exchanged confused looks. Bro, what does that mean? Are you sure our bug is working? A chubby man asked, scratching his head. This didn't sound like a movie shoot, it sounded like a murder scene. The tall, skinny one looked puzzled too. They had planted the device, but why were they hearing something so insane? 1. Buried. Daniel. Not needed. Bury Daniel, because the company didn't need him anymore? Wasn't Daniel Clovis Ghost Film Pictures' biggest male star? Was Edward Stone really that ruthless? Burying his own actor alive? This was huge. For paparazzi like them, if true, it would be the biggest scoop of the year. The Devoncorp heir turns out to be a killer. But since their wiretap wasn't fully set up, they weren't certain yet. Maybe the signal's off. Let me tweak the antenna, the skinny man muttered. Soon, the sound cleared. Please. What are you doing? Why are you burying me? I don't want to die, a terrified voice cried out from the device. The 2 men fell silent. They knew that voice. It was Daniel, the biggest star at Ghost Film Pictures. The face of Sherlock Holmes. A household name across the league. And he was being buried alive. This is. The tall man took a deep breath. They had the recording. Now, all they needed was to find Edward. With this kind of blackmail, they could demand a fortune enough to set themselves up for life. Of course, only an idiot would spend it all at once. Bro, what do we do now? The chubby man asked, trembling at the cries from the device. He never imagined Edward would be like this. We. The tall man inhaled deeply, picked up the recorder, and made up his mind. Time for a big score. Mr. Edward, we're with the League's Officer Jenny Task Force. We received a report claiming you're committing murder. Please cooperate with our investigation. Edward stared at the group of Officer Jennies in front of him, dazed. What? Murder? Was this some kind of joke? Just moments ago, he had been on set shooting his film Buried. He had just finished burying Daniel, of course. For the sake of realism, this filming method was ideal. It avoided many problems and had actually been requested by Daniel himself. Edward had been planning to take advantage of the momentum to shoot several more scenes and complete the film sooner. But unexpectedly, he was called out by Zoroark, who told him that a squad of Officer Jennies had arrived. Edward didn't think much of it at first. He figured they might be here for something like a fire safety campaign, something the League regularly did. What he didn't expect was that these Officer Jennies would immediately accuse him of committing a crime. It was unbelievable. Edward didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would he kill someone? Most murders stemmed from crimes of passion, rooted in hate or money. But Edward had a happy life, a good family, and he was the heir to the Devon Corporation, a top-tier wealthy second generation. He couldn't understand what the person who reported this was thinking. But since the Officer Jennies were already here, Edward figured they must have found some kind of evidence. They wouldn't just act on a random tip. That made him even more curious. What kind of evidence did they have? Okay then. Who did I supposedly kill? Edward asked, confused. Then he saw two men, one tall and thin, the other short and chubby, step forward holding a phone. They played an audio recording. It was a desperate plea, Daniel begging for his life. As soon as Edward heard the voice, he understood what had happened. He was torn between amusement and anger. Paparazzi. Edward never imagined he'd be targeted by paparazzi. The most ridiculous part was that these guys had planted a listening device and overheard his rehearsal with Daniel. Now they thought they had discovered a murder plot and reported it to the Officer Jennies. The Jennies, to their credit, had taken it seriously despite knowing Edward's identity and still came to investigate. This recording. I was rehearsing a script with my actor Daniel, Edward explained. But I suppose you wouldn't believe me just from my word. He sighed helplessly. It was the first time since arriving in the Pokémon world that someone accused him of murder. And to be fair, the out-of-context audio did sound pretty damning. Edward shook his head, then called for Daniel. There was no solving this without his appearance. Just earlier, he had buried Daniel for a scene. Now he had to dig him back up. Once Daniel appeared, the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. But Edward turned a sharp gaze toward the two paparazzi. He didn't even know where to begin with these two. Paparazzi were an unavoidable nuisance for directors and celebrities. Normally, they targeted actors, not directors, unless the director was particularly famous or prone to drama. In general, stars were the primary targets and paparazzi could be insanely persistent. Most celebrities hated them for a reason. They stalked, secretly photographed, and often harassed them, even when they were with family. They'd ask absurd questions or twist innocent conversations into controversial quotes. That's how they made money. They'd camp out for weeks in one spot just to catch a scoop. When they got something, they'd either blackmail the celebrity for hush money or sell the information to tabloids. Most celebs wouldn't dare call the cops or take them to court. It would just result in their scandals being made public. It was often better to pay up and move on. Edward had once been a gossip-consuming bystander in his past life. But now, somehow, he was the headline. These two are quite unique, Edward muttered. What surprised him most was that, after supposedly uncovering evidence of Edward committing murder, they didn't blackmail him. Instead, they reported him to the authorities. That was very un-paparazzi-like. So, the murder issue is resolved. But what about the fact that you planted a bug and spied on our set's confidential content? Edward asked, half smiling. Q growled menacingly. Duskull silently emerged behind Edward, floating with a ghostly presence, silently watching the two men. I'll take responsibility. I planned this alone. My friend had nothing to do with it, the tall, thin man calmly stretched out his hand, ready for Officer Jenny to cuff him. The short, chubby man looked at him in shock, clearly wanting to say something, but a sharp glance from the tall man silenced him. He lowered his head in frustration. Edward turned to Officer Jenny to ask how this would be handled. Zoroark, standing nearby, looked guilty. It hadn't even noticed the bug that was hidden on set. It felt like it had seriously failed. This case could be big or small. It depends on what you want to do, Officer Jenny said with a troubled expression. At first, the situation was against Edward, but with the truth revealed, The focus now shifted to the two reporters. After all, illegal wiretapping and theft of proprietary information counted as commercial espionage. If Edward pressed charges, he'd definitely win. They could be facing a decade-long prison sentence. But if he chose to forgive them, then it could be resolved quietly. They'd just get a warning and some educational scolding. With Edward's wealth, there was no way these guys could afford top-tier lawyers. And let's face it, rich people don't become paparazzi. Edward raised an eyebrow. I'm curious. Why didn't you blackmail me? The tall man replied calmly, I used to be a real journalist. You could think of this as a reporter's desire to uncover the truth. He didn't regret his decision, only that it had dragged his friend into trouble. His friend had always looked up to him, called him Big Bro. Years ago, the tall man had insisted on exposing a major scandal, which angered powerful people and destroyed his career. That's how he ended up in the paparazzi game. Now, he just hoped his confession would spare his friend from punishment. Edward nodded thoughtfully. That actually made sense. In his past life, there were investigative journalists who risked their lives to expose hidden truths, real warriors in a dangerous field. One famous case involved a reporter pretending to be mentally disabled to infiltrate an illegal brickyard. He exposed how they used disabled workers, paid nothing, and fed them terrible food. These reporters were unsung heroes, often masked in footage to avoid retaliation. Edward decided to let them go, not out of kindness, but because they had not tried to blackmail him. Instead, they had tried to reveal the truth, however mistaken. The world needed people like that. Plus, with clever handling, this incident could become a fantastic marketing opportunity. Zoroark, did you find the bug? Edward asked. The two reporters had been taken away by Officer Jenny. Though he signed a waiver and dropped charges, they still had to go in for questioning and to give statements. I found it. It was hidden in the seam of one of our props. I didn't notice it at all, Zoroark said with guilt. Edward wasn't too upset. There were plenty of things even a Zoroark couldn't do. If Zoroark were perfect, it might as well be a legendary Pokémon. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Let's prep the whole set with scanning devices, Edward said. This incident had made him more vigilant. He couldn't rule out the possibility of more paparazzi showing up. If any key footage, like a big plot twist or ending, got leaked, it would ruin the movie. It had even happened before where directors had to rewrite the ending because of leaks. This was his first time dealing with such an issue, and he intended to learn from it. Got it. I'll order the equipment now, Zoroark said, hurrying off with its phone. Edward shook his head with a sigh, then turned to the dirt-covered Daniel, who was waiting for him. Come on, Daniel. Let's continue shooting Buried, Edward said with a smile, leading Daniel back to the set. Daniel once again climbed into the wooden box, and they buried him with dirt. Watching Daniel's stellar acting through the lens, Edward rubbed his chin. It looked like filming might go faster than expected, a pleasant surprise. The sooner they finished, the sooner post-production could begin. Boss, I have an idea, Daniel said suddenly. Edward raised an eyebrow. What now? I still don't think it feels real enough. Can we try cutting off the oxygen supply? That way, I can really show the terror of suffocating. Edward's mouth twitched. This guy was crazier than he thought. Was he even human? But after thinking it over, Edward realized it might be feasible. If they monitored the oxygen levels carefully and resumed the supply before it became dangerous, it could enhance realism while still being safe. I think it's doable, Edward nodded. Daniel was thrilled. The props crew, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. Were these two insane? How could they even suggest something this risky? But neither the actor nor the director objected, so they had no choice. They cut off the oxygen supply. Meanwhile, the nurse Joys on site sat up straight. It was their first time encountering someone so intent on tempting fate. All they could do now was prepare biometric monitors to track his vital signs. The filming of Buried progressed rapidly. Under the refinement of time and his own perseverance, Daniel's acting finally blossomed with brilliant intensity in this film. Edward wrapped up the entire shoot in just 12 days, and only now was the crew for Alien fully prepared to begin filming. That alone showed just how unbelievably fast Buried was produced. Even Zoroark, who had been watching the process and had seen part of the film, found it hard to believe. "Boss, you finished a whole movie that fast?" Zoroark still sounded incredulous at the wrap party for Buried. There weren't many people at the celebration. Several characters in the movie only appeared via voiceover, and Edward had hired professional voice actors to record those parts in studios using the script. So those voice actors never set foot on set, and naturally weren't at the wrap party. "Yeah, Daniel's acting was really solid. I originally thought it would take at least half a month," Edward said, stifling a yawn. He'd been quite busy lately, juggling filming with managing Devon Corporation's affairs, working nonstop every day. On top of that, he was also prepping Alien. Edward now deeply understood what true self-inflicted torture meant. If he hadn't planned to shoot 2 films back-to-back, things wouldn't have been this exhausting. So, after some thought, he decided to temporarily put Manchester by the Sea on hold and film it after Alien wrapped. "Oh right, boss, do you have Ms. Kugamiya's contact info?" Zoroark asked hopefully. Edward paused for a second. "Kugamiya? Ah, right. That was the voice actor enthusiastically recommended by an agent from the voice acting agency they had worked with." After hearing her voice, Edward felt it was a great fit and decided to cast her. "Of course I have it. Are you trying to?" Edward answered instinctively, but then realized what was going on. He gave Zoroark a playful smile. Zoroark coughed awkwardly, then babbled on about how the voice actor had voiced characters from all its favorite games and anime, making Edward want to laugh even more. Of course, Edward was a bit of an otaku himself in his past life, so he understood Zoroark's excitement. And to be honest, Kugamiya's voice did sound just like a certain famous voice actress from his previous world. Naturally, Edward had saved her contact info. After confirming her consent, he passed it along to Zoroark. As Zoroark happily ran off to message its idol, Edward shook his head helplessly but didn't say anything more. He simply smiled and chatted with the rest of the crew and Daniel. "Boss, I really want to thank you. Letting me star in such an amazing script means the world to me," Daniel said emotionally. Edward sighed. Ever since casting Daniel as the male lead in Sherlock Holmes, the guy had been endlessly grateful. Edward had told him over and over that there was no need to be so dramatic. He chose Daniel because of the effort and dedication he had shown. His accumulated experience had earned Edward's recognition. But Daniel remained just as grateful. So, Edward simply encouraged him to keep honing his craft and make enough money to repay his parents. Edward knew well, Daniel's greatest regret in life was not being able to give his parents a better life. Now, with just his paycheck from Sherlock Holmes, Daniel's life had already transformed. Soon after, the wrap party ended. Edward called in the studio's post-production team to begin editing the film. He planned to release Buried ahead of schedule, since Alien would take more time to shoot. This way, he could monitor how Buried performed without the 2 films clashing. Though even if they did clash, Edward wasn't too worried. They were 2 completely different genres with largely separate audiences. Of course, he couldn't rule out fans who'd see both just because he directed them. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to stagger the releases. He also wanted to see how audiences responded to Buried, both in terms of reviews and box office, and most importantly, whether it could generate fear points. This was Edward's first attempt at directing a thriller. Buried was a unique genre experiment, and he wasn't sure if it would truly scare audiences. But with all the abilities he had backing him, he felt pretty confident. After watching the film himself, all he could say was it felt amazing. Edward even thought about reminding theaters to double-check their ventilation systems, otherwise, someone might end up passing out. That wouldn't be a pleasant PR situation. Oh right, the online buzz. Edward suddenly remembered the drama that had birthed Buried. An idea struck him, and he gathered the post-production team, announcing a generous bonus scheme to encourage faster editing. Under the tireless, borderline insane effort of the Ghost Film Pictures post-team, and with Edward supervising, Buried completed editing and review at lightning speed. It was quickly submitted to the League's Film Review Board for approval. At the same time, News of the new release hit the internet. Director Edward Stone's new film, Thriller Buried, premiering soon, a response to online rumors. From viral rumor to completed film, director Edward's rush feels alarming. Buried, another hit thriller from director Edward Stone, starring Daniel Clovis. The internet lit up. Edward's controversy with Kendall hadn't faded yet. While the internet had a short memory, this time the hype persisted so naturally the public hadn't forgotten. The debate raged once more. Over on a major video streaming platform, Kendall was live streaming Edward's new movie Buried? "Of course I know about it," Kendall said confidently, fanning himself with a fan inscribed with the character's authentic critic. "Now, I'm not trying to be a hater here, but I really don't have high hopes for this one." Kendall understood that negative attention was still attention. Some viewers would even mistake his bluntness for honesty and become fans. Kendall's back at it. Riding Edward's coattails got him 1 million followers already. Who wouldn't milk that? Buried? Sounds weak, and didn't they say the whole thing was shot in just 12 days? 12 days? That's probably a record for shortest production time ever. Even with Daniel, a 12-day shoot isn't gonna hold up. Many doubters filled the chat. Alongside the hype came rumors. Ahem. "My sources tell me Officer Jenny showed up during the shoot for Buried." Looks grim, Kendall smirked as the stream chat exploded. "I heard director Edward nearly killed Daniel for the sake of realism." Seriously? Didn't Ghost Film Pictures release a statement saying it was a misunderstanding? And you believe that? Plenty of companies issued legal threats and still crashed afterward. As the online debate grew louder, industry insiders were confused by Ghost Film Pictures' silence. Aside from a brief clarification about Officer Jenny's involvement, the studio didn't say much. It wasn't what anyone expected from a professional PR team. Ignoring the flames would usually only let them grow. Then, at the height of the controversy, Ghost Film Pictures dropped 2 more announcements. Alien is now in production. Main cast includes. Regarding all recent controversies, answers will be revealed after the premiere of Buried. Don't miss it. These simple statements sparked even more discussion. Some people even tried dragging Devon Corporation into the controversy, but those voices were swiftly silenced, barely making a ripple. After all, Devon had been a leading enterprise for so long that plenty of competitors were constantly looking to bring it down. Inside Devon Corp, the head of the PR department looked at Secretary Kennedy, puzzled. "Secretary Kennedy, what is the chairman thinking?" Even though Edward was filming in Kanto, Kennedy hadn't gone with him. Under his coordination, Devon was running like clockwork. But the PR chief couldn't understand why Edward had instructed the department to only handle Devon's image, while telling them to ignore all of Ghost Film Pictures' issues. Aside from a few statements, they had left everything else untouched. Who knows? Kennedy replied calmly, sipping tea as he reviewed documents on his computer. He sorted out the ones that required Edward's decisions and placed them in a separate folder to send later. The PR head pursed his lips, but returned to monitoring online sentiment. "My Arceus, the buzz around Ghost Film Pictures is insane. 4 of the top 10 trending topics are related to them," he muttered in awe. This level of hype was rare. But then, a thought struck him. All this buzz was like a vortex pulling Ghost Film Pictures in deeper. If Buried turned out to be amazing, then Ghost Film Pictures would receive massive attention and acclaim. The box office could soar to unimaginable heights. And the chairman's fame would skyrocket. Edward could instantly become a top-tier director, maybe even win awards. But if Buried turned out to be underwhelming, it would all collapse. The reputation Edward had built would be questioned. A label like failure might even get slapped on him. "This is a huge gamble," the PR chief gulped. If they succeeded, the rewards would be astronomical. Edward could become a legendary director. But if he failed, the PR chief glanced at Kennedy, who still looked perfectly calm. That calmed him down too. After all, he had worked with Kennedy for years and knew how steady the man was. If the chairman hadn't confided in Kennedy, the ever-cautious secretary would never have agreed to this risk. Kennedy was always composed and meticulous. He'd even kept the previous chairman on task. Yet now he looked completely unbothered. That could only mean one thing. Secretary Kennedy, could I sneak a peek too? The PR chief grinned as he tried to cozy up to him. Kennedy glanced at him, a little exasperated. There was no fooling the upper ranks. Everyone in Devon's leadership was sharp. The company promoted based on merit, so none of the higher-ups were pushovers. Clearly, this guy had figured things out. If you're that curious, just go see it the day after tomorrow. That's when the chairman's film premieres, Kennedy replied with a smile. Chairman Edward had insisted on keeping the film secret. Kennedy had only watched it after arguing that the risk was too high otherwise. But after seeing it, he was stunned. There were no cheap jump scares, no creepy background music, just a calm, straightforward narrative. And yet, when it ended, he was left speechless. It felt like he had been buried in that terrifying box, suffocating underground, unable to escape the dread. Seeing Kennedy's mysterious smile, the PR chief became even more curious. But he held back. It was only 2 days away. He'd see for himself soon enough. He'd find out just how good this movie really was, good enough to make even the ever-steady Kennedy support such a high-stakes gamble. Amid a storm of arguments, Buried was finally released on schedule. During this time, every single controversy on the internet boiled down to one question: how well was Buried actually filmed? Self-media outlets went crazy pushing articles of all kinds, pessimistic takes, optimistic predictions, exaggerated praise, and even ones attacking Edward and the Devon Corporation for personal gain. To put it bluntly, the entire Pokémon League's internet was in utter chaos. People were saying everything and anything. Whether they were haters or fans of Edward, they kept going in circles around the same question: was Buried a good movie or not? If it turned out to be excellent, Edward's fans could finally hit back at the haters, and the entire online discourse would flip instantly. But if it was mediocre, or worse, it would trigger a wave of mockery and slander. At this point, given the massive hype, Ghost Film Pictures and Edward had only two possible outcomes: soar higher heights or crash hard. In such a high-stakes atmosphere, Buried drew in a massive audience as soon as it hit theaters. Every cinema chain gave the film the highest screening ratio of all current movies. The theater managers weren't fools. They could clearly see just how ridiculously popular the movie was. If it weren't for the Pokémon League's Film Association requiring a minimum number of slots for every film, some theaters might have given Buried every single slot. Even so, every screening on the first day was sold out. People were deeply curious. What kind of film had Edward made? Would it be enough to silence all the online noise? After all, as a director, the only way to speak is through your work. I still have a lot of faith in director Edward. Someone who could create a masterpiece like The Murder on the Galar Express can't possibly be a cheap jump-scare horror director, right? Said Kai Nat, a video streamer, live from a cinema in Rustboro City. He was known on Pokepoket Network for streaming horror games, though his inconsistency often led to fluctuating subscriber counts. In his hand was a movie ticket for the premiere, no less, and at midnight. This Buried hype is insane. Midnight premiere, packed house, and there are even more people waiting outside. I did a quick count, at least a few hundred. Did they just take over the next few showings too? LOL, in my city it's Buried from midnight to 2 a.m., then other movies take over until 7 a.m., and after that it's all Buried again. Fun fact: the Film Association doesn't allow a movie to take up the entire day. Otherwise, no one else would get screen time. Looking at the crowd, Kai clicked his tongue. There were more people than you'd expect on a weekend, even for hit films. This kind of turnout was rare, clearly. Buried had drawn in not just curious moviegoers, but plenty of hype seekers. Everyone here tonight came for Buried. After I finish the movie, I'll post a spoiler-free review with a 10-point rating, he announced excitedly. The movie was about to begin, and he had already spotted a few familiar faces, famous film critics and fellow streamers whispering excitedly. Calling it now 8.9/10. No way. Based on Edward's previous films, I bet it'll be a 9.5. A movie made in less than 2 weeks? 3 out of 10 at best. Forget that. Who's that girl? That body, that mask, isn't she from the piano cosplay circle? As his chat went wild, Kai endured the wait. Once the movie began seeding, he turned off his stream, heart pounding, and found his seat. Meanwhile, famous Pokémon League film critic and TV host Julian White had also secured a ticket to the premiere. With Buried trending so hard, only a fool would skip it. He needed to see it immediately and publish a review at once. The first few seconds could mean the difference between riding the viral wave or getting left behind. Even as a well-known critic, Julian had to compete in the increasingly cutthroat review scene. So he had several pre-written templates ready, from harsh to glowing. He just needed to tweak them based on the movie's actual content. Edward, I wonder, will this be your rise to the top, or your ultimate downfall? Julian mused as he took his seat. A moment later, he nearly did a double take. A stunning woman with a voluptuous figure sat beside him. He swallowed nervously, but quickly pulled his focus back to the screen. Elsewhere, infamous streamer Kendall, who built his following by bashing Edward, was also in the crowd. Same premiere, same nerves. He looked around at the full theater with a mix of anxiety and excitement. I'm telling you, bros, there's no way a movie shot in 12 days is gonna be good, he said to his chat, gripping his ticket tight. Whether he'd be driving a luxury sports car or a cheap electric Mini next month all depended on this movie. As the Pokémon League's Film Association logo appeared on screen, the movie began. Darkness. A cough echoed. The theater fell silent. The audience felt themselves suddenly pulled in. Something was off. The air felt heavier, just enough to make breathing feel constrained. Julian tugged at his collar and glanced at the theater entrance. The doors were open today, with light-blocking curtains. Normally they were shut. A pair of terrified eyes suddenly appeared on the screen, not a jump scare, but a close-up of the protagonist, Daniel. The story progressed quickly, establishing that the character was buried in a decaying wooden box, somewhere unknown, likely to collapse at any time. Huh, interesting, murmured Kai, noticing that Daniel's Pokeball belt was empty. So his Pokémon were taken? Makes sense, otherwise the whole buried part would be pointless. He assumed this was a movie about a man escaping a burial trap. He was completely wrong. Back on the alien set, Zoroark was watching the movie too. Edward had organized a team viewing and gave everyone the next day off as a reward. Boss, why did you set the story in the future, during the Warring Kingdoms era? Zoroark asked. Simple. If I set it in the modern day, it wouldn't pass review, Edward replied calmly. The hardest part of adapting Buried was the setting. The original story was about a citizen from a Western country working in a war-torn region, getting kidnapped and buried, with their own government failing to rescue them. There was no good way to adapt that to the Pokémon League. If he pinned it on any specific region or league, it'd trigger outrage or censorship. So when Edward discreetly asked the league for suggestions, they smiled and pointed him to an era before the modern league, the Warring Kingdoms era, where something similar allegedly happened. He had no choice. Setting the story in modern times would have guaranteed censorship. So he made it into a dystopian future where the world remained in darkness, untouched by a Pokémon League savior. Really? Zoroark scratched its head. I thought the league would be more open-minded. Edward just smirked. Movies aren't as free as you'd think. Directors might have creative freedom, but censors don't. Even in his previous life, supposedly free countries still enforced politically correct narratives, and those daring film industries, they never showed the real dark side of their societies. Keep watching. Edward adjusted his coat. It was strange, even he, the director, felt affected by his own film. But looking at the system interface and seeing Buried listed made him smile. It was a thriller that earned fear points. That alone was fantastic. And given how oppressive the film was, it was sure to earn plenty. Of course, some viewers might not find it conventionally scary. It wasn't full of jump scares. But Edward didn't mind. Damn it. Daniel shouted in despair on screen, coughing violently, his breathing growing ragged. Kendall in the audience began to panic. He, too, was breathing heavily, fidgeting in his seat. Damn it, this movie. The film barely showed anything except Daniel's face, but Kendall couldn't find any legitimate reason to call it a bad film. As the story reached its climax, Some audience members couldn't sit still. Julian wanted to leave and write his review, but couldn't move. His chest felt tight. Only by distracting himself could he breathe normally again. Is director Edward some kind of magician? He thought in confusion, but kept watching, growing more and more suffocated. As the final scene played, the sand pouring in, completely burying the protagonist, the audience collectively felt buried. When the credits rolled, no one moved. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. They had been buried in the theater. Hello, I'm Julian White. I can hardly describe what I'm feeling, but one thing is certain, director Edward Stone has delivered another stunning work. Buried. I was buried in that theater. There weren't many big scenes or characters. Just one man, and yet it felt like suffocating slowly the whole way through. Edward's straightforward storytelling was a sharp break from typical horror tropes. It felt like it was made by a different director. Even seemingly useless shots conveyed powerful details. Edward Stone is still a master of subtlety. I found the film's real-life inspiration. It's based on an event from the Warring Kingdoms era. Click the hyperlink to learn more. Since the movie is still showing, I can't go into plot details, but I give it a 9.7/10. Last advice: take a few deep breaths outside before you go in. Julian zipped up his coat and looked around the theater. Even after he finished his review and sent it in, some people were still inside, gasping for air. That lingering feeling of suffocation, the illusion, had left a deep impression. Some clowns are about to get what's coming to them, he muttered with a grin, thinking of the ones who started all the hate. And took a long, deep breath. Boss, what do you think the rating will be? After watching Buried, Zoroark took a deep breath. Its strongest impression from the film was the tightness in its chest and the feeling of not getting enough air. No idea, Edward replied, not overly concerned. The movie had gone through a lot of adaptations, so even he wasn't sure what score it would get. But he was confident it wasn't a bad film. The overall atmosphere had been well executed. He estimated it could probably land around a 9. After all, Buried had a clear and powerful message, and the despair that came from the crushed hope at the end, paired with Daniel's performance, gave the film a unique and haunting quality. If he were to rate it himself, Edward would give it a 9.8. Especially considering how Daniel insisted on performing the final scenes under actual low-oxygen conditions to simulate suffocation. That scene alone had taken a lot of time and effort to shoot safely. Otherwise, the film's production could have wrapped up even faster. Since low-oxygen environments can be dangerous, Edward had no choice but to repeatedly call for cuts and reshoots, prioritizing safety. Even though he acted indifferent about the score on the surface, the moment he got back to his room, Edward immediately checked online reviews on his phone. They were overwhelmingly positive, with just a few negative ones scattered throughout. Most of the negative feedback came from people who couldn't finish the film, viewers who found the oppressive atmosphere too much to handle and had to leave halfway through. Who else can relate to watching this as a claustrophobia sufferer? I started having physical symptoms from rapid breathing. First time a movie has had such a strong offline effect. No joke, someone in our theater had to go to the hospital from hyperventilation. Is this too effective? Edward couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Thinking back on the suffocating sensation he himself had felt while watching the movie, he could understand why audiences reacted that way. But in truth, if people didn't focus too intently while watching, they wouldn't be affected so strongly. That said, Edward remembered one of his passive abilities. It forced audiences to concentrate on his films. That's probably why, he sighed, rubbing his face. It really wasn't the viewer's fault. His passive skill had already done the work of grabbing the audience's attention and immersing them fully into the experience. Naturally, the more focused you were, the more likely you were to be affected by the oppressive atmosphere. The human psyche is mysterious. If your brain believes you're suffocating, your body may actually start to manifest symptoms. There are even cases of people fearing they have AIDS and developing early-stage symptoms just from psychological stress. That's why some hospitals purposefully withhold certain information from patients. It's the placebo effect in action. If this keeps going, maybe one day my movies will fully pull the audience into the protagonist's point of view. Edward shook his head. The current results were already outrageous. If his abilities improved further, he didn't even want to imagine how immersive things could become. Buried fear points, 21,384. Seeing the number, Edward nodded in satisfaction. That was a great result for a thriller. He was curious to see how much more fear value it could accumulate by the end of its theatrical run. The next morning, after waking up and heading out for breakfast, Edward saw that Buried's first-day rating had been released. 9.3. Not the highest ever, but absolutely excellent. 70 million in 9 hours? Edward sipped his drink while checking the data on his phone. Though the full 24-hour box office data hadn't been tallied yet, the movie had already raked in a staggering amount. Media outlets were all jumping on the story. 70 million in 9 hours. Projected to break 100 million today. Edward's most commercially successful film yet. Final earnings could reach 1 billion. Most people don't go out to watch movies at midnight. The real wave would hit during the day. Buried, a film disguised as a thriller, but actually a historical drama. Buried buries all its viewers on opening day. Organic hype? Buried's online search trends are skyrocketing. What are these people thinking? Even this turned into an organic hype wave. Edward muttered, staring at his screen, where he saw one particularly absurd news piece. Buried had been hit by a wave of self-motivated fan hype, a phenomenon known as natural water. Natural water is internet slang in contrast to paid water armies, fake review bots. It refers to genuine fans spontaneously recommending a product without being paid to do so. Reading the passionate fan reviews made Edward feel like his soul was leaving his body. Buried is amazing. You'll regret not seeing it. Best film of the year. Go watch it, AHHH. Here's a screenshot from a fan on Rottenberry's movie ratings. As of 1:50 a.m., they hadn't deleted their post yet. Buried almost buried me in the theater. My whole body felt awful, breathing got heavier and heavier. Edward kept giving the protagonist hope, then tore it all away. I felt like my own breathing stopped. I get it now. These viewers just don't want to suffer alone, so they want to drag everyone else down with them. Edward couldn't help but laugh, patting Q on the head and feeding a fear candy to the Mimikyu. It reminded him of those scammy mobile games from his past life, awful to play, but filled with glowing 5-star reviews because people didn't want to be the only ones who fell for the trap. That culture had now spilled into the film industry. Should I ask the PR department to add a warning? Edward mused. Buried's popularity and success matched his expectations, especially after the massive online debates. But he was still concerned about the growing number of reports of viewers experiencing hyperventilation after watching. Medically, this was called respiratory alkalosis, caused by a drop in CO2 levels from rapid breathing. Viewers, caught up in the film's suffocating atmosphere, panicked and began breathing faster, only worsening the symptoms. Though not particularly dangerous, if too many people were affected, Edward would inevitably be held responsible. So before the premiere, he'd already issued a reminder: don't breathe too fast during the movie. But people still fell into the trap. He figured it was time to remind them again. He immediately contacted Ghost Film Pictures' publicity team and asked them to push out another public service warning. Boss, that guy called Kendall didn't quit the internet. Zoroark stormed into the room, fuming. Edward raised an eyebrow. Didn't he say he'd quit if the film scored over 9? Edward didn't pay much attention to clowns like Kendall, but he was still vaguely aware of him, since Buried's origin was indirectly tied to this guy. Kendall had been a loud critic, streaming all day and even selling merch during his live broadcasts. All just a milk controversy for money, and it had actually worked. This guy had even said publicly, if Buried scores above 9, I'll quit the internet forever. Well, now he's saying he'll wait until the film's off the charts before checking the final score, Zoroark said bitterly. If he had the guts to quit immediately, I'd at least respect him a little. But this... disgusting. Edward calmly wiped his mouth and nodded. Honestly, he had predicted this. With the kind of income Kendall was making from all this drama, it wasn't surprising he'd try to weasel out of his own promise. All right, I got it, Edward said, taking out his phone and messaging Secretary Kennedy. Since Kendall didn't want to back out with dignity, Edward would help him do it. It wouldn't take much. A person like Kendall surely had skeletons in his closet, and if they checked his taxes, who knows what they'd find. If any tax evasion turned up, the platform could ban him outright. And when that happens, Kendall would have to cough up a massive breach of contract penalty. Many banned influencers lose almost everything they gained. Given how crazily he'd been live streaming and pushing merchandise, Edward suspected Kendall's earnings might not even cover the penalty. All right, let's go. We still have to continue filming Alien today. Edward yawned. With Buried now in theaters and doing well, the Alien shoot could resume, though he wasn't in a rush. After all, with Buried's box office growth so strong, it would likely dominate theaters for a month or two. That gave him plenty of breathing room. Is the Ditto ready? Edward asked, suddenly remembering something as he glanced at Zoroark. Zoroark made a conflicted face. Boss, you'd better come see for yourself. Confused, Edward followed Zoroark to the set. Inside the actor's lounge, he found Ditto. Ditto, one of the most unique Pokémon in the world, can transform into any Pokémon it's seen. However, most Dittos retain their trademark beady eyes even in transformed form, making them easy to identify. Only a rare few can perfectly mimic appearances without that giveaway. According to the Pokémon League's Ditto identification regulations, Dittos transforming in public must retain their beady eyes to avoid fraud. Violations could be charged as impersonation or even criminal fraud. This rule existed to prevent people from having Dittos impersonate celebrities or, worse, commit more serious offenses, some of which had even made legal drama headlines. Hiss! A black, snarling alien creature roared in front of Edward. He nodded thoughtfully. This Ditto's transformation was excellent. Since the alien was already jet black, its beady eyes were nearly invisible. The size, proportions, and presence were spot on visually. It had an uncanny beauty. So why did Zoroark make that weird face? What's wrong with it? Edward asked, puzzled. Zoroark silently pointed at a certain spot. Edward looked and fell into silence. The Ditto had given its transformed alien a heart-shaped tail. You can't change that? Edward asked, visibly annoyed. A terrifying alien impaling someone with its tail, only for the camera to pan over and reveal a giant heart shape? That was just asking for internet jokers to start drawing sexy fan art and alien girl variants. Edward never underestimated the internet's power to turn anything into a meme. Looking at the heart-shaped tail, he had just one thought. What the hell is this? An alien or a succubus? Do I need to slap a mature rating on this movie? Sorry, Director Edward, Ditto's trainer said awkwardly. Ditto just finished a shoot for a TV drama before this, so... Replace it, Edward said without hesitation. Shooting a drama was fine, but not if it messed with his production schedule. Zoroark coughed awkwardly. What now? Edward asked. Boss, this trainer said he used to be your classmate. Edward turned back to the trainer. The man mentioned they'd gone to the same junior high. Edward racked his memory but couldn't recall him at all. Probably just another forgettable background character from the same class. Still, he gave him one last chance. They tried again, and the alien still had a heart-shaped tail. Edward didn't hesitate. He told the long-lost classmate to pack up and leave. Boss, I thought you'd at least show him some leniency, Zoroark said as he walked alongside Edward. What leniency? If we were close friends back in the day, I'd naturally help him out. But we barely even talked except for required interactions back in school. What am I supposed to say? Edward replied, clearly exasperated. In his previous life, Edward had encountered this kind of thing often. An old classmate you haven't spoken to in years suddenly reaches out, reminisces about the past, and pretends to catch up. 9 times out of 10, it meant they wanted to borrow money or hand you a wedding invitation. What surprised him this time was that the guy had brought along his Ditto to act as a guest performer for Alien, his latest film. Zoroark had even hesitated to fire him because the guy was Edward's old classmate, which left Edward half amused and half annoyed. So, boss, are we looking for a new Ditto to take the role now? Zoroark asked. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Finding a new Ditto now would be tight on time, after all. The film was about to start shooting, and all the other actors were already in place. Plus, Buried was currently screening, which gave Edward a bit of breathing room to polish Alien properly. Zoroark, what about you? Could you do it? Edward turned to look at Zoroark. He hadn't forgotten that Zoroark was a very capable illusion actor. With Zoroark's top-tier illusion abilities, the effects would be incredibly realistic. It'd only require the crew to use props and have Zoroark layer illusions over them, things like drooling xenomorph saliva and such. Zoroark perked up with interest. Ahem, boss, you know that new game? A new event is coming with limited edition items, she said, rubbing her hands eagerly. Edward chuckled helplessly. Fine, you'll be able to spend like crazy, all right? Despite the decent salary Edward gave her, Zoroark never seemed to have enough money. Edward couldn't quite understand it, though he knew Zoroark spent a large portion of her paycheck on games. Still, it was her money. Zoroark could spend it however she wanted. A sharp screech rang out, and a xenomorph suddenly appeared before Edward. Looking it over, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Although a few details, like the saliva, were still missing, the overall look was spot on. If things keep going this smoothly, filming won't fall behind schedule, Edward mused. With the trickiest special effects handled, they could shoot the movie much faster. Still, he planned to take his time and refine it properly. Alien 1's story begins with a spaceship responding to a distress signal during a routine company mission. The early scenes hid many story elements that later evolved into Prometheus and Covenant, making the proper viewing order actually start with Prometheus. When Edward first watched Alien, he always felt that the xenomorph eggs were probably engineered by the bioengineer android with extreme autonomy. The core plot wasn't overly complicated. The crew discovers the alien eggs, one unlucky member gets injured and parasitized, and his unaware teammates bring him back to the ship for medical treatment. The xenomorph doesn't kill the host, it keeps him alive by maintaining his breathing. But removing it forcefully causes its tail to strangle the host. As they prepare to handle the situation, Alien's most iconic scene begins. Have the actors and effects crew get ready. Make sure we get it in one take. Edward directed on set. Inside the spaceship set constructed by the Kanto League, two actors lay on the floor with xenomorph props wrapped around their faces. One was a human extra, the other a Pokémon extra. Ditto. In a moment you'll need to burst out of their chests, then twist your head and screech. Got it. A trainer explained to his Ditto backstage. The two actors didn't need to act much. The props department had already fitted them with realistic xenomorph models. The movement of the creatures would be controlled by air bladders, so the actors just needed to squeeze the bladder in rhythm with their breathing to simulate the twitching of the xenomorph. With a squelchy noise, the two Dittos on their chests nodded. They currently resembled puddles of goo, lying in wait. At the director's cue, they would transform into baby xenomorphs and burst out, surrounded by artificial blood packs. Boss, are we really okay with Parasite Pikachu? Zoroark asked, standing nearby. Since Zoroark had now taken over as the main xenomorph effects actor, the scenes involving the human xenomorph would be played by him. Pikachu would still act as the Pikachu xenomorph, and Zoroark would overlay an illusion onto it. Pikachu also had to wear a specially designed xenomorph exoskeleton prop to avoid continuity errors. No problem. I know Pikachu's been the most popular Pokémon in recent years. I chose it on purpose, Edward said, rubbing his hands excitedly. Honestly, being a director wasn't all fun and games. Filming special effects scenes was especially tricky. In his past life, special effects were mostly done in post-production. Actors often performed with mocap suits or acted solo against green screens. If they lacked good acting skills, the results could be painfully awkward. Directors couldn't even see the actual effects until editing, which is why post-production in those films required enormous time and money. But Edward didn't have to worry about that. He could literally watch a xenomorph burst out of someone's chest in real time. Still, boss, Pikachu has a lot of crazy fans, Zoroark warned. Edward waved it off nonchalantly. He was well aware. In Hoenn's Pikachu Fan Association, even the president wore Pikachu-themed clothes, shoes, and carried 6 different Pikachu variants. And that was tame compared to some obsessive stalker fans. No worries. It's just a movie. A horror movie at that, Edward replied calmly. With the crew confirming everything was in place, filming resumed for this iconic chestburster scene. When the baby alien burst out, the crew members reacted with shock, missing their chance to kill it. The newborn xenomorph quickly fled, grew, and began its slaughter spree aboard the sealed spaceship. In the end, only the female lead survived thanks to protagonist plot armor. Everyone else died as alien food, and the movie ended there. The plot of Alien wasn't deep. It followed the typical formula of a monster stalker movie. Creature picks off the cast one by one, and in the end either gets defeated or teases a sequel. What really determined whether a horror film was good or bad came down to atmosphere. That was where Edward had confidence. After receiving several rewards, he'd studied directing seriously and was now far more skilled. "Professor, why is the League asking us to evaluate a movie? Isn't that a waste of time?" In the Unova region, two scholarly-looking men sat on a couch holding movie tickets. The tickets read, "Buried." "Zion, if the League asked us, there must be a reason. Haven't you seen the news lately? This movie's got to be really interesting," the older man said with a smile as he studied the ticket. Even as someone who usually ignored entertainment and focused on academic research, Professor Heathcote had heard the buzz around this film. At first, he didn't care much. But as the news grew increasingly bizarre, the film piqued his interest. As a PhD advisor in psychology, Heathcote knew how difficult it was for a film to make viewers experience physical suffocation just from watching. Psychological suggestion wasn't new to him. People often asked if he could hypnotize others, but he'd always laugh and say he only knew a bit, definitely not the Hollywood version where you snap your fingers and gain control of someone. "I saw, Professor. But I think it's all fake hype. How much influence can a movie really have?" Zion muttered in disbelief. "Then how do you explain that?" Heathcote gestured toward a nearby area where a few young moviegoers sat, clearly distressed and struggling to regulate their breathing. A nurse Joy stood beside them, helping them calm down. Zion had nothing to say. You could claim online news was just marketing fluff, but this was happening right before their eyes. After Ghost Film Pictures released a warning, stating that the film contained suffocation effects and that viewers with weak constitutions should not attend, Buried's popularity only soared. People are naturally rebellious. The more they're told not to do something, the more they want to try. And the film's curiosity factor kept growing. Those who'd already watched it only laughed when asked about it, insisting it was overblown, further feeding the cycle. With attendance still high, Ghost Film Pictures had ordered all theaters to prepare emergency response staff, namely, Nurse Joys, in case of incidents. Ironically, this only made even more people curious enough to buy tickets. "Come on, let's see for ourselves. If there's really a psychological suggestion going on, we need to report it to the League," Heathcote said, standing up with a tub of popcorn in hand. "Professor, sigh." Zion glanced at his popcorn and soda, suddenly unsure if the professor was more interested in the science or just wanted to watch a movie. Sitting inside the theater, Zion still looked a little frustrated. But since they were already here and he had to complete the League's assignment, he had no choice but to watch the movie seriously and prepare a proper critique. After some hesitation, he finally began watching Buried in earnest. Before he knew it, Zion found himself completely immersed. Heathcote glanced at his student. Zion's gaze had become focused. Gone was his earlier impatience and discontent. In its place was growing tension. He even began scratching at his neck subconsciously. Was he feeling short of breath? The thought crossed Heathcote's mind. Before coming to the theater, Heathcote had done some research. It was known that when people start to feel suffocated or breathless, they may unconsciously scratch at their necks. "My time is running out." On screen, Daniel, one of the characters, grimaced in pain as he picked up the weapon the terrorists had given him. With one brutal swing, he chopped off his own finger. The scene made Zion shudder, and he instinctively clutched his own finger as if it had been severed, too. The air seemed to grow heavier around him, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation set in. Zion's breathing turned rapid. Each inhale seemed inadequate, like he was sealed inside that dark wooden coffin himself, waiting helplessly for death to come. "Zion, how are you feeling?" Just as his discomfort peaked, someone shook his shoulder. It jolted him out of the daze. He blinked in confusion, looking at his teacher, eyes still filled with lingering fear. Zion fell silent. He remembered why he was there, to assess Edward Stone's new film Buried on behalf of the League. Yet, against all expectations, he had become completely absorbed in the film and affected by it. Heathkit looked at his student. The cold sweat on his forehead and the way he still held his finger told him everything he needed to know. Zion had indeed been influenced by the film, so much so that he even experienced phantom pain. Though he had suspected it might happen, Heathkit was still surprised to see it so clearly. His gaze turned back to the screen. As a psychology professor and doctoral advisor, Heathkit approached the film from a different perspective. To him, Buried appeared to be a fairly standard movie. There was nothing particularly abnormal in the cinematography, sound design, character expressions, or pacing. Heathkit had studied how skilled directors could use visual cues, like color palettes or framing, to deliver subliminal messages. But such effects typically had minimal influence unless the screen was dominated by a single tone, triggering a specific emotional response. Edward's Buried didn't employ any such intense color manipulation, just standard dark tones with occasional warm and cool accents. There were some subtle cues, but none strong enough to cause such visceral audience reactions. Heathkit was confident in his expertise. But still, something about the film felt off. He had watched it carefully, trying to identify any underlying psychological tricks. But he found none. The atmosphere and sound design were excellent, but those alone shouldn't be enough to cause mass immersion and panic, unless the audience was predisposed, like those with claustrophobia. Yet earlier, he'd observed the entire theater. Everyone was absorbed. Even his student. Only Heathkit remained unaffected. When the lead actor cut off his own finger, Heathkit had glanced around and noticed something chilling. At that exact moment, almost everyone in the theater had clutched their own fingers, as if it were they, not the character, who had suffered the injury. It was astonishing. Was I just not immersed enough? The question flickered through Heathkit's mind. It made sense. He'd spent most of the movie analyzing the film and observing others instead of truly watching it. Perhaps if he set all that aside. By the time the movie ended, 2 people stood outside the theater, gulping in the fresh air. "Professor, is there something wrong with this movie?" Zion asked while adjusting his breathing. It was the first time he'd ever been that emotionally affected by a film. He genuinely felt as if he'd been buried. "There's nothing technically wrong with it, but it's..." Heathkit had already recovered, using basic psychological suggestion to calm himself. Still, he had some serious concerns. There were no obvious visual cues. No hypnotic colors. And yet, he couldn't help but feel exactly what the protagonist felt. Why? As he allowed himself to become immersed in the latter half of the film, he noticed the shift. But he hadn't panicked. He wanted to observe what kind of state he would enter and how to handle it. What shocked him was not that he got pulled in, but that he couldn't explain why. There really weren't any colors, motions, or psychological cues? Zion still couldn't believe it. He knew that some advanced psychologists could use colors, language, and body movements for subconscious suggestion. "Zion, you're studying psychology too. You should know that even I can't hypnotize an entire theater full of people," Heathkit replied, glancing sideways at his student. Zion fell silent. He knew it was true. Mass hypnosis, especially in a public setting like a movie theater, was extraordinarily difficult, borderline impossible. Not even Professor Heathkit could pull that off. And honestly, calling this hypnosis didn't even feel accurate. It felt more like metaphysics. The effect was just too powerful. Toward the end of the film, Heathkit had really felt buried alive. Felt the soil suffocating him. "Let's go," Heathkit said, standing. He planned to request a sample reel from the League for deeper analysis. 2 days later, Heathkit sat in his office, clutching his head. There was nothing wrong with the film. Not a single thing. He'd even invited a university professor specializing in film theory and direction to review it. That professor said the cinematography was strong and the performances were impressive, but there was nothing strange about it. It didn't seem like Edward was deliberately trying to scare people. But then they rewatched it, seriously, together. And that professor also fell silent. He had felt it too. Heathkit couldn't understand it. He even went back and watched several of Edward's other films, no similar issues. Nothing suspicious. With no better leads, all he could do was submit his investigation report to the League. The film has no technical issues. The film is fine. But the viewers, they're the problem. Edward stared at the message on his phone, his expression twitching slightly. He was currently filming Alien, and production was going smoothly. The Xenomorph and Pikachu Xenomorph were now rampaging on screen. Edward had envisioned all sorts of creative death scenes, and they were being faithfully executed, so much so that one prop department girl vomited after witnessing one particular demise. Edward wasn't bothered. That was the whole point of Xenomorph horror: creative, brutal deaths, and the overwhelming helplessness of humanity. If anything, it proved the film was hitting the right notes. Of course, this meant the film would need to be rated properly. Luckily, the Pokémon world had a formal film rating system. As long as Alien passed through that, there was no need to censor or sanitize the film for younger audiences. Edward was very satisfied with the League's approach. Without it, most of his films would require major edits, something he really didn't want to deal with. Still, when he saw Secretary Kennedy's email, he couldn't help feeling a little speechless. "Boss, what's up?" Zoroark peeked over while dragging over a mountain of card booster packs she was opening. "Nothing, really. Just that Buried has drawn the League's attention." Edward rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had expected this to happen. After all, so many viewers were reporting the same strange symptoms. It would have been weird if the League hadn't looked into it. But he hadn't expected them to bring in professional psychologists to evaluate the film. Wait, Buried is going to be pulled? Zoroark was shocked. She thought the movie was brilliant. It would be a real shame if it got banned. Nah, not that extreme. The psychologist said the film had no issues. He just couldn't explain why everyone who watches it experiences that same suffocating sensation. Edward shrugged helplessly. The League's approach made sense. If they'd banned Buried outright, saying it caused health issues, it would have only made it more legendary. People would have been obsessed. A banned film always draws attention. Centuries from now, it'd still be referenced in movie discussions as that film the League had to ban. Instead, the League simply mandated that all theaters showing the film had to have a certified Nurse Joy on standby for emergency medical support. That policy would remain in effect until the film finished its run. Zoroark was still a bit confused. Edward shook his head, then looked at his system. Buried, fear points, 113,211. Even before the film went off-screen, its fear points had hit a record high. Edward was thrilled, but also hesitant to draw any more prizes from it. The abilities he'd unlocked were already a bit outrageous. At this rate, if the abilities got any stronger, viewers really would get pulled into the movie world and buried. Still, not drawing was also torture. With 100,000 fear points, he could draw twice. Each draw cost 50,000. You obtained immersive audio. Intermediate. Your films will now feature even more realistic sound effects and make it easier for audiences to focus. Whoa! Legend of Otherworldly Spirit. Zoroark shouted excitedly, shaking Edward's shoulder hard. Edward felt a bit dizzy. Zoroark's strength was no joke. You obtained Cinematography, Master Level. ? Edward slowly typed out a question mark. He had drawn plenty of times before, but this was his first time getting a master-level skill. He'd assumed abilities needed to be unlocked progressively, not granted outright. Cinematography, Master Level. Your films will become deeply immersive, drawing viewers in while removing any physical discomfort caused by the film. Edward rubbed his eyes. The ability was almost absurdly powerful. It even removed the viewer's physical distress, perfect for dealing with his current situation. This way, no one would suffocate while watching Buried, and the film wouldn't be permanently banned. Talk about perfect timing. Boss, look. Legend of otherworldly spirit. Zoroark shouted again, still thrilled. Edward glanced at her. He was lucky if not for Zoroark's touch. He might never have gotten such high-tier skills. You're insanely lucky, Zoroark. Are you sacrificing your lifespan to draw cards? Edward joked. But then he remembered. Zoroark was a ghost-type Pokémon. She didn't have a normal lifespan. Technically, what she had might be spirit years, not life years. No one really knew how long ghost types lived anyway. Zoroark gleefully continued opening card packs, while Edward yawned and called for a break. It was time for lunch. Hoenn horror movie lovers exchange group chat. Daily chill for health and happiness. To be honest, I feel like Director Edward is a little mysterious. Sometimes I even suspect that he's actually a legendary Pokémon who transformed into a human. Rainbow Spotlight Ball, huh? Why? Isn't Edward the heir to the Devon Corporation? How could he possibly be a legendary? When Edward glanced at the messages on his phone, he nearly spit out his tea. His expression went stiff. What on earth? Since when had he become a legendary Pokémon disguised as a human? That was way too far-fetched. Presenting horror movies to the world, what makes you say that? Good luck, not misfortune. Don't tell me our chill sis tracked down Edward in real life, forced an idol drama-style encounter, and now knows his true identity? Edward was honestly curious. This user, Daily Chill for Health and Happiness, was one of the veteran troll kings in the group. Though she always claimed to be a beautiful girl, nobody was entirely convinced. Based on years of internet experience, the members knew that the ones who cursed like sailors and cracked endless dirty jokes were usually women. Still, since no one had ever organized a real-life meetup, her gender had become something like Schrodinger's cat, simultaneously a girl and not a girl. Some believed she was a cute girl, others were sure she was a crude, unkempt guy who scratched his feet while typing. Because this Daily Chill posted the occasional photo that seemed to prove she really was a girl, the group remained divided. The hottest ongoing debate was whether she was truly a girl or not. As for Edward, he leaned toward believing she was indeed a girl. Daily Chill for Health and Happiness. You guys have all seen Buried, right? After watching it, I swear I felt like I was literally buried alive. And I noticed something really strange. Pure Love Warrior, Sheer Minotaur, of course we've seen it. It's the hottest film out there right now. Cowardly Newbie, what's the strange thing? Though yeah, Buried was fantastic. Edward scratched his head. What could they have noticed? Could it be the effect of his master-level cinematography? He had drawn that skill, yes, but truthfully, he hadn't watched his own films much afterward. He was too busy working on new projects. He had checked Dead Silence and one missed call for safety, but hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. They were films like any other. Daily Chill for Health and Happiness. I went for a second viewing today. This time, I swear, while watching the movie I felt like I was actually inside it. Buried Alive was just too good, same. I noticed it too. I watch Buried every single day, just to experience what it's like to be buried alive. But today, the feeling was especially strong. Knocked out by the damn scene. River boy, you're insane, bro. I'm starting to think you've got a very questionable fetish. Edward choked violently on his tea. So that was it? The strange sense of immersion his viewers had been reporting was real. Though frankly, the way his group members were obsessing over the sensation was just twisted. He hadn't thought people would seek out his movies for that. Truly, their tastes were bizarre. But what worried him more was the filmmaking itself. His movies now seemed to give people such an intense sense of immersion that they actually felt dragged into the screen. Was this the side effect of his master-level skill? Complete sensory immersion, coupled with his other talents? That would explain it. Wait, hold on. If this keeps up, aren't I going to get dragged away for government research? Edward's stomach twisted. From the moment he saw that master-level skill was designed to make films feel real, he had sensed trouble. He hadn't expected it to literally suck people into the movie world. Daily Chill for Health and Happiness. Don't dismiss it so fast. Go check online, starting today. Tons of moviegoers have reported the same thing. They all say the feeling disappears once the film ends, but during it, It's like they're really there. Super strange. Minotaur counterattacks Pure Love Warrior. I just searched. It's true. Lots of people even went back for repeat viewings, just to re-experience being buried alive. As the group chat veered into the absurd, Edward quietly closed the app and opened a browser. Sure enough, trending online was a wave of discussions about Buried. Viewers reported that while watching, they felt completely transported into the protagonist's shoes, actually buried in the coffin. The forums were flooded. Edward's eyelid twitched. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. If just a few experts had noticed something strange, he could have brushed it off. But now that a majority of the audience was reporting this same experience, there was no hiding it. And of course, the Pokémon League wasn't blind. They'd notice. His scalp prickled. There was no way they'd ignore something this serious. He could already picture being invited for tea. And what would he even say if they asked? Oh, by the way, I have superpowers that make my films real? Impossible. Sure enough, just then, his phone rang. He rubbed his face, sighed, what was meant to come had come, and picked up. Filming for Alien was suspended as he followed League staff into a familiar conference room. The faces were mostly the same. Only this time, neither his father nor Stephen Stone were present. They were off somewhere in the depths of a cave, digging rocks as usual. Edward smiled wryly. Their personalities were just like that. Director Edward, said the Hoenn League chairwoman, looking weary, why does your film Buried cause every viewer to experience such abnormal reactions? It wasn't quite an interrogation, but the weight of the question pressed heavily. The Hoenn League chairwoman herself looked helpless. She really didn't want to see Edward so often, but his talent for troublemaking was far too strong. She had lost count of how many times he had caused an uproar. I don't know. I was just filming normally, Edward answered with a wry smile. He hadn't thought the skill would be this powerful enough to affect movies that were already in theaters. He'd assumed it would only take effect for future films like Alien. Mr. Stone, another official, interjected, handing him a dossier. But today, every single person who watched your movie reported the same thing, that they felt drawn into the film itself. Edward leafed through it. Of course he knew. But what could he say? He had no explanation. Do you honestly think I have the power to make that happen? He asked, shrugging. The room fell into silence. Because deep down, they all knew if he truly had such a godlike ability, he wouldn't waste his time making horror films. He could easily dominate the entire world. Still, if his future films continued causing this phenomenon, the League would be forced to restrict him. Maybe even ban him from filmmaking altogether. He needed a solution. But how? Unless they believed it was the work of some new technology. Something man-made. Something patentable. Right then, the system prompt flashed before his eyes. Would you like to advance draw a reward by spending 20,000 fear points? Edward blinked. Advance draw? That was possible? Without hesitation, he accepted. If the system had caused this mess, let the system fix it. Congratulations. You have obtained Super Immersive Film Projection Device, Registered Patent. Description: a unique patent for an invention that enhances viewer immersion during film screenings. In an instant, his mind was flooded with memories, schematics, experiments, a completed patent submission. He now remembered inventing a machine that heightened immersion and, conveniently, the patent had just been officially approved today. Edward exhaled. That would work. The Pokémon world was full of bizarre inventions anyway. A patent like this was plausible. Fortunately, I thought I'd get thrown into some parallel universe where films naturally had that effect. But this solution makes sense. He smiled, faintly relieved. I believe my newly registered patent can explain the phenomenon, Edward said confidently. The staff hurried to verify. When the League officials saw the official patent documents, their shoulders relaxed. People fear the unknown most. As long as there was an explanation, however strange, they could accept it. One by one, the atmosphere eased. Leaders even started praising Edward, calling him a talent, a blessing to the League. He could only smile bitterly. Just moments ago, they'd been ready to grill him. After being reminded to keep making good films and contribute to the League, Edward was finally dismissed. Outside, under the bright sunlight, he stretched and breathed deep. The crisis was over. For now. Still, new problems loomed. If the patent was real, other film companies would covet it. Was it universally applicable, or could only he use it? That remained to be seen. If it was universal, he'd face endless harassment from competitors. After all, the technology marked the death knell of traditional cinema. Who would choose an ordinary film when they could watch one that made them feel inside it? One problem solved, another waiting right behind it. Edward shook his head, quickened his pace toward the set, and pulled out his phone. He needed to test the scope of this new invention. "Boss, when did our company register a patent like this?" Zoroark stared at the patent in its hand, eyes filled with surprise. Edward, however, looked unusually calm when he heard the question. Though, truth be told, he had once been just as shocked as Zoroark when he first saw it. But that was then, and this was now. At this moment, he had already calmed himself and was considering how exactly to deal with the matter. Earlier, well, to be precise, just today. Edward answered casually. He picked up the documents and skimmed through them. The file contained some details about the patent he had supposedly spearheaded and developed. The introduction wasn't overly detailed, mostly filled with dense technical jargon, things like multi-response mechanism based on retinal cells and locking onto neural granularity to complete docking within the fifth quadrant. The words themselves were familiar, yet strung together like this, Edward could make neither head nor tail of them. He frowned. Fortunately, he didn't actually need to understand the science behind it. What mattered was whether this thing had universal applicability or not. So, he read carefully. And when he finished, his scalp prickled slightly. From the looks of it, this patent seemed to be tied to him on a fundamental level. Was this some kind of inherited legacy from his father? After all, his old man had once used his life to help the League capture Rayquaza. And now Edward, through the power of another legendary, had created a revolutionary technology of his own. Registered today? Zoroark muttered under its breath. Before it could ask more, its phone suddenly rang. It hurriedly stepped aside to answer, leaving Edward massaging his temples with a sigh. His phone vibrated too. A message from Secretary Kennedy. It said that the president of Hoenn League Studios wanted a meeting with him. Not just them, two of the region's other top film company heads also wanted to see him. Even several mid- and low-tier company bosses had tried to set up meetings, but Secretary Kennedy had turned them away. After all, if Edward agreed to see everyone, he wouldn't have time to do anything else in life. He'd be stuck entertaining visitors all day, every day. Edward knew the truth. This secret of his was never going to stay hidden for long. In fact, he hadn't even considered it much of a secret. Especially not after the League meeting where he'd been questioned. With all those officials present, many of whom had family or close ties across the region, it was inevitable that word would spread. Sooner or later, everyone who needed to know would know. The rest would only find out when the League issued its large-scale press releases. And indeed, the League had already launched its publicity campaign, clarifying rumors. Wild theories online had spiraled out of control. Some people were even claiming that Edward had hypnotized the entire populace to prepare for world domination. Naturally, the League had to step forward to deny all of that, publicly stating that it was nothing more than a new form of technology. The clarification had calmed the rumors somewhat. But it also sparked new debates. Countless voices emerged, speculating on what Edward's innovation meant for the future of the world. The chaos was enough to make anyone's scalp numb. What a headache. Edward exhaled heavily. To be honest, solving this problem seemed difficult. Perhaps very difficult. The technology was too far ahead of its time. It delivered a dimensional crushing blow to traditional filmmaking. Worse, the device currently existed as a single prototype, one camera, operable only by specialized engineers, and, most absurd of all, powered by energy provided directly from Groudon. Which meant, in practice, that only Edward himself could use it. The charging couldn't be interrupted, and he had to be present at all times. The explanation sounded far-fetched, but what could anyone do? That was how the technology worked. And with a registered patent, no one could argue otherwise. Understanding it wasn't required, acknowledging it was enough. Still, Edward knew the truth. Unless he drew more rewards from his system, those loopholes would remain. But life in society meant constant interaction. There was no avoiding people. So, Edward had no choice but to grit his teeth and return call after call. Filming Alien for the day was out of the question. He gave the crew a break, reminding them not to wander too far. Fortunately, in the Pokémon world, entertainment was plentiful. The crew wouldn't be bored. By the time Edward finally finished answering the last phone call, the sky had already darkened. "I'm completely speechless," he muttered, rubbing his aching forehead. The calls today had been nothing short of soul-draining. None of the company bosses were fools. Even if they were, their top executives weren't. Everyone realized the immense impact this patent could have on the traditional film industry. Pokémon Society already had VR technology, but it was crude. The graphics looked fake, immersion was shallow, and the impact minimal. It had only given small studios a new way to shoot action flicks. But Edward's innovation was something else entirely. A true revolution. Films with such powerful immersion would soon replace traditional cinema the same way color films had replaced black and white. Especially now that the news had broken publicly. The entire Pokémon League would know that Ghost Films Productions movies offered unparalleled immersion, drawing audiences deep into the story itself. What a monumental leap forward. Edward could even raise ticket prices overnight, and most people wouldn't complain. After all, everyone understood that research was costly. Spreading those costs across products was the norm for any scientific enterprise. The companies aware of the danger began offering everything they could. Some came with blunt financial offers. Others appealed emotionally or suggested mergers on the condition they got shares in his company. Some even went as far as offering their daughters, speaking of their youth as if that were a bargaining chip. Edward could only twitch at the absurdity. He wasn't about to become anyone's live-in son-in-law. Besides, when it came to marriage, he already had someone in mind. When persuasion failed, they switched to brute force, drowning him in money. One day's rental fee of $50 million. Even I'm tempted, Edward sighed. Not purchase, just rental. One company offered $50 million for a single day's use of the camera. Which meant, even if he did nothing else but rent it out, he could pocket over $1 billion a month. Pure profit. After all, he hadn't spent a single coin developing the device. It was simply drawn from the system. No research costs. No overhead. So renting was nothing but gain. The higher the price, the more he'd earn. Far more than filmmaking itself, which involved shooting, editing, distribution, and splitting revenue with theaters and investors. This, by contrast, was monopoly profit. If he wanted, he could keep the camera rented out year-round, making companies bid against one another for the single machine. And yet, Edward refused. The thing was too troublesome to use. It required him to be physically present at all times. He couldn't simply hand it over. His refusal left many with bitter thoughts, though they kept smiling politely thanks to his Devon Corporation heir status. On the surface, all they could say was, "We look forward to future cooperation." Devon had once crushed Movile's Great Purple Company to rise as the League's leading enterprise. Competing with Devon's scale was no easy feat, let alone for film companies. What a pain, Edward muttered, rubbing his temples again. He could only hope his father returned soon. Managing Devon alone had been exhausting enough. Now, with this world-shaking technology added to the pile, he couldn't imagine how busy he would become. If his father recovered, at least some of the weight would be lifted. Thankfully, Secretary Kennedy had already realized the strain and promised to reduce Edward's workload within Devon. Unless it was something requiring his personal judgment, most matters wouldn't be sent to him anymore. Zoroark, Edward called. The Pokémon, who had been sprawled out playing a cell phone battle game, instantly shot upright. It had spent the whole day gaming, shifting between excitement, triumph, and explosive rage like someone with a split personality. Contact a security company, Edward instructed. Hire several professional teams. Zoroark tilted its head in confusion. Wasn't its boss a filmmaker? Why was this starting to feel like a covert operation? But when Edward simply muttered the word patent, Zoroark understood. It knew the basics of its boss's invention. Since Edward had rejected all rental offers, protection was necessary. Thieves and saboteurs would surely come sniffing. Business competition was always dirtiest in the shadows. Forget stock market duels or flashy press conferences, real commercial warfare could be brutally simple. Hiring thugs to cut the power, pour boiling water, sabotage locks, get someone drunk, block traffic. Physical force was often the first resort. Edward had to be prepared. Boss, I've made the calls. The security teams will be here tonight to set up defenses, Zoroark reported. Good. Edward nodded. At least he could feel a little safer. And sure enough, the very next morning, as he prepared to resume filming Alien, the hired security team came strutting in with trophies of their victory. You actually caught them? Edward gawked at the 6 bruised, battered thieves lined up before him. He didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Mr. Edward, the hulking security captain explained, his arms thicker than Edward's head, these men tried to break into the set last night. So, Edward nodded, understanding the message. Hiring them had been the right decision. Pricey, but pocket change for him. Thank you for your hard work, Edward said with a smile. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with the thieves. He simply instructed the guards to hand them over to Officer Jenny. Let justice take its course. Would you like us to interrogate them first? The captain asked carefully. Edward blinked. Wait, that's part of the service? The man gave him a friendly smile. After all, their team included former investigators. They knew their way around interrogations. Ask them, but don't leave marks, Edward decided, rubbing his chin. He wanted to know who had hired these idiots. Once he found out, he would blacklist the culprits permanently. He had no intention of working with reckless fools. Understood, the captain said cheerfully, dragging the unlucky men away. Edward didn't interfere. Professionals should handle professional work. That had always been his motto. Let's finish Alien as soon as possible, he muttered to himself, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. I'm curious to see just how immersive it'll feel. Would the audience vomit right in the theater? The thought almost made him laugh. Clearly, a film rating system was no longer optional. Without it, passing review would be impossible. Not that Alien was ever a movie children should watch anyway. Boss, Buried's box office has already broken 1.5 billion. Zoroark, holding its phone in hand, shouted the news so excitedly that Edward almost dropped the megaphone he was holding. He jolted in shock, nearly letting it fall to the ground. But once he registered what Zoroark had said, he couldn't deny it. He really was surprised. After all, it had only been one single day, and yet the box office had climbed so high already. 1.5 billion? Edward let out a sharp TSK, then turned to look at Zoroark for confirmation. Meanwhile, Alien's filming was still progressing steadily, with no major setbacks. Overall, the schedule was smooth and on track. The only real headache Edward had right now was Pikachu. This little fellow, as though its nature had been completely unleashed, acted far too wildly during performances. On several occasions, it had nearly bitten the actors for real. Edward had no choice but to ask the Pokémon's trainer to rein it in. After all, while Pikachu had been transformed into an alien Pikachu, it absolutely couldn't be allowed to actually bite people. Everyone knew Pokémon bites were a troublesome issue. Not only could they carry unusual diseases, but they could also cause nasty wound infections. Every year, the League devoted a portion of its medical resources to treating Pokémon bite incidents. They even ran repeated public service announcements urging people to seek immediate treatment if ever bitten by a Pokémon. Because no one could ever be sure whether a biting Pokémon might be carrying some dangerous pathogen. Take rabies, for example, a terrifying, deadly disease that still existed even in the Pokémon world. Its fatality rate was so extreme that the very name of it sent chills down the spine of many League members. Yes! And projections say total revenue could even break 3 billion. Zoroark's voice trembled with excitement as it shoved the phone into Edward's hands. Edward glanced at the screen and saw a headline blaring. Buried box office surpasses 1.5 billion with unstoppable momentum. Edward Stone delivers the harshest blow to the traditional film industry. Edward's eyelid twitched violently. The article read, with the unveiling of Edward's revolutionary new technology, offering audiences an experience far beyond traditional VR, Buried has once again shattered single-day box office records. Nearly every showing is sold out. Using groundbreaking, disruptive technology, the league's so-called money-making tiger has left the entire film industry trembling. Wait a second. What's this money-making tiger of the league? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that supposed to be? Edward scowled. He knew many self-media outlets within the league loved giving people weird titles, but it made him think back to those old gangster films he'd once watched. Boss, this outlet is literally famous for inventing odd nicknames. Look, just last issue they wrote about some mogul named Musk and gave him the title, the Internet's Savage Dragon. Zoroark said it with a perfectly straight face. Edward rolled his eyes. What a joke. Still, after skimming through some of their older pieces, Edward sighed and let it go. There was no point being angry at such nonsense. After all, their whole brand recognition relied on these bizarre nicknames. And yet, knowing he was being called the league's money-making tiger still left him feeling utterly uncomfortable, like he'd been dusted head to toe with itching powder. Forget it. Still, I didn't expect they'd actually hire a professional forecast team. Edward shook his head, dropping the nickname issue, and focused instead on the data analysis in the article. What he saw truly surprised him. Weird as the outlet was, their numbers were solid. They'd hired real professionals to test audience responses and ticket sales trends. Their conclusion? If Buried's momentum continued as it had today, its final gross could easily exceed 3 billion. In the world of Pokémon, that figure was astronomical. Especially considering it was a horror film. For a horror movie to rake in over 3 billion? That could only mean Edward's cutting-edge technology had become a major draw. People were desperate to know, just how immersive was this league-developed high-tech device really? Even those who originally had no interest in a thriller like Buried were buying tickets out of sheer curiosity. With the media frenzy spreading, more and more people would flock to theaters just to see what the hype was about. So in truth, 3 billion might not even be the ceiling. With momentum building, the final number could climb even higher. Boss, this time you're really going down in film history. Zoroark cheered, nearly bouncing with excitement. By now, the rest of the crew had caught wind of the news as well, and they rushed forward to congratulate Edward. He could only smile wryly, but inside, he was deeply stirred. After all, such massive box office returns also meant vast numbers of viewers, which meant an enormous harvest of fear energy. At that thought, Edward's heart raced. He still owed the system a large amount of fear points. If this run could push his total past 200,000, he'd be able to trigger another lottery draw. Right now, the lottery cost had risen to 50,000 points per pull, and who knew how much the next tier would demand. All right, I get it. Everyone's excited. Take the day off. I'll treat you all to a bonus red envelope. Edward clapped his hands, dispersing the noisy celebration. In truth, with the atmosphere this festive, filming wasn't happening today anyway. And with news reports like these, he could already foresee what was coming, an avalanche of partnership calls flooding his phone again. If such a niche horror thriller could pull in numbers like this, then what about mainstream genres, the truly popular storylines in the Pokémon world? The market potential would be enormous. Edward suddenly felt the heat of countless envious, greedy eyes fixed upon him. They were staring at him as though he were a living treasure cauldron, a cornucopia from which wealth would endlessly pour. A cornucopia? Edward froze, realization dawning. Of course, that must be why they called him the money-making tiger. Just like the beckoning cat statues holding golden treasure pots, he was seen as a beast clutching an endless fortune. What a pain, Edward muttered, stuffing red envelopes while quietly powering down his phone. He'd had enough of people blowing up his number. From now on, he wouldn't be using this SIM anymore. He'd use the excuse of being busy with a film shoot and retreat into seclusion for a while. True, That might cause trouble, impatient folks might come banging on his door. But at least he'd be spared from endless calls for the short term. Edward figured it was time to get 2 separate numbers, one for business, one for family and friends. Zoroark, go get me a new phone number, Edward said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Most messages didn't require replies, but some did. Certain acquaintances, and especially the leaders of the major film conglomerates across the league, couldn't be ignored. To brush them off entirely would be too disrespectful. So, resignedly, Edward picked his phone back up and started sorting through which messages to answer. Such was the helplessness of adult life. Got it, boss, Zoroark nodded, shooting him a sympathetic glance. Being a rich, high-profile boss didn't seem so great after all. Zoroark made plenty of money too, but still had its freedom. Edward, meanwhile, barely had any time to himself, his every spare moment swallowed up by obligations. Still, once those major companies learned that Edward's new technology required Groudon's presence for constant charging, most leaders dropped their demands immediately. After all, while the fact that Edward controlled Groudon was a secret, it was only secret to outsiders. High-level League insiders already knew. And none of them wanted the risk, or responsibility, of unleashing a legendary's wrath by interfering. So, it was only the lower-tier bosses, the ones not in the loop, who continued pestering him. Their messages piled up in his inbox, which Edward had little desire to answer. But to avoid burning bridges and complicating future collaborations, he eventually just blasted out a single group message to everyone. That would do. And so, time slipped by. Edward pressed forward with Alien's filming, while the media churned out daily updates on Buried's phenomenal box office. Before long, Alien was finally finished. In the climactic final scene, Alien Pikachu and the xenomorph itself were blasted out into space by the heroine, sucked away into the void. When the shot wrapped, Edward clapped his hands together and shouted, "Cut." Finally wrapped. Edward rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. He had been waiting for this moment far too long. "Boss, should we hold a wrap party?" Zoroark yawned, rubbing its tired eyes, its voice thick with drowsiness. "Yeah, let's prepare one," Edward said, though his voice was weary. The shoot had dragged on far longer than he'd expected. With Zoroark and the other special effects Pokémon, he'd assumed the process would be faster. But in reality, problems cropped up constantly. Pikachu, for one, had exposed too much of its true nature. At one point, Zoroark even argued that they didn't need to use illusions at all. Pikachu, in its natural state, was terrifying enough. But under the pleading eyes of Pikachu's trainer, Edward insisted on cloaking it in illusion anyway, and quietly deleted the outtakes where Pikachu's character integrity collapsed entirely. Once Pikachu's issue was resolved, other troubles arose. Props malfunctioned, shots ruined, endless retakes. By the time Alien was truly complete, 3 whole months had passed. So, Buried's final box office actually hit $3.7 billion? Edward stretched lazily. Alien was finally wrapped, and in the meantime Buried had officially ended its theatrical run. At least publicly, it had also been shortlisted for several award competitions. The final gross stood at $3.7 billion. A number that far exceeded not only Edward's expectations, but those of many veteran filmmakers as well. Horror films rarely reach such heights, given how many people were too scared to watch them at all. As for Edward's fear value, it ultimately stopped at 142,312, not quite the 150,000 he'd hoped for. Likely because repeat viewers didn't contribute additional fear points after their first time. Buried doesn't really count as a pure horror movie anyway, Edward admitted. Its suffocating dread and sense of despair, magnified by his system's buffs, felt painfully real, but still fell short of the raw terror of a true horror film. Alien, though, would fare better. Its unique blend of sci-fi and horror offered a fresh, unsettling experience for audiences. Even so, Edward felt slasher-style gore wasn't ideal either. The best, in his mind, were Eastern ghost stories, the kind that gnawed at the nerves with supernatural dread. Next up, Ju-on, the Grudge, Edward mused, stroking his chin. He had already decided what film to make next. Ju-on had always divided opinions. Some saw it as horror perfected, pure, distilled fear. And truly, it was terrifying. In his past life, it would have easily ranked among the top 10 scariest films ever made. Others criticized it as nonsense, scares for the sake of scares, devoid of logic. A failure in horror cinema. But whatever people thought, Ju-on had undeniably reached a peak in horror filmmaking, inspiring countless imitators. Even decades later, it was still revived again and again. Edward believed if he released Ju-on now, it could paralyze entire swaths of the audience with terror. If not for his master-level cinematography skill, which ensured viewers would forget all discomfort caused by the film once it ended, he would never have dared to release something so extreme. For now though, I need to finish editing Alien and get it into competitions quickly, Edward said, standing up. He wasn't ready to shoot Ju-on yet. He still had to deal with the awards process for Buried. Let's see, the Hoenn Golden Apple Awards and the Pokémon League Annual Film Awards. Only 2, but not bad at all. He grinned at the invitation messages on his phone, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Though he had been a director for some time now, he had never competed in awards before. This would be his very first entry. And to be nominated directly for the League's Annual Film Awards? That was no small honor. If he could win Best Director, it would silence the doubters once and for all. Unfortunately, Edward wasn't overly optimistic about his chances. After all, when making Buried, he hadn't yet had master-level cinematography. His expression through the camera had still fallen short. But now, with his new mastery, Edward felt confident that his next works would be unstoppable. Hoenn, your king has returned. Standing at the airport, Edward declared with youthful vigor. At long last, he had finally returned from that damned Indigo Plateau. It wasn't that the Indigo Plateau was necessarily a bad place, but rather that it was strange. Because of its higher elevation, the oxygen levels there were thinner than normal, and the ultraviolet rays were stronger too, enough to make Edward's scalp tingle. To be honest, although Rustboro City had its share of problems, Edward still felt his home was far more comfortable. What's more, this season happened to be the windy period on the plateau. Every day he tried to film outside. He felt like the howling wind was giving him an impromptu hairstyle, leaving him looking like Chow Yun-fat in God of Gamblers. It gave him quite the headache. Fortunately, most of the shots for Alien were filmed indoors, so the movie's production hadn't been seriously affected. I've started to crave some of Rustboro's specialty snacks. Edward stretched his arms lazily, his mood clearly lifted. Sure, the Indigo Plateau League's hospitality wasn't bad, but nothing beats the flavors of home. Besides, he was finally able to go back and visit Fortune. During this time, Fortune had been buried in studies at Hoenn University, majoring in economics and management. Every day was packed with work. Edward had even heard that Fortune had applied to skip grades, planning to jump straight from freshman year to junior year. The price for this was a workload so heavy that it was practically inhuman. Rumor even said Hoenn University had sprouted its own strange campus legend. Most schools had their 7 mysteries or some other supernatural lore, but this one was oddly specific and disturbingly real. It's said that in the library or a certain study room at Hoenn University, there's always a Sableye sitting there, studying day and night. But if you deliberately go looking for it, you'll never find it. Ridiculous, yes, but believable if you knew Fortune. Just as Edward walked out of the terminal, ready to call for the old butler to take him home for a rest, his eyes landed on a familiar figure waiting at the airport. Secretary Kennedy, smiling warmly. Edward's mouth twitched. President, welcome back to Hoenn, Kennedy greeted respectfully. There are some company matters that require your attention. Rubbing his temples, Edward sighed inwardly. Truthfully, he wasn't in the mood. But he knew he'd been away too long. Filming had consumed much of his time, and during that period Kennedy had done his best to shield him from excessive paperwork. It was obvious Kennedy had been considerate, deliberately reducing his daily workload so he could focus on directing. Edward couldn't deny he was touched, after all. He knew just how overwhelming Devoncorp's affairs could be. Kennedy had already gone above and beyond. Now, if Kennedy was personally waiting for him at the airport, there had to be issues that required his direct involvement. Though he wanted nothing more than a short holiday, Edward exhaled and resigned himself to duty. Zoroark, he instructed casually, once we're back, tell the post-production team to speed things up. Get Alien edited as soon as possible. Understood, boss, Zoroark replied. But, should you personally oversee the editing? Of course, Edward nodded. I'll set the overall direction, then let the team handle the rest. I'll probably be too busy to micromanage, but I'll at least review the dailies. Zoroark scratched its head as it watched its master hurry off with Kennedy. It had wanted to remind Edward about something. After all, there were still pending issues here in Hoenn, particularly with the Petalburg Forest amusement area. Miss Magius had already approached Zoroark about it. Visitors had dwindled, and even those who came only stayed briefly before leaving. The stark contrast from its early popularity was worrying. And Edward hadn't updated or expanded the park in a long time, leading to further decline. Miss Magius was anxious and had asked Zoroark to raise the matter with Edward. The ghost Pokémon employees were growing restless, and if their tempers boiled over, things could get ugly. Zoroark decided to send him a text instead. This matter had been delayed too long already. Edward glanced at his phone mid-ride and saw the message. Miss Magius, huh, he muttered. Indeed, Miss Magius was one of his earliest employees, alongside the Pokémon in Moss Deep and good old Gengar. At the thought of Gengar, Edward's expression turned strange. That rascal had helped with some outer space set work for Alien, then, after filming Wrapped, had promptly run off with a stash of fear candies. Gengar claimed it was going to visit old friends and insisted it didn't need Edward to bring it back. Edward still wasn't sure if it had returned to Hoenn yet. Still, he wasn't worried about Gengar's safety. As an apex Pokémon, Gengar could handle itself against almost anything short of a coordinated anti-ghost assault. But without it around, Petalburg Forest felt emptier. Edward missed playing silly games of rock, paper, scissors with his spectral companion. Is something troubling you, President? Kennedy's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sitting beside Edward, with a professional driver up front keeping the ride smooth as glass, Kennedy had noticed his hesitation. Kennedy, Edward said, turning toward him, I have a group of unique Pokémon employees. They've been running the Petalburg Forest amusement park for me. But now that the films tied to it have faded from the public eye. He trailed off, gauging Kennedy's reaction. If anyone could propose a workable solution, it was this man. President, you mean those ghost-type employees of yours? Kennedy responded calmly, as though he'd anticipated the question. I've been monitoring that situation closely. He opened his laptop, quickly searching through files before pulling up a detailed report. Edward blinked in surprise. The document contained not only photos of the park, but also thorough revenue breakdowns and visitor statistics. It was far more detailed than Edward expected. He hadn't realized Kennedy had the time to track something like this on top of his heavy corporate workload. It left Edward both shocked and deeply impressed. Every detail was laid out enough that even an outsider could fully grasp the state of the amusement park and its current difficulties. No wonder Kennedy had risen to become Devoncorp's chief secretary and earned his father Joseph's trust. His capability was undeniable. Even Edward, proud as he was, had to admit the man was exceptional, worthy of the annual profit-sharing bonus Hibiscus had arranged for him. President, Kennedy continued evenly, given the current revenue trajectory, I recommend we shutter the park. Its appeal is too closely tied to your horror film brand. Most visitors come once for the novelty, but very few return. The calm cadence of his words, paired with the steady ride, made Edward feel like he was back in the boardroom instead of a moving car. Listening carefully, Edward realized the truth. His amusement park was fundamentally unsustainable. Unless he kept releasing films at a rapid pace, the park would inevitably stagnate. So, here are the potential solutions I've drafted, Kennedy went on, outlining multiple strategies. After some thought, Edward made his choice. The second option. Tear it all down and rebuild a large-scale amusement park elsewhere. This decision wasn't too difficult. Among Kennedy's proposals, this one resonated most. By staffing the park entirely with ghost Pokémon, he could both solve their employment issues and avoid the constant maintenance strain. At the same time, it would mark Devoncorp's entry into the amusement industry. Not that Edward cared about competing in that cutthroat field. Theme parks in the Pokémon world were notoriously extreme. Take roller coasters, for example. In the human world, they were about loops and steep drops. Here, they were literal mountain coasters, darting between sheer cliffs, sometimes dropping riders into free fall before rescuing them at the last second. Every park was locked in an arms race for insanity, no safety nets, bungee jumps without cords, or slingshots that launched you dangerously close to Rayquaza's domain. But Edward wasn't aiming to outdo anyone. He just wanted a functional, sustainable park where his ghost Pokémon employees could thrive. President Kennedy concluded, adjusting his glasses, I recommend hiring the best design team available. Build the park to be truly thrilling, recruit more ghost types, and establish a complete ghost-theme amusement park. Good. Handle it, Kennedy. Edward clapped him on the shoulder. Delegate to the right people, I trust you. And he meant it. With Kennedy, there was little to fear. Kennedy merely recorded the decision without further comment as the car pulled up to Devoncorp headquarters. Inside, Edward was immediately buried under mountains of paperwork and a meticulous daily schedule laid out by Kennedy. As he listened, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had expected to be busy, but this was worse than he imagined. So, you're saying the next 7 days are all back-to-back meetings and appearances, he groaned, rubbing his forehead. Father, hurry home already. Yes, President, Kennedy confirmed matter-of-factly. President Joseph is currently on an expedition to a karst region. Based on reports from the attending physician, his health has greatly improved, and he's been advised to continue convalescing. They won't be back anytime soon. Edward buried his face in his hands. What could he do? Nothing. Fine. I understand, he muttered, collapsing onto the office sofa. When will this endless grind end? All he could do was hope his father returned soon, and that Fortune grew into someone who could share the burden. Just then, Duskull stirred, its eyes glowing faintly red. A flash of brilliant light engulfed it. Duskull was evolving.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.